fire hose of space knowledge, Commander?
Open wide!
But before you take a sip off the fire hose, make sure you head over
Winnebago
to the section and complete the training simulations as well as the challenge scenarios. This will teach you how to take off and land, plot courses, and do combat, which is very important if you want to have the very best start that you possibly can. In this Elite Dangerous Beginner's Guide for 2021, I'm going to show you how to go from the starter ship, which is the Sidewinder, all the way to the very end game Anaconda. In order to progress rapidly, we are going to be doing...
Not loving it. Trying to find just some good videos to have in the background. Let's check out a review of the fleet carrier.
Your fleet carrier's so fat I had to go to Super Cruise to get to its good side.
Well, your
That's
fleet
funny.
carrier is so undeveloped, it has an umbilical cord.
Your fleet carrier's so ugly it makes blind people cry.
And your fleet carrier is so boring it puts even NPCs in coma.
Your fleet carrier's so terrible
In
the receipt
coma.
is just an apology letter.
Right, but your fleet carrier is so broken, it
So-
set the development roadmap back by 2 years.
Now we're looking for manufactured.
It was 2017, October 7th, Frontier Expo. First and currently last such event. I am traveling alone for the first time and to UK no less. Frankly, I'm surprised that I didn't get stabbed. Anyways, the big keynote comes up and developers talk about the Beyond. The following series of
High-grade
updates
emissions.
once Horizons ended on such a small whimper. It really smelled like a horrible management and planning. They then announced two big things: the selling points of Beyond, the squadrons for which
These
they
are
turned out
tough.
a single picture
So-
of same-looking paint job ships. And for the second thing, they didn't
Whoops.
even bother doing that much, but just simply mentioned the word fleet carriers. Then, skip 2.5 years, here we are. 2 delays and seemingly third or even fourth version of this, the culmination of what they so carefully squeezed out of the corporate anus.
I don't know. I generally feel better after dropping a deuce. This just makes me feel worse, especially when I look at it. Visually, it does what it says on the tin this thing carries other ships, but holy hot damn is this thing boring. A set of flat planes on an engine housing may be effective, but it's also pretty uninspired. I feel like a fully fleshed out capital class ship with some docking bays would have given this a bit more gravitas, because it feels less like a fleet carrier and more like a car hauler. That said, when you get up close, you start noticing these tiny details in and around the thing. The cargo containers strapped to the undercarriage, the semi-opened engine housing just below the flight deck, and this oddly interesting fin at the bottom that I need to imagine has all types of interesting reasons for being there. From this perspective, you really start to get an idea of just how big this thing actually
Navigation.
is. And it's yours. A mobile space station that you can park virtually anywhere. That is actually impressive. And while it doesn't actually do all that much, it's pretty easy to let your imagination run wild with what could be happening here, what this thing could be doing. And then, and only then, it does become somewhat beautiful.
Ah yes, the imagination of what could happen is strong here. Seems developers wanted us to imagine the gameplay too. And indeed, hosted the game while providing subpar tools. Like going to a friend's place. He's not that well off, so he has toys, but all of them are broken or missing pieces. So while you could imagine a great time, you just end up sitting in a smelly living room and touching toys that are probably older than you, and under normal circumstances would probably be classified as a prison shank than a fucking toy. But that's the thing with these mega ships. Sorry, I meant, actually, no. These are fucking mega ships, just shittier versions. So here's the thing, they reuse the jumping animation from Captain ships. Also, that's a perfect way to use existing tools at your disposal. Someone actually tried putting an effort, but that only goes so far. You see, first, these megaships have jump penalties. According to developers, that exists so that you feel the weight of the thing. How it's a massive thing. But you know what else gives you the impression that you damage your own ship when you use it? Actually fucking seeing the damage!
And why can't I see the jump animation that's actually happening?
Normal ships have paint scratches and little textures or sprites applied to them when shot or traveling for long. Yet, the same could not be done for the
most massivest penis content in Elite history!
Now, I could also mention that it would be super cool to see exploded barrels or warped metal for the model in some places to visually indicate the wear and tear. But hey, if they can't be asked to do shit with textures, unless it's for microtransactions of course, then why did I expect them to do modeling work either? Oh, and speaking of effort and visuals, so each megaship has their own setup. For fleet carriers, we have to equip services, and you know what would be a pretty cool idea? Having visual parts represent each service on the exterior of this fucking embarrassment of a space garbage. Like on a gun when you upgrade it. Many games. Considering that megaships already have this similar, let's slap a model A on the base model C. This could have been a quite cool and efficient way of reusing assets and it not looking like you're just another hack.
And then you could add another interesting mechanic, like whether independent modules could be disabled or destroyed. Because as it stands right now, it's an invulnerable piece of space flotsam that you get to land on, and that's about it. I can't really judge its performance because it doesn't really do much of anything. More importantly, we don't have anything to compare it to.
What do you
So
mean it doesn't do
good
anything?
Performs
I know they're
good,
shitting all over
unless
these
we're talking
things,
about
but
the confusing menus.
Or the limited market.
Or moving
the
things
menus are
between
way
stores,
better.
Or the fact that you can transfer credits to others very easily.
Or planning specific jumps.
Or inability to fuel your own megaship from its own storage.
Then no, performance is pretty damn bad.
5 fucking billion credits. This thing is 5 fucking billion. But you know what? That's okay. Yes, I'm absolutely fine even if these things cost 40 billion.
Really? I'm not. I can't
It's a
fly it, I
portable
can't
landing
control it, and
pad.
For some reason, it
You can
doesn't fuel through
refuel.
tritium, an actual isotope that's literally emitted from stars.
And they'll make it better. They're just shitting all over it, and I can't understand why.
You see, these things are the ultimate power fantasy. You gotta realize that even 5 billion is a massive credit amount and is pure proof that the player who can afford it already has done 2 things. Number 1, grinded the game like crazy. And or number 2, did so by playing the game for a long time. So knowing this, for a player who in any normal other game would have reached the end probably multiple times, having this OP massive thing is pretty decent reward. I mean, that's why games have these Game Plus or cheats unlocked once you finish. Sure, this is a multiplayer game, so it has to be toned down, but the idea is still there. However,
Doesn't it have to do something to be considered overpowered?
well, besides that, is grinding to win the right message you want to send to your community? Wouldn't it be better? And I love this idea that one of my viewers on stream one day suggested. Just give out a free fleet carrier to triple elites. Sure, it's still grinding.
That'd
but
be a
at least
cool
its
idea.
price is varied than the boron or whatever other mining grind out there. Plus, that would put a weight on actually being elite. And still, we're not done.
Neither is this feature.
We know that these player megaships went through several phases and iterations. At first it was meant to be squadron owned. Then they decided,
Oh shit, players hate squadrons. Totally not because we're absolute idiots who only made them all about leaderboards. No, it's player fault. Okay, carriers now will need changes.
I mean, seriously, guild system was so desperately needed. How could they have fucked it up this hard is beyond me.
and so they made them into per player only.
Y'all are
mods.
bitching
Then
that you're
decided,
still playing
hey,
the game.
It is giving us
Yeah.
a free excuse to delay them with their outcry how shit our September update was. Okay, let's do it and make them better.
Royce, what are you playing?
Now we got one base carrier
Charlie's
type and services we can
playing
install. Okay.
Dark
I
Souls
don't
2,
give two shits
cool.
As long as it works and is fun.
But it wasn't even that.
Let's then beat the dead horse. In the first beta, these chuckle fucks tipped their hand and revealed how out of touch they are by filling the fleet carrier with sunk cost mechanics in a form of a weekly rent. I mean, upkeep. And selling penalties according to the distance. from the nearest carrier selling, and a fucking depreciation. Yes, the longer you would have the fleet carrier in your possession, the less it would refund if you wanted to sell it or was forced to sell due to huge debt. And thus the loop of the sunk cost was created. This was the amazing reveal of how inept and clueless these people in management roles are. I don't blame the poor coders or testers for this, even though some of the menus were still broken as well after these 2 fucking years.
Were they?
The biggest blame certainly goes to the producers, designers, and directors.
But the developers heard
Ugh,
you.
I need
They made
glasses.
changes. And any other complaints are completely irrelevant now, right?
Because
just go to
it's
Walmart
not
right now and
irrelevant.
try to get some.
Yes, they unfuck themselves, mostly. But upkeep is still around, and that is a mechanic that turns your fleet carrier into your second job, not a fucking reward that it should be. If you really need a penalty or some sort of offset mechanic for these positives, this weekly drainage is not the way to do it. Arguably, you can say that even the price tag was big enough. The further beat is the decomposing horse, no matter what this thing gets changed into. This shows you what the developers thought of you as the player, how they act, and what they considered good. Yes, getting the thing right the first go is really near impossible. But wildly going the other way and making it nearly the worst possible thing is something you have to actively try. And they succeeded. Sure, now it's mostly unfucked, and only upkeep remains, which in my book is still completely unacceptable and malicious, even anti-fun. But even once we would get out of this miscarriage slurpy juice of hell, what you can do with the fleet carrier is its own biggest enemy. So let's take the ability to sell ships and modules. For these, you can't manually stock things you want. No, you have to buy fucking bundles of modules and ships. Developers claim that this is done so that you, the player, won't fuck up and forget to stock something and make it more predictable. Basically, they're saying that you're too stupid to manually restock your megaship.
If this
Oh,
were actually
please.
true, you'd never have to remember to stock up on limpets. Why aren't those autofilled when I restock and rearm?
I agree with that.
On the bundles, they save time. but
Limpets
need
should
short,
100%.
But also the long way of doing things. Simple as that. No, actually, this is a side, but still. Why the fuck do we have this many limpet controllers in the first place? Isn't it high time we change that? Speaking of
I agree with that.
fleet carriers bring to light about the whole game. Why would
Like, if you have one limpet controller, it should do everything.
Well,
You
if
know?
I'm really that far out in the black, I might need to replace something.
Because at that point, because all the limpets are the same, right? So you just buy a limpet. And, like, theoretically... What's up, Axel? Yeah, all the limpet controllers should be the same. I agree with him there. Because if all the limpets are technically the same, the controller would just be a software, a software thing. You know? So it's like, why not? You know?
For how much? This task is relegated and in fact dependent on third-party developers like Elite Database. If you don't know what I mean, ask yourself, how much fun or how long would it take for you to get angry if you could not
How you doing today, buddy?
third-party tools? Thanks to the player megaships, the blatant issue of most rudimentary and basic tools, or lack of them, is brought to forefront even more.
Good,
The
glad
only
to
way
hear
know
it,
what the
brother.
fleet carrier is selling in outfitting or shipyard is to go to it without any promise of success, and then do so
Dang.
for the stations too. So realistically,
You know what I
why
am
would you
gonna
go
check
to a fleet
out?
carrier that has much greater chance of wasting your time
Let's
than a
see.
Starfleet? Better yet, because you can't sell ships in
I'm
modules
just
for
gonna
lower
see what
than
these
100%
are. I haven't been to
price.
one of these
You
yet.
will in best case scenario buy stuff at the normal
Friendship
price.
interrupted.
But more likely, thanks to tariffs, you will pay upwards of twice as much as the market price. So what? Why would you even go to fleet carriers unless it's literally the only thing around for thousands of light years? Developers need to get their dumb fuck heads out of their asses and stop smelling the forum farts that the yes men produced. We need tools for your game, and if it wasn't clear enough, no, discovery prices.
Whoa, 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 whoa. How come those were not on my thing?
It's the have procedurally generated bazillions of systems.
High grade
and
emissions.
stuff.
There it is.
Fuck your discovery and spend some god fucking damn effort.
That's
Your
frustrating.
science
Did I not
fucking
see it?
tired
Am I
of
just
glorious
stupid?
motherfuckers who made the tools. At least they know what the fuck effort
Did I?
is.
If your game is literally unplayable without a third-party tool,
Maybe I
you
need to
might
wait.
make some
There's a
major
bunch.
Quality of life improvements. And speaking of quality of life improvements, you need meaningful content. Small narratives to give us a reason for power play and factions. Gameplay loops.
I
that
spent
complement
all
each
night,
other instead of
Axel,
being wholly
getting
separate.
these.
You need alternatives to combat and mining.
All night, brother.
You need to make us feel like the things we do matter, and the things that we earn make a difference. Right now, the only
And for
difference
some
a Fleet
reason,
Carrier makes is that I feel like I
the
had enough credit to
maximum
spend to buy
threshold I can
Blade.
hold goes up.
But buying
So
it
this was
is an
100.
integral part of the
Atypical
balance
disrupted wake echoes
or
was
change my
100.
experience
Now for
at
some
all.
reason it's at 300.
The opportunities
Can't
that
figure
those
out why.
offer of crashing a market or traveling to certain sections of the galaxy don't really mean a lot to me personally either. We don't have an actual economy to crash, and there's not going to be anything new in that sector anyway. Just the same geyser that's on every other planet. Not too long ago, me and Yamix were discussing how a product should be judged, and if it was reasonable to grade something if it clearly wasn't finished, or if it was greatly changed over time. I said at the time that these things need to be considered when you experience them, but that it was perfectly reasonable for a grade and a product to change over time.
So,
for better or worse.
the best way I noticed, Axel, which I
would
actually
hope
didn't read
that the Fleet
online.
Carrier, as it's
Um,
presented here, is
so I actually
indicative
figured
of
this out on my
gameplay
own.
and expanded mechanics that are
Nav
implemented
beacons
on
in unbelievably high populated areas.
this thing.
Because I was thinking about it, right? I was like, oh, because everyone was telling me, oh, go to a starport and just hang out at a starport. I was like, okay, bet.
Actually have that hope. Not in this case. I don't think it's
and-
likely that fleet carriers will ever be any more useful or functional than they are right now.
And
And
I
I've
thought
come to
about
this
it.
conclusion because,
I was
well,
like, wait a
I've been
minute.
paying attention.
When people go to a starport,
There's a
it
lot
takes
of
them a
the
while.
galaxy that's, and I'm being kind here,
When people go to a
unfinished.
nav beacon, they just go to a nav beacon,
Half-baked.
scan it, and dip out.
We're all
So I
but
was like,
there.
all right.
Things that seem like they should have an impact on the galaxy
Um,
don't.
so I hung out at a nav
Still
beacon.
other
I actually
uses
bought
don't
another
matter
ship.
enough to be expanded
I
upon.
bought because this one wasn't fast enough, and the wake echoes they disappear. So I bought
And as
a
much as I would want desperately to believe that
dang,
this
I
time
can't
was
quite
different,
remember the name,
I
but
just don't.
it's a quick little ship, you know.
It's expensive, useless for most commanders.
And I
and
A-rated
pointless
it,
Credit sink.
and I got a paint job.
It's a failure in
My
my
whole fleet of ships, Axel, is red now. I love it. It looks so cool.
Will complete and flesh it out later is, as British would say, spotty. But I'm not British, I'm Latvian, and to me this is a major lack of completeness and follow-through. Squadrons, half-baked even after the so-called alpha meeting where they invited influencers and community people, of course myself excluding. It still glitches on UI and it has basically no use, despite their warnings. CQC is abandoned in a base level. Powerplay, though most complete.
See, they're not here.
Fleet carriers,
Okay.
horrible mechanics.
Ah.
Don't even need to mention multi-core
Okay, I
or
need to be in
story
Super
and
Cruise.
narrative. So, no. What we see is what we get. And
Here we go. I'm figuring it out, Axel.
These player-owned mobile stations, in many ways, are too powerful of a tool that should have never been given to players, I think. Mainly, it's just too hard to balance it right, and it quickly and wildly swings in either overpowered or underpowered territories. Yet they're oddly balanced out by the lack of tools that would allow them to become properly used. This is like literally the weirdest unintentional balance I've ever seen. Though with all this, I see a great potential in emerging gameplay for this. But it comes at too great of a cost. And no, I'm not referring to the purchase cost here. The megaships help us to point to bigger issues in the game that hinder their actual usability.
You guys are just complaining about the fleet carriers, and it's like, I don't care what it is. It's a mobile refueling station that has the ability to have outfitting and a star or a shipyard. Like, I think they're fucking sick. Yeah, they could be better. Like,
what truly feels the most depressing thing about this whole feature is that back in 2017 in Frontier Expo, even then when they had no pictures or concept art to show us about these things, when I met DJ Truthsayer and later on watched the keynote with him and Obsidian in front of me, even back then it felt like a last-minute idea cooked up by one of the higher-ups who didn't really give a fuck about the game, just wanted the sales and the wow, look at this thing marketing. So
wanted the
fuck,
sales. You can't. It's not like you can buy it with money.
Right now this thing is being released mere half a year before the new era can be announced. And that's it. It's a publicity stopgap before the next console generation, where more witless money bags and whales come floating in. That's what Elite has become, it seems. And I fucking hate that I've come to this realization. Oh, wait, hold on. They released Odyssey, the new era trailer before releasing this thing? Are they really undercutting this feature's release? Oh, why? It feels like a mistake. Honestly, I don't know what to think now. I guess the fleet carriers are that unimportant. Okay, fine. So, in the end, the fleet carrier, this big thing, this grandiose whale, your mama and whatnots, I think best is encapsulated in the term delivery.
I get that.
It's a perfect
For sure.
phrase
I think they
I'm
should
gonna
be
go
1
with
billion.
undesirable prize.
I think 1 billion would have been plenty. You know, like 4 billion. That's ridiculous. And then you have the upkeep. Like that. That's a little much.
And then it just keeps
For sure.
on going and going and going and going, never stopping, like a massive diarrhea. It just keeps on flowing. God.
So that's another reason I haven't been finding these high-grade emissions, is I had no idea that you had to be in Super Cruise in order for them to pop up on your navigation. So I've been sitting here hopping system to system being like, nope, they're not here, they're not here, they're not here, when the whole time they probably are.
So that's why we are basically having literally no
That's another thing that's just not,
wonderful.
it's not anywhere online. Like, nowhere online tells you that.
Oi! Oi, where? What? Where's my? It should have been there. Did the game just take away my? Where's my dildo?
Winnebago!
Oh,
Winnebago!
Oh,
How cool is that, bro?
There we go. Okay, it was a visual bug. As I was filming around and so on and so forth, I noticed something. I noticed a floating platform that doesn't seem to be attached to anything. Level designers, model designer. What the fuck is this, guys? Come on. Alright, let's try this. God damn it! Oh no. Oh no. Oh fucking. God damn it, I'm stuck!
Imperial shielding. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh no! Oh no!
Programming
So let's
limpet
talk
drone.
about engineering. Oh, come on! I promise it will be interesting, and it's very important. Yes, I know that a lot of people just check out as soon as this topic comes up. But please, stick with me.
Why?
I think that engineering is probably the most important and beneficial system that Elite has ever received. It's a potential force for incredible good, but with it has also come some unexpected consequences. My aim with this video, essay, blob, thing, mega rant, whatever you want to call it, is to examine the system and present a few arguments why it must change. And
Oh,
also,
Axel.
maybe even some solutions
Darkest
to deal with
Dungeon?
these issues. Because right now you can have game-breaking, overpowered ships, weapons, and
Darkest
spells
Dungeon,
through
Axel?
which the game itself
Really?
becomes less challenging, unfair, less stable, and obviously more grinding. While I believe with the careful thinking
Just
and
waiting for your
planning
response.
it is possible to strike a sweet spot, we must look deep within to see how we got here. So let's start from the beginning. What is engineering? That question may seem simple but harder to answer than we think. See, in-game there's not much information as is, and that honestly would be the first place that we could put in some improvement. But anyways, my question is it an upgrade system or a side grade system? Now, after contacting developers, I got somewhat certain answer that the main thing is upgrade-like system, while the experimentals are kind of side.
What are...
Yeah, this is going
Let's
swimmingly already.
check out Encoded. I haven't done those
Engineering
yet.
is an upgrade system through which you can further customize your ships to quite a unique degree. Now,
Just
in
check
order
'em
to
out.
examine where it goes wrong, we also must take a crash course in its development history. Oh boy. So at first it was introduced on the second update for Horizon's Season Pass. Yes, it's still called that. It's a Season Pass. Anyways, engineering was the other half, or the actual gameplay for planetary landings, and the primary motivator for it. Through different tasks, you were rewarded these new things called materials, which at first were capped at 300, or was it 500, or was it 1,000? Well, in any case, the point was that for materials, it was all one big pot, not a separate storage that we have for every material today. So that was designed to limit the amount of rolls you could do at one time. That can be good, forcing you not to overfarm things and take a break to go and spend all the materials you got on engineering once you're full, as well as not allowing the player to do too many rolls at one time. Oh, and speaking of design and originally intended gameplay, back in the day, in order to get a higher tier upgrade, you had to have a commodity item in your cargo hold as well. Safe to say that was quickly removed as it was really clearly annoying for a lot of us, and further limited the ability to do more upgrades, but generally everyone just hated it as it was annoying. And if that already doesn't sound pretty annoying, the first version of engineering, if some of you remember, did look like a slot machine. A gambling slot machine. but
Yep.
Also, unrelated stats.
That was when I was engineering.
So that basically means that every slide
Haven't played since.
was not affected by others. Yeah, this took me about 5 minutes to code. I mean, really, how hard is this?
You'd
Because
get
of this,
like,
you were not guaranteed to
I'd
get
try to
the
go
right
for
roll,
damage or
or at
something,
least balance
and I would
wise
get like,
equal,
oh,
but
here's like a
different
plus
outcomes.
2%
This
damage,
made every ship ever so slightly
and it was like, here's a plus
different, but
15%
that meant that
overheating.
you would have a chance
It's like,
to
oh
waste
god.
time by providing objective
Alright, I'm not sure what these are.
results. So basically, the system was designed
Oh,
to
I need
waste your time,
these.
but potentially
Okay,
demolish
so I just need to start going to
any
all
work
these.
You had put in gathering materials. However, this, after about 2 years of countless complaints, was changed to a more proper every roll is better than the last system that made it more rewarding, fair, and predictable both to players and developers. Yet to introduce changes, you can't just remove everyone's engineered modules, wiping them, even if you compensate them in some form or another. Oh, no. You also can't just nerf the value proportionally to fit the new system. That would mean that people would stick with the old modules. And we have to have old modules, of course, so no, not this one. Oh, and of course, you can't just force players to just have their modules converted to the new system. That would hurt some Care Bear PvP players' feelings. Oh, no. So if you can't wipe, if you can't clench up, well, the only way is to let it all go and go up. This is where developers were too afraid to just put their foot down and say, for the betterment and fairness of the game, even though many of you we know have spent incredible amount of time in the system, will have to give up your upgrades.
Old-fashioned way.
We all can get a better game overall. It is a sacrifice we must all make. And I'll talk about that at the end as well, but why not offer a compensation to players according to their roles they have done to get rid of the old system? Was that too inflammatory and you don't want to burst the hemorrhoid? Well, thanks to that we got a little bit more of a power creep of a feature. This is where Elite developers should have learned from Warframe developers and their willingness to remake a system. But I digress.
Now, is there a point to this? Why not just get rid of the system if you say it's so bad?
To answer that, let's first look at the why is engineering such a good thing and why people choose to use it. Yes, the upgrades to further improve your ships, but there's not just one singular upgrade for modules, allowing you the choice of improving aspects of your ship while getting a little downside somewhere else, like increasing the speed of your ship, but in process of that, having your ship put out more heat. Amount of upgrades and side grades, especially with experimental effects, opened a never-before-seen flood of unique builds and insane customization. I frankly love this idea, and it truly makes for a wonderful endgame content. And it wasn't just the rewards, but the way you would be given these upgrades as well, through encouraging players to go out and do multiple different types of gameplays, was also wonderful. Ah, okay, I see, you're kinda confused there, so maybe I should explain with an example there, Bob. Say you want to improve ship's jump rate. Well, for that you need an engineer that can do it. So first you need to learn where the engineer is located, and to do that, usually you have some sort of a task given to you. Say, travel 500 light years. Simple, right? Okay, once that's done, the engineer will request you to do another job. Say, deliver 10 units of tea for them, because, you know, he's a Brexit man. I mean, British. Okay, you did that too. Now you have already done two tasks, but different ones. First, you traveled and explored probably along the way, and having done that, shown that you know how to navigate. Next, since you have shown that you can navigate, you will go to a specific place, and then
I guess we'll try to
travel
grab some
This is
limpets.
very organic game design, but I don't see much in Elite. But with engineers, it was nice to see. Anyways, you unlocked the NG and now you want to get that upgrade. Well, to get that done, you need 3 materials, as the upgrade asks. 1 raw, 1 manufactured, and 1 encoded. This too is basically a game designer asking you to do few different things for the upgrade. First, the raw material. This is usually found on planet surfaces as you drive along, so you need to just do some SRV driving for this one. Second, the manufacturer. This one you can get from blowing up ships or finding it in signal sources. So
Where am
usually
I?
combat
Oh,
is
they're in
completely
here. Okay.
disaster here.
They're
And
considered
third, the
materials.
encoder.
Okay.
You usually get this from scanning things. Basically looking at something, a non-combat exploratory style gameplay, though it usually devolves into just looking at ships from afar, so it's not very good. Still, no matter how you slice it, the fact is that you were offered an upgrade if you proved that you've done a little bit of everything. It's a common game design tactic which makes gameplay very organic and can lead to some great things, like player being introduced to gameplay that they end up loving. And all that because there was a good incentive to try it out in the first place. That as an idea sounds great. But we're not here because everything is
A
great.
convoy
Far from it. I
dispersal
would say that
pattern.
everything is
What
horribly
would that
unpolished
be?
and malformed. Sometimes barely designed or tested.
Okay, MX, you know game design, wow, smart, grat, oh wow. But why do we need to make sure that the systems become balanced?
2 words, power creep. See, thanks to upgrades, things get more powerful, and where there is power, there's the lack of it as well. A good example is just to compare an average Joe who say has 1 or 2 upgrades at 50% done, and he encounters a player who has maxed out everything. How big is the chance that that average Joe will actually be able to escape with his life, not to mention fight back? Or how big is going to be the power gap between the 2 opposing traders who try to play power play? Okay, sorry, nobody plays power play. Let's say background simulation. Yes, BGS. Say, two players compete by supporting their favorite faction. How big is going to be the power
I'm gonna
difference
take a look at that real
between
quick.
those two? Or how big could it ever get? Now that is what you need to keep in mind to make the game. These are the things, questions, and more that you need to
27.
keep in mind when designing a PvP environment for non-RPG game. Now, if you could segment and match players with equally powered players, yes, that'd be less of an issue. But Elite is an open world sandbox, and we must not only make sure that the PvE environments, NPCs, and more are properly adjusted, but also the tools that the players use on each other. Like it or not, my solo playing Elite.
What is it, boy?
This game is an MMO. Devs themselves brand it as such.
Wait, it's an RPG?
Remember that engineering also widens the gap between the players who play with Horizons and those without. So, making sure that the PvP or co-op gameplay is not horribly skewed towards one thing will make sure that the game is rewarding, interesting, and fair. Of course, with Power Creep, there's also a massive disservice that is done to challenging gameplay. You see, with all the power and customization, it's so easy to drive the gameplay into a stale and boring meta corner where there's just only one strategy that's so much more effective than anything else. It'd be stupid to pick anything else. Furtherlands, anyone? Yeah, Mix, you've flaunted your
Good boy.
hypercritical claims left and right, but you've yet to present how is engineering broken? Oh, you want examples? Well, strap on in, my friends. It's pegging time.
Little Timmy fell down the well.
There are upgrades in the system that are
He
literally
did.
a waste of your time and materials. One good example here is a system-focused power distributor upgrade. This one's a counterpart in exact numbers as the engine or weapon-focused ones. But unlike them, we don't have tools on our ships that benefit from this the same way the other two do. For weapons, you do need that extra regeneration and capacity to make just pew-pews happen. For engines, you can either more frequently boost or use the leftover pips for other parts of your ship. But for systems, there is no module that would drain it on triggers so much. Nor does the system
Please
benefit
have fuel
from more
scoops.
capacity or regeneration beyond of what the pips offer. Also, if you need regeneration and capacity alone, then why sacrifice engines and weapons when you can pick the general regeneration and general capacity upgrades for all three instead? This upgrade seems to be placed in the game just to
Okay.
fit that checkbox for developers without examining if you actually would need it. And it's not alone. There are others, the so-called
We
templated upgrades that are
could-
just tossed in to mark a checkbox. But is it the worst thing in the world? No, of course not. Yet it plainly shows that there hasn't been care given enough to make sure that it at least makes sense. And as we move on further, you'll see where that can
We
lead.
could.
Anyways, let's move on to another example. In many cases,
We could lose
keep
this
the
for
flow
now.
Control experimental. While a side grade, as developers claim, a side grade to what? Side grade implies a compensative loss somewhere for the benefit you gain, but I don't think the developers know what they themselves are talking about here. Or at least the PR people. But okay, let's say the PR people who gave me this answer are wrong. Experimentals actually are upgrades. Well, some upgrades are better than other upgrades to a point where they are almost objectively better. And that's my point. There are plethora of choices that have not been paired with their alternatives.
Put the
to
limpet
make
controller here.
sure neither is overpowering on the others in the system without so much as a forethought.
Yeah, what's this? It's an upgrade. Is it OP?
No, I don't think so, but I'd like some feedback on it.
Shut up and put it in. I don't care about your degree in balansonomics. Go make me another microtransaction.
Yes, most of these copy-pasted ones are inferior, in fact, but still positive, so not many call them out. But then, why have them? Are you telling me that you placed them in here just as a trap for stupid people? To waste players' time and effort while masquerading as a positive? But okay, let's keep on going, shall we? Now, if you're talking about copy-pasted and templated design, did you know that, with a few exceptions, engineering is a percentile-based system? Now, this can be done just as well as fixed value systems, and as well equally horribly twisted in the wrong way, as we shall learn in a moment, but For majority of modules, the stat increase is not so much as curated and set with an exact expectation, but rather given a blanket rounded percentile number, and forgotten about, of course, even when the result is, shall we put, borderline special needs. And so, as an example, I present the case of heatsinks versus other utilities. So there is this really useful upgrade for ammo that utilities
Oh, that's
have.
not what I wanted.
It most importantly gives 50% ammo capacity. But even before we stepped into
There
the
we go.
rink of balancing, the game has pile-driven our faces in the mud by not telling you that it does not increase all the ammo. It increases the additional ammo that is not already loaded in the proverbial gun. Well, in total, heatsinks have 3 charges, 1 loaded and 2 extra, and thanks to this upgrade, it gets 1 extra, making it 4 total. The game misleads you, making you think that you got more, but in
Okay.
reality, instead of that 50%, you got 33% total increasement. Now,
So
on
I
the other
have-
hand, Chaff has 1 charge loaded and
I have a
10
fuel
extra.
scoop. I have the
So,
Olympic
thanks to this
controller.
upgrade, you get a total of 16 charges.
Okay.
And that gives you 45% improvement instead of 50. Oh,
I
and
could
even
actually
better
grab-
yet, the point defense. It has 12 shots in the magazine. And additionally,
No, don't get
carries
rid of that.
10,000
I was thinking about getting rid of
extra ammo.
the planetary
And so
approach.
thanks to this upgrade, you
Sweet.
get 15,000
We'll just keep it.
bullets.
Keep the docking
which of
computer,
course leads us
too.
to 49.9%.
We have Olympic
improvement.
controller. We have a
First,
fuel
we
scoop
clearly
just
see
in
how
case.
heatsinks, though the most
The rest are
useful of the
cargo.
bunch, gets what I call template copy pasted.
Oh, one last
Because
thing.
developers wanted to make it easy on themselves. They just copied
Is
the
there any
same
reason
upgrade
for
for
a hard
all
point?
utilities,
I don't think so.
disregarding whether it made sense or
Would be
not,
cool to have,
whether or
though.
not it represented things correctly or not as well. And second, you can clearly see that this template was driven by heatsinks. And sure, give us that 1 extra charge, it's nice. But then utilities that don't really matter get absurd buffs that they don't
I've
themselves
been
really
there.
need, like the point defense. So now tell me, when was the last time any of you ever ran out of point defense ammo? Ever, without the upgrade? Do you really need it? Or could have you perhaps used something else to fight, oh I don't know, pack hounds maybe? Basically, what the game designers did here was take the strongest thing and balance according to it, and never even bother to look if the upgrade that is given to others like it, or in the same class, even need it, or make any sense. We are returning to the same old, I just had to put it in for check mark principle, and of course, heatsinks also get a 50% reload increasement, while others only have 10%, because who cares, right? Others are not OP, so we can buff them to high heaven. Oh, but wait, the lack of competency is called to question not only for game designers, but also QA testers, thanks to this upgrade. You see, every time you die, you spawn in a station with your ship and get all the ammo resupplied, except for explosive weapons. Now, I still don't understand why this decision was made, and it's very stupid as we often forget to manually resupply it when we leave or swap weapons, but anyways, utilities like point defense and chaff with this upgrade added also get resupplied properly, yet heatsinks only get the standard 2 charges back. I know this is a nitpick, but it has been in the game since the start. They clearly tested and coded that you would get back that 15,000 point defense bullets, but not the 3 extra charges for heatsink. Remember, these developers have not gone back to re-examine the system at all, even when making Engineering 2.0, because how else this bug would be still from 2016 existing?
But no one cares, move on!
Okay. Well, you want to see the best example of the proof that this system is percentile based, and no one cares to double check their own work? Well, look no further than your own ship's hull. More precisely, lightweight bulkheads. If you apply heavy-duty upgrade onto them, you may conveniently also see something missing from the list of changed values. You see, the negative effect is gone. Yes, just like that, it's gone. While normally inspecting this upgrade for bulkheads, you will see the negative mass increase. Now, why would that be? Why would developers choose to remove the negative effect for your basic hull and leave it in for the other types? Even by the game's logic, it makes zero sense, as you attempt to harden your hull and beef it up with more armor as you put more on it. Obviously, it gets heavier, yet here you don't. Answer to this is the aforementioned percentile-based improvements. See, lighter bulkheads, unlike other bulkheads, have the mass of 0.
So, if you take a 0 and multiply it with anything you want, the result is still a 0.
See, the issue with all these percentages and not fixed stats is that the bigger the value, the bigger the increase proportionally. But in Elite, a game where you can have both super small ships and super large ones occupying the same space,
Right
these
there.
small players get out of hand
Oh, they're closer
super
ones?
quick and cause ever larger gaps between the weakest and the strongest. But, as it happens, the biggest case of the brokenness actually is caused by a rare case of fixed value system. So I present you the case of shield boosters. So how could this go wrong?
I love shield boosters. On my primary ship, I usually do all 4.
As an example, let's take a heavy-duty upgrade and an A-graded booster. So for anyone with a working brain, this is the simple calculations. At default, it has
Calculations.
20% boost, and it ends up with 73.9. So the improvement is 370%. Wait, what? And better yet, if we take an E-rated booster that has only mere 4% boost and apply the same upgrade, it goes to 50.7%, which is a case of
Over 1,000% improvement!
just think about that for a moment. Now in comparison, if you take hull armor, not bulkheads or hull reinforcements will go about 100% improvement. So the total hull with best of upgrades won't be doubling your HP. But with shields, the things that prevent enemy from targeting your internal modules and damaging them, plus are regenerative on top, can go from almost 3,000 to 10,000.
Is that what shields do? They
effectively more than tripling
Oh.
this regenerative.
So you can only
super
target
health.
subsystems
This,
if
as a
the
matter of
shields
fact,
are
has been a
down.
long-standing issue. with
Noted.
Elite
Didn't
and
know
the
that.
primary cause of
Makes sense.
many
Totally makes
unfair
sense.
It is. Here, I present you the case where someone did not know how to do double multiplication, despite probably having a higher education in programming. Now, I don't want to rag on British education, but damn! Now, I could talk all day about this particular upgrade and how it causes Elite to be very stale and boring to fight in. But the way shield boosters work, too, is a case of oversight. So, in general, shield boosters represent the very worst of fixed and percentile-based stat upgrades. This is where the unchecked and careless design can lead. And this is where I urge you, my dear viewer, to be smart and
How old
ask
is
for
this?
change, and developers to
2020.
have enough balls to change things. Well, okay, let's say we get the booster
a year old.
changes. Will that change things? Maybe, but as long as we have engineering breathing down our necks, we won't get far. Case in point, healing beams. Many shiver even thinking about this upgrade. So, to put it bluntly, here's what one small, and I repeat, small beam laser with this upgrade can do. Now I challenge you to tell me how that right there is balanced, fair, and you really need it. Oh, and once you're done with that, take a look at the miscellaneous upgrades. This is the case of the workday is almost done. Here, this'll do the rest, no one cares anyways. It feels like everything that is not a weapon, core module, shields, or hull are like that 8th child in the family, just there by the accident. Or just because you thought that number 8 is lucky, and you just had to have it, rather than actually going out and making it interesting and unique. Instead, just wrap everything up in one bundle and shove it out. Kind of careless and apathetic if you ask me. Again, and I guess more than anything, the message here is that engineering is a half-assed system with copy-pasted and minimally altered values. Oh, but let's say you're a new player to the game and don't even know what pips mean, let alone engineering. All that you know is that there are upgrades and you need them. Well, isn't it nice that engineering has literally no information about itself in the game? Or rather, very little, and even then it's questionable. Case in point, wide-angle scanners. Its description reads as following. You're like family, and family gets the best. Improves the angle at which the scanner works, but increases mass and scanning time. You won't find any better in the bubble, and it's a fact. Okay, so, where's the weight penalty? What? Maybe back in the day it had that, but clearly descriptions have not been updated since that. And you expect players to trust you? Oh, but then we got experimentals like, let's pick, say, screening shell. Modified firing and targeting mechanism decreases reload times and increasing effectiveness against munitions. Well, did you get that? Do you understand what it does? No. Good. Oh, wait. Experimentals are the biggest pain shells of this lack of explanation that engineering has. For example, did you know that screening shell doubles the pellet count when you shoot? That alone is important information. How do you expect your players to know what the hell they're doing in the game if you never tell them anything? What game design school teaches you to not tell your players anything and expect that to be a good thing? This also applies to weapons too. Half of the info is missing most of the time, but I digress.
But that's not great.
You know, I did ask you, my dear viewers, a little while back, what's the worst part about engineering? And frankly, the answers were not surprising. It's material grinding. Now, here's the thing.
That's what I'm doing right now.
We need to understand two things before we move on. Number one, material grinding is designed to be grindy, to make you play the boring loops for a long time. That's how elite designers, managers, producers think you can make good gameplay. That's never changed since day one. And number two, materials will never be exchangeable for credits or commodities, period. So, about number one, engineering is the intended endgame loop and has been built to take a lot of time. And like you, I despise it. As for number two,
I don't mind it.
It seems a lot of you
I think it's
have
worth
this
it.
weird misconception that materials are like things, real things. That just because it has a name you understand, it actually is that thing. Like say iron. You think that this is an actual item in-game or something? So that means you also expect it to have
Nope.
functions or features like
Nope.
iron? But
No.
it's not.
Yeah, it's just a
I
commodity.
suppose I should explain it better. Let's say
This guy's
a
complaining
design
about
combo
nothing.
where you look around and walk around and think, okay, I'll go play some BB gun shooting thingamajig, right? Once you've done it, the owner gives you the ticket labeled iron. Then you ask, well, what it's for? And the owner tells you that enough tokens like these, you can go and exchange them for a prize in the engineering tent. Does that mean that this token is made of iron? Or has any value? Or is designed to be sold for money? Obviously not. Materials are just like credits in Elite. They are a form of currency. And clearly, not to invalidate one gameplay grinding loop with another, they will clearly never have exchange rate. This is that weird thinking I noticed among few who suggest buying materials with credits. Basically, with that thinking, you're implying here, hey devs, I want to use a completely unrelated gameplay to earn tokens that are designed for some other gameplay. Like going to a cave, mining rocks, and getting the best flower bouquet out of it, instead of rocks. So no, we'll never buy materials with credits. Deal with it. However, people complain about material gathering, calling it a grind, where a lot of people just simply outright refuse to use that, just because of the absurdity of grinding that you are asked to do just to get one module fully kitted. And they're not wrong, it doesn't help that the gameplay that was originally intended for gathering these materials is still absurd farce. Like for example, to get an FSD increased jump range update, probably the most popular upgrade, original intended gameplay for it is to do a few different gameplays, like driving on a planet's surface and doing some combat, but most importantly, you need to do something that includes FSDs and so on and so forth. So what you need to do is sit in space somewhere and wait until NPCs are jumping to another system. Wow, much gameplay, such potato. No, seriously, I'm not joking. This is the original intended gameplay, and rewards are purely random based. So, no skill, no predictability, just constant dice rolling, so that you can unlock a better tier upgrade. Where is the value in such a gameplay? In a normal game, to get the biggest sword, you don't need to go to the starter village and kill boars on hours on end. But in Elite, that's exactly what you do. And the same thing can also be said about most of Material Gathering and its gameplay. Everything is RNG based, which smells of poor, haphazard, thrown together gameplay. No skill, just luck. Though yeah, sure, Elite is not a
How
game
is it
with
luck?
gambling loot boxes and whatnot else. But it sure feels like I'm constantly rolling the dice without the loss of money. Only time. So really, you're gambling your time.
Nay, Amix, everyone knows you go to Dove's Hope or Crash Gems and Cobra to collect materials.
Yes, that's what the smart folks do, but that's not what developers seemingly had intended. Those are outliers of that engineering gameplay. Anomalies, if you will, that never were particularly intended.
Yeah, but okay, what about mission rewards and those material exchanges, you say?
So the material rewards and missions still random, and really was originally intended as the second attempt to alleviate the need to grind. If you're curious, the first attempt was to increase the material from 1 to 3. Back in the day when you still had commodities for rolls required, you would be picking up materials 1 per chunk, rather than like 3 now. That alone should tell you how misguided the design was. As for material exchangers, again, this is developers trying to sidestep the actual issue, rather than dealing with it head-on. A children's bandage on a landmine's victim. What developers are basically saying with this move was,
Oh, yeah, if you found a way to grind a lesser or higher tier materials and find it more interesting, well, you could grind that and then, with heavy penalties, exchange them for desired things. Aren't we good? This
How is it a heavy
exciting.
penalty?
Praise our genius, yes.
it's always about not being willing to put your foot down and putting in
It's like,
effort
you know, this
and
guy
making
has
sure that the
5,000
gameplay
hours
is
into the
fun
game.
and interesting. Instead, let's make a cheap fix so that they stop whining for a few weeks. With all these issues and all this, what looks like
I guess,
massive
like,
incompetence, the
I've totally been
designers
in
and
this guy's
director of
seat
the game,
where
hell,
it's just-
even QA staff don't seem to have
I get it.
cared
I
to
do.
actually grind
I see
out
where
the
he's coming
whole
from. He
engineering
never stopped
like
playing.
we have to, like they force us to do. Instead, just using their dev cheats, ignoring majority of the game that they have created. Every time developers go on their little streams and talk about engineering, they seem so disconnected from the game and the gameplay. It's shocking. And I'm saying this because no one who would actually have to play this like we have to would let this go on for long. Not to mention that the Fleet Carrier's first iteration basically showed how out of touch the developer team is. It is time to change, and it has to be done in a big way. A way that is not sidestepping the issues. We don't need another useless item like Flechette Launcher to deal with these massive shields. We don't need a material trader to appease some Care Bears who sing your praises about being courageous when talking about grinding. We need an actual change, a complete rework of the system. And you know what? I do have a few ideas where we can get started. It's not every day when I come bearing some amazing things, but here's a little bit to get us started. Now let's start with the simplest things, of course, and easy to understand that even Game Director could comprehend. Number 1, put all the stat changes and information on screen about the upgrades and experimentals. Just give the player info so that we don't have this greeting us every time we go grinding your game. There truly is no reason not to give the players all the info possible. Well, if there is a reason, I offer my counter-argument. Oh, and you know what? While you're at it, how about you check if the description actually matches what the upgrade does? You know, so that you don't look like a complete incompetent fool? But number 2, if you want to still be lazy and garner positive press, just increase the drop rates for materials all around. That's it. Just change materials from 3 per pickup to 6 or 12. Boom! Positive press. Done. But let's say you want to put in effort and go a little bit more drastic on the changes. Okay, now we're
I
talking.
agree.
Number 3, how about you get rid of
I thought you said you
engineer
could store
leveling?
ships in your
Now,
fleet
this
carrier.
was put in the game because basically you were able to immediately roll grade 5s. But since you don't need to do that, it feels like a remnant of the past and really doesn't add any
Also,
gameplay.
you got me Darkest Dungeon, right?
So instead, just simplify
that
and
was
upgrade
you,
the
correct?
tiers to make the system a bit more appealing. That's it. Number 4, to further simplify engineering, allow people to engineer everything anywhere. Get rid of the pinned upgrades and instead introduce a timer if you really need some sort of penalty for not engineering at the engineer's home base. Like, as if you're transferring...
Yeah, you're a
yours over
masochist,
him
you
and
fucking
telling him
asshole.
what
You
to
just
do
want to watch
and
me
then he
suffer.
transfers back the finished thing. This
And
again
once
is
you unlock
nothing
the
but a
engineer,
time
you should be
waster,
able
and
to
if
do...
you
Oh, yeah, I
want
agree.
that,
100%.
How about a good old-fashioned
100%.
time wall? Number 5, let's say you're even more courageous. Remove tier 4 and 5 upgrades. Why?
You just
Well,
want to watch
simple.
me suffer,
Reduce the
bro.
power creep that
It's fucked up,
exists in
Axel.
the game
It's
if
fucked
you
up,
don't
man.
want to balance it. This is a lot simpler than going module by module and making sure that everything is, balanced. So just remove the top end of the power creep features. It's drastic, I know, but as you will learn, I am ready to make sacrifices. Number 6. To further reduce the randomness and increase predictability and fairness, remove rolling. Just set exact amount of materials that are required for 100%, 50%, or whatever other percent upgrade. Enough with the RNG stuff. Make it fair. But okay, let's say you're like me and actually want to put in proper effort in your work and do your damn best. You are willing to make sacrifices to produce the better future for all. Well, these are the more drastic changes I would recommend taking. Number 7. Complete overhaul and redesign of upgrades. First, remove everyone's upgrades. Yes, this will cause every care bear on PvP, PvE, and whatnot else to scream like someone's burning their testicles. But in order to remake something, you must destroy. Of course, you have to compensate everyone for the free upgrade tokens and whatnot else for the roles they have done in their lifetimes. I mean, this is being recorded in Codex after all, so there's not even a need.
Yeah, true.
But once you make it anew, examine and calculate. Make sure every upgrade makes sense and has its purpose. If you're scared that this won't work, I present you Warframe. They remade several parts of their game, even several times, and people recognize the effort after examining it and even grow to love it and realize that it was all for the better. Warframe and countless other games have shown that this has been done and can be done. So I implore you to here. Number 8. Alternatively, remove engineering completely. Sure, this will invalidate the time that the people have spent because of the system, but in the form it is right now, it's trash and makes Elite Dangerous into a worse game than it was before it.
I don't
Of
think
course,
so at all.
I do prefer the
What
number
were you
7,
doing at the end
but
game
if you
anyway?
don't want to go through
Engineering
all
is an
that,
end game
well,
thing.
This
Like,
is kind of better. Nothing is better than what we have right now, and that is for the sake of games.
I think
fun
more should have been
elements.
done with
It'd
the
be more
Thargoids,
fair
like,
gameplay. And I'm
there
willing
should
to
be,
give
like,
up my
raids
engineering
and shit,
modules and
you know?
power up just to have a better future, be it through the complete removal as I suggest here, or the previous one, which I again prefer more. So there you go, and I ask
like
all
similar
of you,
to World of Warcraft
are
or something,
you
right? Like there
ready
should
or
be
even
raids
interested to make a similar sacrifice?
where you get
Or
like
are you
20
just
guys in a
okay with the
wing,
status quo?
and you all just go and try to fucking
In the end, there's
do something
really
like
not
that.
much left to say. The point I'm making is that engineering not only uses haphazardly thrown together buffs that
I'm not
make
gonna
some
make this
things
one, am I?
pointless while others outrageously powerful. There is
There we go.
missing information.
Not gonna
in
make that one
general.
either.
The system borderline breaks the game, and I do wish engineering was remade with interesting and fun, more importantly, fair but varied features. See, I love the customization, and many of
Oh,
you
this one
probably
just
do
spawned.
too. But as is, the astounding ineptitude and even basic reasoning is abandoned for current engineering. The power creep has settled in, and we all live in a very monotone status quo. I really wish there would be a change for this, and you, my dear viewer, could help that happen. So, I ask all, go out and talk about this. Let developers know that you want a change, and change for a better game. Share my video if you like, but I encourage to go and let your voice and opinion be heard on forums, as unfortunately developers don't acknowledge Reddit as a valid place. Still, we can send a message.
This nice, free clothing. This is very cool. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I would really kind of pimp them out even if they didn't send the free hoodies. I mean, look at that thing. That's cool. The freaking... I love it. Anyway, if you want one yourself, they are running a 30% off Cyber Monday sale that's still going until... Not sure if Maroc has rings. Probably Atlas might though. Sounds like a place that would have rings. Sounds like a place that would have rings. And it has a refinery system, so I'm gonna guess that yes. And that's industrial, so it might, but the Atlas is probably a better. PC or console? It's PC. Ooh, we have 100 followers in Trovo chat. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it greatly. My next big milestone for the service is at 300. But again, that's not the point. Sirius Corp. Oh, right said Commander. Thank you. Sirius Corp. Centuries of technology serving humankind. A hauler in a combat can be fun if done right. It absolutely can. There needs to be more info for newbies. Absolutely. Again, it depends on what you're doing. I made that video of how to play Elite Dangerous, and more than a few, people.
I should do that.
They're like, this didn't actually tell me anything. Hi, Mamba.
I should make a stream. I should make a stream where it's a new video. And you like start with a Sidewinder. That'd be a good one.
Oh my god. You guys already have a fight going on? More other people said that you didn't give me any practical information. This doesn't tell me how to play Elite Dangerous at all. Actually, I did. I kind of gave you the most important piece of information about how to play. Don't rush. If you don't know something, that's okay. You will figure it out eventually. That's the best part. If you want to rush through it, you're doing it wrong. Care Bear chat. Really? Dude, if you don't like it, just bail. It's not for you.
Right.
You didn't hold my hand and tell me. Oh god, we got a whole bunch of cancers. Good for you guys. Really, really love the honey. Thank you. I found the lack of hand holding refreshing. Exactly. It's a rare a game respects you enough to figure it out. Thank you.
Whoops.
Step 1, install game. Step 2, don't rush. Step 3, profit. Can you say the line, this is the Sidewinder? This is the Sidewinder by Falcon DeLacy. In the narrator voice. This is the narrator voice.
Inventory full. What?
I talk like this to make a point. And by the way, in real life, it's just as effective. And just as fun. Real Chads hang out with the Trovo chat. Thanks for the sub, Sean. Oh, so you were in the sidey. Yes, I am. Let's see. Oh man, I really wish I understood. You know, the fun little things of the OBS studio.
How do you
like setting up
cancel?
bots and whatnot like that? I'd love to like set up a running kill counter. Like especially today, I kind of got a feeling we got a couple.
Imperial shielding. Yeah.
How many times
All right.
Pilot has died during stream? Trovo is a lot like Elite, uncharted territory. You could deliver a pitch like this and land any job you wanted. It's wonderful. That's not necessarily true, but it's actually really interesting you brought that up.
Engineering.
I might be trying to do something with my voice. I'll talk about it later, maybe, if it works, which it won't. But it might.
Thrusters. Pulse laser.
You can literally type "how do I anything" and there will be multiple guides. Yeah, that's true. Gas.
Alright. But unfortunately,
How good
we
is bounty
need
hunting now?
to-
Haven't played it in a week. It's good. Pilot gonna be a Covus? I would love to be a Covus. I really would. I kind of poked HCS voice packs. I'm like, how would I go about downloading my braid? I hope they answer. I do. Hey, thanks for joining the Trovo chat. Appreciate it.
I really wish this ship had like 2 more, or even just 1 more optional fucking thing.
Message, and it has to be a loud one. Believe it or not, but beating the dead horse does attract attention. So, take your favorite sticks and twigs, show
film and screenshots and all sorts of stuff. Feel free to do so. Post it on Twitter and do whatever you do, and we will go from there. So let's start with hundreds of ships. Right. So frameshift drive. Okay. Let's charge it up, and we'll go from there. I can see does how many? Look at that, how many commands I can see. A lot. I don't normally see that many in game, which is also lovely for coming on to the private group. So the instance is a little bit unsteady. We may bust the we may bust the game. We will do our best. Okay. This is why I wasn't too worried about. We could spend hours trying to sort out wings. Okay. Let's let the game do the best it can to see. And if Frontier can maybe spin up a few extra servers for us, maybe they will. I'm just waiting for my frameshift drive to charge it because there's so many of you about. That's going to be a little bit slow. A few people doing very, very close passes on my ship. But that's cool, okay? They're getting themselves on stream. I have no problem with that at all. Commander Yannick is already above the UK. I'm still waiting for my drive to charge it. We will get there. We will get there. So if you want to hold on the throttle for a hyperspace jump, let's do that. That always looks pretty, right? I always like doing those kind of things. See if we can do that. You may or you may not jump in or jump out of the instance. We'll see how the game can cope, okay? I don't want to spend too much time faffing about with wings and things because it does take a long time to get organised. Why is there a hollow triangle? I can't see a hollow triangle.
Hollow means real players on the menu, or on the sensors, if I'm not mistaken. If they're filled in, they're NPCs.
Almost. Who's this sitting in front of me? Trying to block me from escaping. You're jamming my frameshift drive, my friend. Right, here we go. There are a lot of people in the game. Right, I think I'm literally ready. Has everybody else got their frameshift drive charged? Whoever it is in this cutter. Hello, old duck. Good to see you as well, my friend. Right, cutter disruption. Right, I'm just dive out the way. Right, let's go for it. Hyperspace ho. Now see how far we can get. Bang! Right, and there's loads of people in the hyperspace as well. There we go. Right, let's just see if we can get into orbit of the Earth over. I'm going too fast here. Right, where is? Where's the UK? It's probably under cloud. It generally is. Right, hang on. There we go. Going a little bit too far north. So there we go. Everybody hang above the UK. It's just still daylight there, which is good. You do need a permit for Sol.
Oh.
So had you? Hopefully
I should just get a lower shield generator. That's what I'm gonna do. I didn't think of that. I don't need a level 4. I've been debating on having one at all, right? So I think I'll get like a level 4 or something.
There it is.
Or a level like
As I mentioned,
2
on
or
my screens
3,
earlier,
you know?
there were the map of the UK has changed a little bit, and some areas have been flooded with this stuff. So there we go.
I don't see any arrows. There we go.
Because that gives me a we'll be moving on from there in a minute. We may head back to the station and look at some questions. But let's start with a bit of lore, okay? So let's start with a bit of lore. Now, the story of Elite is very much a story of exploration. Okay, now I've got and it starts, the timeline starts in the 1950s. That's where the history of Elite kind of begins in the lore. And it's effectively mankind in space. Humanity in space. So 1950, the first men in space. Obviously Yuri Gagarin from the USSR, as it was then. And followed up by the Americans very shortly afterwards. But the USSR was running the space race for a long, long time. Okay.
Back in the USSR.
We have electronics coming in, and we also have the beginning kind of the nuclear arms race, and that technology explosion is what starts off the Elite story, believe it or not. That's where it kind of begins in the lore. But prior to all that, there's the whole story of the planet that we're orbiting here, right? For hundreds of years, people were charting the surface of the Earth. I'm going to actually drop into super screen again. So follow me around in Earth orbit if you wish to. I'm going to need an escape picture, aren't I? Because we have people in Earth history, such as, let's say, Christopher Columbus. We have Captain James Cook. Look at all the people in Super Crew. It's very cool. Can't see anything, but very cool. We have Francis Drake.
5
Marco
tons.
Polo. We have Amelia Earhart. Okay, all of these people were charting and
38.45.
exploring the Earth.
38.82.
Before we even got off the planet. The great age of
39.
exploration was between the 15th
38.
and the 15th and the 17th century.
38.82. 39.19.
Where
38.
we didn't even know where the boundaries of the world were. The first circumnavigation didn't take place until only a few hundred years before the 1950s, where the history starts. And these explorers were charting the unknown. They were going in ships across the oceans, trying to find their way around things, usually for reasons of money, spices, exotic plants, you name it. Okay. So all of those things were the reasons why they were doing it. But it took many, many long years for us to chart the Earth. And it wasn't until the 1950s whereby Neil Armstrong, not Neil Armstrong, that's the 1960s. It was Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a suborbital flight that the Russians did that starts off our voyage into space. Okay. So, and then we have the 1960s, right? Then we have the 1960s. And in what is, of course, in... actually, yeah, you're quite right, Gallagher Champ. You are quite right. One orbit. Yeah, so it was actually suborbital. It was you're quite right, as the Americans did the suborbital flight. They couldn't equal. They didn't have as much thrust as the Russians. They couldn't do it. So that's a very good point. Look at that. That's very cool. The Super Cruise in Earth orbit. Fantastic. So then we hit the 1960s when the space race is kicked off, and the space race, of course, was a political venture. Okay, we went into space for political reasons. Basically, the Americans trying to beat the Russians, and vice versa. Okay, very, very little actual science in many ways was done, but the political force behind that took us from the Earth to the moon. So let's use that. Let's go and recreate Neil Armstrong's journey. Now, he took 3 days to get to the moon in the systems of the time. So what I'm suggesting we do now, we don't have 3 days, right? But we do have frameshift drives. So let us go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon and do the other things because they are easy, right?
Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Rendezvous there. So if everybody selects that, I think that's correct, isn't it? Let me just double check on the system map. I'm not so familiar with the solar system. I believe it's the Galileo space station. So the Galileo space station in Earth, in the moon orbit, lunar orbit. Let's head there. and we will rendezvous in space at that point and continue the story. So we're up to the 1960s. We've done 10 years of the Elite lore, and maybe a little bit in the background, right? Now, the distance from the Earth to the Moon is 238,000 miles, about 400,000 kilometers, and it took Apollo 11 3 days, right?
I'm gonna want that.
To get to the Moon, using obviously by Elite standards, primitive chemical rockets. I'd like to see all these people in hyperspace, not hyperspace, frameshift drive, going to the Moon simultaneously. Very cool indeed. 384,000 kilometers, Tuplex has given me the exact number. I knew it was roughly that. A distance which is quite impressive, right? But as we know, nothing compared to the distances that we can travel in Elite today. Let's make sure. I'm going to use this newfangled, what do they call it? Super Cruise Assist. There we are. Hands off the. Oh, almost there anyway. Right, I've managed the trip that Neil Armstrong took 3 days, and we've done it in a matter of minutes, right? There we go. And that distance is of nothing to those of us now equipped with spacecraft and frameshift drives, right? Now, it's interesting, again, in the lore, First Man on the Moon, the history, the lore of Elite Dangerous is exactly the same as ours up until the present day, pretty much. Okay, and we'll get to the present time. So if you want to hang around here with me, we've got a nice little crescent moon in the background there. That makes for a lovely shot. We'll do a quick flyby of the moon in a little bit as well. So hop into orbit space near Galileo Station, and we'll do screenies there as well. So we've just literally in real time gone past the major anniversary for Apollo 11, but of course this is the first time in human history whereby humans have left the gravitational influence of the Earth in that sort of sense. We've actually stepped down in Apollo 11, obviously. July, Americans will shoot me if I get this wrong, July 20th, 1969 was when, and I think it's only fair to say Americans stepped on the moon, okay, at this point in time, because, you know, all credit, I think, personally, one of the most significant events in the history of humanity, and all credit to the Americans for doing it. A shame you haven't gone back there, but maybe we're working on that, right? But you know, all credit to America for the massive, astonishing effort it took to place a man on the moon, and it is not an easy thing to do, right? We know that, but it is an amazing achievement, and it's one of the key events in Elite Dangerous lore. The fact that we got off the Earth and arrived at a different planetary body, okay, not that far away, but we did it. And mankind's push to get out of the Earth and into space was a big drive. And Elite can effectively trace its lore back to these momentous events from the 1950s and the 1960s. What we have then is a new power source. We have chemical rockets at this point, and we also have the commercial fission power becoming existent. So the ability to split the atom, right? The ability to split the atom is the first significantly huge improvement in power generation that humanity has. We have fission power. We can split the atom. We can liberate that. That gives us all sorts of problems.
Nice, that's 25%.
We can
Just about.
make electricity from it, but we can also make massive bombs.
Awesome.
And that becomes a problem in Elite Dangerous lore. The other things we've been doing, and we haven't got time to do them live on stream, but it is worth you doing them if you are here. So if you fire up your FSS and do a scan of the system, you will note that there are some remote probes in the system. I'm not precisely sure which ones they are. I know I've been to see.
We're gonna need a level 1 spot.
Which was launched in the 1970 something. I should know.
We could lose 4.
In Elite Dangerous, and it's definitely worth a trip. It's a fair
That'll bring us
array.
down to 24.
It's a fair array. Frontier have put Voyager 2 in the approximate location it will be in the.
Oh, they have a surface scanner right here. Okay.
It's a long way away from Earth.
Okay, we'll just grab that then.
Galachamp's telling me it's 1977. Excellent. Yes, I do remember it being launched. I'm old enough to remember that. I'm not old enough to remember the moon landings, but I am old enough to remember the launch of Voyager. Very, very exciting. Now, Voyager 1 and 2.
Land on the planet,
2 probes
dock,
there were previous ones called the Pioneer
controller
probes,
limpets, yeah.
and
drive on the planet.
Now amongst the furthest objects.
Yeah, okay.
that,
Alright, yeah, we'll get rid of,
And again, good on the Americans.
yeah, we'll get rid of a 2 cargo.
They're the ones who fired those
That'll
probes
be
up. There
fine.
have been other probes as well, but Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are particularly famous. Voyager 2 in particular for being the only spacecraft to have visited the planet Uranus and the planet Neptune.
2 minutes. I mean, really, I
There's
should just
another one
wait.
that's
It's 2
also
minutes.
in Elite Dangerous called New Horizons, which was the first probe to visit the dwarf planet, as it's now called, which is Pluto. So exploration was happening. Now this takes us into the 1970s. Okay, so this is mankind finding its way through the solar system, and on it out into space. So by the end of the 70s, we have the first photographic reconnaissance of the solar system. And by the 1990s, we have visited all the planets that we were aware of at the time. We have since discovered
Eagle, that's what I got. I got an Imperial Eagle. Ooh,
Voyager 6.
quick
because we
little-
know that
quick
we're
little
in
thing.
the wrong sci-fi franchise, my friend.
When did I buy a Viper?
Galileo Space Station, of course, is named after Galileo Galilei, who was the first person, allegedly, or at least the first person in history.
28-minute fee. 10 minutes.
To the sky, looked at the craters on the moon, and also seen the moon.
What do they have for sale here?
Jupiter.
Oh, they have a cutter.
So a good name for a space station, I feel. A very good name for a space station.
Mamba.
So there we are.
Racing
We are in
prototype.
the
Fastest ships in
orbit.
production. Alright, I should grab that.
And then a lovely crate. Phantom, I think. Another ship. There we go. I'm going to hold still so you can all fly your ships in front of
For the
me.
lance. For the lance is so ugly.
So, we come to the end of the 20th century. Okay? Now, man has set foot on.
Let's grab a Mamba.
We've been into low Earth orbit. We have sent space probes to the far reaches of the solar system, and they've sent images back. We're doing quite well. Okay? We're doing quite well. Now, in the 1990s, the last decade of the 20th century, things start to go wrong on the Earth. We have environmental problems. We have pollution. We have extinction of species because of overpopulation. Acquisition of biomes for the progress of humanity. This is all stuff that we're all familiar with.
Yeah.
Rammed down our throat a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a Mamba.
Today, but it starts.
I'm heading to the engineer to do some.
And at this point.
No,
this
I
is where
can't.
the
I need to head to a materials trader first. Okay.
With the one that we implement as humans, if you like, in the real world. And we're trying to avoid the real world, okay, because we're talking about Elite Dangerous law. But what happens at this point is that
Whoa.
in
This
the
thing's pretty wild, huh?
things are very, very unstable. Right, I've got a few more invites. Let me stop at the end of the 21st century and do a few more of these sort of things, and we'll go on from there. There's so many people here. All right, let's get those. All right.
No
I
jump
should be
range.
able to add you to groups. I think I have to set an option.
Whoa.
Somebody said there was an auto add facility in here somewhere, but I have no idea what it is. So I will investigate that for next week. So those of
Nice.
you just tuned in, we are discussing the Elite Dangerous law. We've just been covering the
Shitty
20th
frame shift
century.
drive, that's for sure.
Probably make out. And we are concentrating on the history of the initial jump into space, which is where Elite Dangerous law.
Whoops.
That's not another thing. Oh, a wing invite from Commander Trometer. Okay, let's.
It's 2 railguns.
Yeah, for wing we can try, and we'll see how it goes.
Alright,
So we
let's
are
sell
in orbit
this.
At the moment of Galileo Space Station.
Oh, wait, hang on.
At the moon, in lunar orbit, quite a distant lunar orbit, basically, based on that.
Yeah, they have 5A.
So,
Okay.
at the end of the 20th century in Elite law, this is where things start to change, okay? Because in our reality, we've had things like 9/11, we've had various famines and various crises, we had various wars throughout various governments.
What's the jump?
over
13?
resources or
Yeah,
territory.
it's
But in
that ain't
the
gonna cut it.
universe of Elite, something What happens is that corporations get stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, we have seen this. This has a basis in our actual reality, okay? We have many corporations in the world today that are more powerful, have more money and more influence than many governments, okay? Good examples are companies like Amazon and Apple and maybe others like that, eBay and places like that. Some of these organizations are so big and so powerful that they rival governments, okay? They rival governments. And as a result, they have huge influence. Now, we haven't seen too much in the way of nefarious behavior, but in the universe of Elite, what happens is that some of these corporations decide that they can actually run things
That's a shitty jump.
than the governments. And in the early years of the 21st century in Elite, corporations and
The only thing they have level
some
4.
governments actually come into armed conflict.
They got multi
You'd have
cannons.
to imagine an Amazon or an Apple
Beam fragment.
or
Yeah.
an eBay then militarizing, okay, and taking on a government and effectively appropriating it, all right, taking over its territory. And these are the things that occurred in the early years of the 21st century in the elite law. The specifics are not clipped by a cutter.
For a multi cannon.
So these are things that occur, okay? These are things that occur. And they are precipitated by
And the two
things
larges.
such as, bump my shield up there, I didn't get bumped. They are precipitated by
Just do
overpopulation.
all
We
multi
are
cannons.
ourselves resting. They are forming up around the letterbox. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm just going to wander over there a little bit. Let's form up. Stop bashing my ship. Form up near the letterbox because that's good fun. Travel slowly there. Better than cut by a clipper. Yes. I was kind of hoping it was a clipper that I could have made that pun, but never mind. But yeah, so corporations get increasingly militaristic in the universe of Elite in these, and there are population problems. There are, and basically the view that I've taken on it, this isn't stated in the law, but the rationale that I have is that resources become
Is this 2? No.
resources like
They don't
water,
have level 3.
food, territory
For the
becomes
railguns.
scarce, and corporations basically decide that they are going to own it rather than governments. So there are initially small conflicts with these other governments, but they escalate. Okay, they escalate, and the number of minor wars continues to increase. There is a
Oh, the Mamba's already red.
there is a lot
Fucking
of
A.
religious unrest as the world tries to figure out what's going on.
Oh, I'm not going to buy a paint job. It's already red.
Oddly enough, of course, right now we're all in lockdown with this virus, and it is altering our society. We may.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't have lasers.
We may make the odd meme. We may post the odd comment on Twitter, but it can't have escaped anybody's notice that we are living through a historical event right now with this virus. Okay, when we emerge from the other side of this, things will not be quite the same. They may not be astonishingly different, but they will be subtly different, at the very least, and they may be significantly different. We'll have to wait and see. And it's these sort of events that shape society. We tend to think of the environment we're in as unchanging. Of course, that's not true. And it's the same with this story, right? So these corporations begin to fight governments for their resources, and their strategic plans include annexing great big tracts of the planet to actually be theirs. It's a corporation-owned area, and governments have no jurisdiction. So by the 2020s, there is movements afoot to try and restore the ability of governments to maintain control, partly because they see the environmental damage that these corporations are continuing. So what you've got to imagine, right, is the various corporations are appropriating parts of the planet now, and they are just, if they're mining for more raw materials. They're just doing it without government intervention. If they are felling trees for paper, they are doing it without any kind of government regulation. They have basically taken over a patch of territory, and government laws, you know, whether they are international or whether they are national or whatever they happen to be, do not apply to these corporations. They are their own.
Captain Gatling.
This is causing massive ecological damage. And it's, you know, the religions begin to get out of hand, and there are mass uprisings. So the 2020s in the universe of Elite are very,
Bullet.
very bleak time. Okay, lots of people are getting killed.
It's got to be like a license plate, right?
There's war over religion. There is war over
Bang, bang.
There is lots and lots of pollution. It's basically it's all going to shit, right? So the planet we're doomed.
Bang, you
that's
dead.
Basically,
Damn it.
It's much more grim, actually, even than where we are right now. Okay, there's a lot of commonality. Yeah, we haven't diverged that far, right, yet. But you know, the Elite universe is very grim, very
Headshot.
grim. They, you know, the Elite universe does have some bright spots.
No.
Okay, the first commercial space station operated by a corporation.
No.
Okay.
Thermal. No.
Corporations now have
Damn.
space capability of themselves.
This dude.
Elon Musk, you know, is very similar to what we have.
It's my license plate. Pew
Corporations
pew.
are racing the governments for control of space. They see it as a place to exploit, a place to own. And the international treaties that still bind us
Oh
in
my.
our timeline are no longer.
That
in
was
effect,
fun.
okay? The corporations are just doing what they need to do because they are effectively unfettered, they are unsupervised, and regulation is no longer effective. Okay. So it
Dude.
starts getting pretty nasty, and then by the time we get to the 20.
With so many multi-cannons, it's like gonna slow down the ship when they shoot. Like my speed's gonna go down.
Fossil fuel being burnt really, really badly. Yeah, worse than where we are. Yeah, they're accelerating. It's the only major source of power.
Okay, let's
we have,
yep.
You know, corporations fighting each other for dwindling resources. And the only highlight I've got in the lore, actually, that I've managed to find for this period, is that somewhere along the line somebody managed to have a baby
Oh, wow,
in
that's
space,
it.
or at least not on the Earth. Okay, so
Okay.
we have that's the only kind of bright spot. Otherwise, it's just doom and gloom in this period of the lore. Okay.
All right.
And then you know, people are fighting over these kind of these things. Right, near pick from above the letterbox. Okay, it's quite quite.
Ooh, high
I'm
tech.
gonna head back quickly to the letterbox. Just carefully drive around. I don't know who else is here. If we congregate, let's congregate as close to the letterbox as we can, folks, and then we'll go on to the next chapter of this because yeah, there's.
This will be it. That's the highest one if I wanted to do some trading. Okay. This is a savage ship, dude. I'm excited about that.
Galileo.
Okay, let's go find.
Now you can read about some of this history if you want to go and visit the tourist.
A manufactured materials trader.
History about all these things, and you can, you could read about some of these events by the things in the history. So all doomed and somebody drops it. Yeah, it's just that's the way it is. Look at there's dozens of ships here. That's fantastic. And there's a lovely view of Earth. I don't know if you can see it. I saw it. I don't know if I can get it back on the screen. I've lost it now. Where was it? Earth is a lovely little. There it is in the corner. I'm going to park kind of like that. Earth is a lovely distant blue orb.
So how do I get unladen? If my current's 35, how
so
do I
yeah,
get to
we
38?
have,
You know? Do I like
we
take
have
off the shield generator and shit?
is in a right mess, okay? And the corporations are rising in power, acquiring each other militaristically. You can imagine an Amazon taking over the UK, for example, by sheer force of power. Okay, that is what is occurring at this point in time. And then basically it all comes to a head. It all comes to a head in the 2040s. There is World War III. And World War III is conducted with the technology of the time. So basically, you imagine the technology that we have today, the computerized bombing, the nuclear capability that we have. World War III caused
Lil Any.
absolutely almost irreparable damage, right, to the Earth. It also, as in any time of war, I mean, if you look at the difference between World War I and World War II and the amount of technology improvements that we had, this war lasts for many years, okay, and during that time, many new technologies are developed.
This isn't the right
Great
site.
advance in technology as it always is in wartime, but the planet itself is devastated. Okay, the Earth is extremely badly affected.
It's not this one either.
A few more people to do.
No, there's a site.
No, I haven't. That's all right. I thought I did. I've got some there. 3 pending friend requests. Let's just tick those off so people can jump in. So yeah, so we have the Third World War, and the Third World War is, oops, even after all these years, I can't get used to this UI at all. But they keep changing it.
I think this is it. Yeah, this is the one.
And I'm old. It takes me a while to adapt. So yeah, so the planet is devastated, okay, and we are only on the Earth. We haven't achieved anything significant in space other than the odd space station, right? We're still bound to the Earth. There is massive amounts of death, okay. Huge swathes of the population are wiped out, and this war takes almost a decade to come to a conclusion, right? Some sources have it dubbed the energy war. Okay, so it's a fight not only with energy but about energy and being able to control the resources of the planet. And basically, the Earth is devastated. And by 2050, which is a bit scary, I'll be 80 that year. Life doesn't sound like it's really worth it. It's very grim on Earth. Massive environmental damage, massive extinctions, massive resource failures, crop failures, you name it. Population of the Earth plummets despite all the technology advances. Okay.
Yeah, but the last material
The
trader I
only
went
bright thing
to
come out
was
of
Raw.
That war is that we finally have
There are 3 types of material traders, exactly.
energy generation perspective.
And I
to
have...
leave fission behind, splitting the atom, and switch to fusion, which is the ability, obviously, to fuse.
These are encoded.
nuclei together to
So
generate
these are the
power,
encoded
just like
ones.
The sun uses, the stars use to generate power. And so the Fallout series is a documentary. A lot of these space games do have this kind of very grim beginning, right? So the so the
We're looking
Earth
for
is
manufactured.
a mess, but we have fusion power. Okay, that is the
Yep.
that is the
Okay, there's that
one
guy.
main
Yeah.
achievement that we get because of that massive technological advance, right? Looking for ways
Manufactured.
to power things, looking for ways to attack our opponents in that context, and fusion, the ability to harness the power that powers the sun, is the thing that changes everything. So the other thing that comes out of there is the Earth is in such a bad state, okay, that it's in some ways only marginally habitable, okay. There are problems with radiation, there are problems with crop harvesting, all the sort of things that you'd expect in a nuclear winter are now problems that the remaining population of the Earth are having to deal
Look at
with.
this.
But technology comes to the rescue in the sense that this is the driver, this is the thing that pushes humanity ultimately out into space for good, is that they start making colonies, okay? They start making colonies. The first one is
How does it
unsupervised
know?
on the moon.
So he just has materials trader.
Which I've
How
lost
does it
information
know?
about. The moon was over here somewhere. So a permanent base is established on the moon. I can't even find the moon. Where's the moon? There it is. We don't need to go there. We may go past it. Okay. There's the moon. There we go. So the first base is established on the moon. Okay. The first base is established on the moon, and we have people off the planet that can now build a slightly different civilization, and can make sure that humanity doesn't have all its eggs in one basket. Because we were effectively almost wiped ourselves out in World War III. We were lucky to escape from that in the Elite Dangerous Law. And
We'll
then
try this.
we start to settle the moon, start to settle a few other places as well. Right, let's take a spin past the moon. Now I'm going to give you a target. So we're just going to frame shift drive to the moon. Just going to charge my frame shift drive. Oh, a mass lock because I'm next to the station. Let's move away from there. So let's all move away from the station. We'll try to
Whoa.
get the frame shift drives up and running again. Just going to get a little bit of distance from the station.
Harding orbital.
My mass lock away. Those of you in the same instance of me,
Harding
if you
orbital.
form up, then please do. Right, just going to charge frame shift. There's so many of you around. And we'll take a spin past the moon. Once we go past the moon, just going to quickly check the system. No, I can't. Can't multitask in this game. There we go. There's a few people forming up alongside me. Lovely to see all the ships, by the way. So I'll try and do a few shout outs.
Yeah, that's not
sort of
right.
stuff.
Because it said it was 90, which is right there.
Well, I forgot that World War III happened so soon. Then yeah, so it's a bit scary.
But where is Harding orbital?
It takes a long time to charge up your frame shift drive when there's so many ships about. But it's good. It's good.
Oh, it's a Coriolis starport.
So
Oh.
swing past them.
It's right there. Okay.
I know there's a lot of you have got your.
Alright, let's give it a shot. I'm pumped about that Mamba. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Hi everyone, join the Lord Drew. Looks like folks in this can't see enough people.
I'll have to whip that out sometime.
Yeah, we're suffering a little bit. I mean, it's elite dangerous. Right, I am ready to throttle up. So I'm going to find a little bit and swing past the moon, and then I'll give you the next target destination. Throttle up to engage.
Oh, cool.
So,
He's heading to the
I
moon.
can't even see the moon.
Oh, he's playing with so many people. That's so cool.
But moon bases were established. Colony on the moon. Dark grey areas there, which are balsamic coloured plateaus.
That's super cool, y'all.
I think we've kind of actually got a proper map of the moon now, so it actually looks not enough of an astronomer to be able to identify.
Less maneuverability. Gotcha.
I'm sure some of you can do that. But the moon is where humanity establishes, not surprisingly, its first colony. Okay. Now we're going to head and we're going to rendezvous next at Mars High. Okay, space station in orbit around Mars. That's our next destination. So click your frame shift drives onto Mars High, and we will cruise to the next planet out. Because Mars, as we know in our timeline, is a planet which is it's not habitable in the sense of we could go and stand there today and we would be fine, but it is the closest to a habitable planet that exists in our solar system at this point in time. It is much smaller than the Earth. It's about 1/3 of the size of the Earth, and the gravity is
Really?
low.
I thought it was a
It's
half.
virtually non-existent.
1/3.
But
Okay.
it isn't, absolutely appallingly bad. Venus, for example, the planet that's closest further into the sun than we are, is an absolutely hellish place. Although it's a
Oh,
massive
yeah.
system,
That and
it has a
Mercury.
horrendously thick atmosphere. It rains sulfuric acid and the surface temperature can be lead, so it's not a great place to live, right? Whereas Mars basically doesn't have much of an atmosphere, but it is, it's not hostile in that sense. There are lots of problems going to Mars. You've got radiation, ultraviolet, no atmosphere, which is a problem. But Mars is much more hospitable than Venus, and we are even today in our timeline talking about. massive technological exodus from the planet's surface of Earth. So we build cities in Earth orbit. We have a base on the Moon, and we go to Mars. Okay, we also go to Mars, and we start.
Yes.
We start colonizing Mars.
Okay.
And it is in this.
So for the FSD, I have level 1.
The political structure of the Earth changing.
Now I need chemical processors. Okay.
Once the dust has settled, the radioactive dust, okay,
Oops.
from the World War III has settled.
Yo, I thought you were supposed to get like a shit ton. The fuck?
There were corporations.
God damn it.
Multiple governments across the Earth. Okay, we know that.
Oh,
All
wait.
that's left
Okay, 2 to 1.
winner,
Okay.
if you like,
Okay.
of that war is the United States of America.
Chemical processor.
They
Imperial
are
shield.
the dominant power
There we
that
go.
remains on the Earth. They're the only ones that actually survive
So we'll do 20.
in a recognizable form at all. United
Phosphorus, I should have plenty.
Which is a bit distressing to me.
Let's double check.
Okay, so Europe, China,
Yep, I have 100.
Soviet Republic, Africa.
Strange
governments.
Wig Solutions.
Okay, it is the end of history for those.
18.
those
So I'll need
governments.
to
It's the end
trade for
of
those maybe.
Those
Those are for level 3.
So that is the end.
How, Axel, how many does it cost
It is the
per
end of African history.
like
You know,
upgrade,
Australian
right?
history
Is it
is
1,
roughly
5, 3? You know what I
really
mean?
dangerous. None of those governments survive beyond the 21st century. Okay, they are all gone at the end of World War III.
Chemical distillery in manganese.
They are history. They become nothing.
Eccentric.
They do not go forward.
Oh, I have a bunch of those.
The corporations are
Manganese.
also mostly disbanded. Okay.
69,
United
nice.
States.
Okay. And chemical distilleries.
The United States is the only functioning government that remains. Okay, the only functioning government. It is quickly not the United States of America, but the United States of the Americas. Okay, so it establishes
1 per time you click, and it
dominance.
gets more expensive per level. So level 2 requires 2? Is that what you're saying?
Becomes the United States of the Americas. Okay, that is what happens on Earth as these other cities.
Yeah, I'll see it for sure. I was just trying to get an idea.
Like the anaconda doing a barrel roll. And,
So for level 1,
that's all that remains.
atypical wig.
And they establish control over what remains of
Atypical disrupted wig. Okay, so that's for level 1. And then for level 2, I need these and chemical processors,
a few remaining governments.
which I have 90.
remnants, if
Okay.
you like, of Europe,
Now for level 3, I need the chemical processors, phosphorus, and strange wig, which I think I have a fair amount of. I don't have a whole lot of strange wig. I only have 18. So I might only be able to get to level 3 unless I find another trader
At some point
that
during this
can
period,
maybe
the
give me
date
some
is
of these.
Not possible to pin down. I don't have the actual date.
Because then for level 4, we're looking
at some
at
point in this period,
data mined, wake
the
exceptions,
United States of the Americas changes its name
arsenic, which I have a ton of,
to the
and
Federation
chemical
of the
manipulators.
States. Okay, the U,
3. Let's get some of those.
the FUS, oddly enough. The Federation of the United
Oh, wow.
States is born. Okay, and at some point in the 21st century, the United
That's for
States
level 5.
dropped,
So
and all we have left is
I guess we'll head out and just see how we do upgrading this frame shift drive.
of the Federation as we know it.
And I'm gonna upgrade this frame shift drive because this is gonna be my ship that gets me the materials for the other
Thank you very much.
ships.
So that is the beginning of the Federation. Okay, it is the remnants of the Earth government. that
Level 4 could be
survived World
15.
War III.
Gotcha.
And it is the FUS. I'd
I'm gonna head out there and see how well I can do. The only one I'm kind of low on is Strange Wake Solutions,
The United States takes over
and
the
I have
United States
18
because
of the Strange Wake Solutions, and that's level 3. If I can get past level 3 to level 4, I should be good.
Any Americans on the stream this evening, anybody watching, you guys win. Okay, that's it. That's the end game. America won.
So I have 90 processors. That's for level 2 and 3.
The Earth then belongs to the Americans. Okay, so
Chemical
they have
distilleries
a
are for level
simplified
4.
constitution.
Chemical manipulators
and
are for
it's
level
actually some of the
5.
reasons that it's called the Federation rather than
Okay.
the United States, according to the law, is that an awful lot of some people do some amazing stuff.
And like I said,
Um,
I'm gonna do
basically
this
saying
frame shift
if it was
drive
the United
because this is the one
States,
that's gonna be going back and forth, getting all the materials and stuff like that.
So we don't want to be part of the United States because we are the sovereign whatever.
I'll see if I have enough stuff to do thrusters too.
So they drop United States.
I don't think I'll have it.
Federation, so all the remaining governments can be subsumed, and that's what happens. So the Federation is mostly America. United States of America, as we know.
Yeah, I haven't. Oh, okay. I need to get her meta alloys for thrusters. Okay.
That becomes the Federation.
Okay. All right. So let's head out. Let's head out to her and let's see what we can do.
Originate from the Constitution of the United States as it's known today. It is simplified. It is more inclusive. It includes a whole bunch of stuff about protecting the planet and never militarizing again. But for the first time ever in Earth's history, by the mid to late 21st century, the Federation is a global government. Okay, there is nothing else on the Earth that isn't under single governmental control. The planet is effectively unified. Okay, there is no Far East, there is no China, there is no Australia, there is no Europe, there is a United Kingdom. There isn't the United States anymore. It is the Federation. The Federation is everything that is on the Earth. The Federation also controls all the orbiting space cities that are in orbit around the Earth. And they also control the moon base, and they also control the missions to Mars. Okay, so the first landing on Mars is achieved in the year 2070 or thereabouts.
Then from here, we're gonna head out.
Now, it obviously is
So,
a bit dangerous. It looks
I have the
like
planetary vehicle hangar.
Oh, that's amazing.
Because we're probably gonna head out and grab
It looks a little bit unusual to us.
to that hip 36601. We'll probably grab some more of the raw.
Mars has been terraformed. Now we don't get to the terraforming of Mars for a little bit because it doesn't happen straight away. But by now, in Elite Dangerous, Mars is terraformed. It is a habitable planet. It isn't at all in the 21st century. Back at this point in time, Mars is as barren and inhospitable as ever. Okay. Never militarized. How am I American? Well, okay, we'll come to that, but that's not happening today. There's definitely more war coming. All right, there's more war. So there we go.
Swap the limpet controller. What's up, Brad? You're good, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, so Mars has been terraformed by the time of Elite Dangerous. In fact, there's a story about that. We'll go into that sort of thing. So, but
Glad you're here, man.
back in the 21st century, Mars
How have you been?
is inhospitable as ever, right? So in 2070, we get the first person on Mars, first Mars landing.
I don't think I need the limpet controller.
It doesn't say. It does actually. The law does say it's the first man on Mars. So, well, diversity. We'll work on that. But and the first permanent moon base is established around about the 2070 era. Okay. We also at this point managed to find.
Yeah, I need the detailed
enough,
surface scanner. Let's
resource.
get this over here.
Okay. And our new fusion.
I'll wait for that,
technologies,
because I need
we
that.
built one of the reasons we can get to Mars is we can achieve it in a reasonable time frame. Okay. So we not only have fusion
Nice.
power source, and we've
I've been
not
good,
only
man.
used fusion bombs.
I've been busy at work.
But we've also managed to turn fusion power into a propulsive space.
We got these couple days off Thursday and Friday, so I'm just streaming. Streamed for like 13 or 14 hours yesterday. Or no, 12 or 13.
Okay, so we have fusion power. Now, one of the reasons we can get to Mars and send them out is because of this fusion drive.
Might do the same again today.
We can
I'm
get
just
to Mars
grinding
a
in this game,
few,
so
weeks.
it's pretty boring, honestly. But
Right now, we just couldn't.
it's not to me. It's like Factorio. Factorio is boring to watch, I would imagine, but it's a blast for me. I found out my controller, I can change the colors on it. These Afterglow controllers are like way cooler than I thought they were.
How'd you get there?
So I figured that out yesterday. Super fucking cool.
Don't want to be in space outside.
And I'm just listening to this lore in the background for Elite Dangerous, which I think is super cool.
Too much damage, you'll get cancer and you'll die horribly. Okay.
So yeah, just hanging out, man.
there's two
How have you
solutions
been?
to that. One is
For
invent
real.
some kind of shield.
I hope all is well with you, man. I know it's been a while.
Long time. Okay, so we've got no shields at this period in time. The other one is to get there a lot faster, so your exposure to lethal radiation is much lower. That's one of the reasons why the lunar trip of Apollo 11 was okay, because they were only up in space for 6 days, and they worked out the amount of radiation they'd receive in that time period wasn't going to be enough to cause them too many problems. But going to Mars is a complete different kettle of fish, right? It's going to take you 6, 9, 12 months to get there, and that is not the same level of exposure. That's far different, and you will die of cancer, right? You either need massive amounts of lead, or you need a fast ship, okay, one that can do the Kessel Run. But you need a fast ship to get to Mars, okay? A fusion power gives us that, okay? And that's why in 2070 we can get to Mars quickly, because fusion power gives us the ability to not be take a long time to get there, but neither to be tied by orbital mechanics. As Glenn, Commander Terra Firma, just pointed out, with chemical rockets, you have to pick your moment, okay? Because Mars isn't in the right place in its orbit to get there. Fusion power gives us the ability to go there, much more efficiently and get faster. At the same time, we deploy humanity in this case from the Earth. We deploy the first interstellar probes. Okay, so the first spacecraft, unmanned in this case, first interstellar probes. So not just the solar system. We are now going to look at Barnard 7. We're going to look at Tau Ceti. We're going to look at Sirius. We're going to look at all the nearby stars that are potentially worth investigating to see if there's anything worth going to. Okay, we don't have the capability to go there yet. We don't have the capability to travel interstellar distances, but we're going to look using interstellar probes that are lightweight, using fusion drives that can accelerate to a reasonable fraction of the speed of light and report back to us about what is out there. Okay, so that happens at the end of the 21st century. We have interstellar probes based on fusion power, and we send those probes off. Okay, they're going to take decades to get there, but we start doing it because we have now a mind that we are a unified humanity. It sounds a little bit Star Trek, right? But we are. It's a unified.
What's up, Brad?
I
didn't know you had this.
Become serious business. I see what you did there.
It's going to be a little while before I'm
And so we are
ready to start doing some conflict zones and stuff.
Have a base on the moon. We've landed on Mars.
But
interstellar probes out
you're more than welcome to join me in farming materials. I mean, technically you'd need to do it too, you know what I mean? So it's up to you though, you know? You're more than welcome to hop in the wing, and if you have a high enough jump range, you can follow me, you know?
The rest of the solar system. We look at the moons of Jupiter, okay? Notice here, you can still see the traces on the system map of the exploration. We found a base, Columbus.
Because I think that's you on Steam, right? You're hello?
We found a base, Columbus, in Jupiter. We start settling the moons of Jupiter. We do the same with Saturn at Titan City. And we even have, the ability to go and visit some of the other bases. We actually settle the moons of Jupiter. They're actually worth going to and doing that. And we start doing heavy mining on the moon. We start digging resources out of the moon and start using it. Okay. So the progress into space, because of the fusion drive, is extremely rapid by standards that we have today. We don't have a fusion drive in our real timeline, but in the universe of Elite, the fusion drive unlocks the solar system. Okay, it allows us to get to Jupiter in a few weeks. It allows us to get to Saturn. And we can travel the solar system. So actually, for those of you who have watched The Expanse, the level of technology that you see in
I fucking hate The Expanse, bro. Those characters are so shitty. It's such a cool show, but it's ruined by how much I hate the characters. I don't know. That's my hot take on The Expanse. I should love it. I fucking hate it.
Flip over. Yeah, we still haven't got any kind of frame shift drive or anything like that. We don't have hyperspace. We don't have anything there. But we have powerful fusion drives that can operate through real space at a decent clip. Okay, we can get to the places, but we still have the limits of physics. Okay, so it's entirely inertial space travel. So you have to pull so many G's when you're accelerating, and you have to flip your spaceship over and decelerate the rest of the way. Okay, so those
Flip and burn, baby, flip and
that's the
burn.
technology that unlocks the solar system for humanity, and it allows us to rebuild. Okay, because we can now build bases in different parts of the solar system. What we do, we colonize and build stations around Mars, around the Moon, around Mercury. We build a space station here around Io. We settle the surfaces of the Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, and we go as far out as Saturn. We clearly decided there wasn't much point in going any further, right? I've just moved the wrong screen there. Sorry about that. Does humanity have hibernation tech at the moment? Don't know actually. There's nothing in the lore about it. About hibernation tech.
Chewbacca, woo! The Chewbacca darker.
Basically, mankind, humanity.
Cause you know I love my Chewbacca. He's the most handsome dog in the whole fucking world. I love my motherfucking Bacca. 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 I love my motherfucking Bacca.
Anymore. These civilizations, these outposts, these colonies that we establish throughout the solar system become self-sufficient.
Cause I have the most handsome dog in the whole fucking world.
Their own economies.
A
It's still
motherfucker,
utterly
motherfucker.
okay? So the fact that America was all that was kind of left after World War III sets the tone for the Federation. Capitalism rules. Okay, socialism is effectively forever banished to the annals of history. Some Americans will be really pleased with that. Whatever your political inclinations, this is the law of elites. Okay? So communism, socialism.
This should be here now.
Everything is gone. Okay, capitalism is the only thing that remains, and that is the heart of the economy of the Federation. It is all about growth. It is all about exploit. It is all about financial instruments which just continue to require you to expand, expand, consume, expand, consume, expand. Very much like the Earth is right now. Western cultures.
Chewbacca,
consume resources,
Chewbacca,
build more,
baby.
Sell more. It's capitalism. Okay, that is the fundamental structure of the Federation in the solar system, and we do what we did on Earth. Okay, we strip mine the moon. We exploit rare and precious gems and materials on the Galilean moons. We go down to Mars and we start terraforming it to make more space. We go mining. We get precious resources. We turn that into technology. We turn that into ships, and we continue to expand.
So I think that's it now.
Growth comes back. So
so we can scan the wakes.
Still in a mess, right, at this point in time.
That's for encoded materials.
Quickly go past the limits of what was possible on the Earth.
Limpets,
We begin to fill
or whatever.
the solar system. Right? That's where we are at the end of the 20th.
I can scan the surface, which I need to do.
Now,
And I should have my other one.
In the elite law, and this is a little aside because this comes from the original.
Let's just make sure before we head out.
Get it, so excuse me for
I should have a scarab.
the universe. Get the original game.
Do I not have a scarab? I thought I did. Okay, I need a scarab.
Many of you who've been on my streams before have seen this, but this is a genuine piece of elite lore in the real world. Okay, so this is, although the green screen is making the
No.
this is the original elite game. Okay, try and get angle so you can see it without the sun bouncing off. Let me just go to full camera focus. Right. Okay, so there we go. This is
There we go.
the original
Because
game.
as soon as I leave here, I'm heading back and
This is
getting
from
some more
1985,
of those
when
whatevers.
Elite originally came out. This is the first game. Elite Dangerous is the fourth game. Okay, and inside
Oh, is he showing the original game? You guys should see that.
the
It's
original
really cool.
manual-
Is he going to show it?
In the old days, games came with manuals. They printed things, right? This is the original.
Oh, he's not going to play it.
Space True. You just about read that. So move this in. So put that aside. Try and get it so that the lights.
Y'all should check out the original Elite. It's been around since 1986, 1985.
It says Space
Very
Traders
cool.
Flight Training Manual. Okay, and that is a Spectrum version. Yeah, I had a ZX Spectrum.
Okay,
version, but I don't
so
have
planetary vehicle
it.
hangar.
Let me just close down
Yep.
this so-
Let's make sure I have a planetary approach suite.
So in here, printed manual. Yeah, they're good. In here, there is a lovely small bit
Yep.
of lore.
So
This is
I can
very
land my ship on the
important.
planets.
It's written down, okay?
I can scan the planet, which I need to do. I can drive
No,
around
it's
on the
not,
planet,
but,
and I think that's it. I have my fuel scoop. I got a shield Jenny. I think that's it, y'all. I'm not gonna get any cargo, because that'll be for another thing. So, I want to go ahead and say we're good.
Just trying to find the right bit.
We could
Okay,
probably
right,
lose the limpet.
so-
I'm just going to keep it on me, though, because I don't want to have to do it.
In
So-
now you may be able to see that on the camera. There's the camera. There we are.
And we should be ready to ride.
Generation ships, okay, before the
Yeah.
development of the WS through space drive.
Oh, it's not even that bad of a jump.
Stellar Traveler
This
carried
ship is
large
great,
self-sustaining
man.
environment ships, generating-
This ship really is fucking awesome.
There are more than 70,000 of these immense vessels planned away through
It's so much better than an Asp Explorer. Like,
and the penalty for interference with such a vessel is no room. Okay? So that is
whoopsies, toasty.
Okay, and I like printing. You can read them off the event. But the generation ships, it says 30th generation. Now, actually, it says a bit more than that. We know from the Frontier.
How many?
third
7
generation ship,
jumps?
in fact, been confirmed on Gallant
Okay.
since. Is that the first generation ship was actually launched in the year 2097. Okay, 2097. That's when the first generation ship was launched. So we went from the end of World War III, which is sometime in the 2040s, to being able to build a generation
No.
in 50 years. Okay, now that's actually quite staggering, right? From anything, you're going from 50 years, but that shows the rate of technological progress that in the elite group has been assumed for the purpose of the world. Okay, so from the end of World War III, we are able to build a generation ship which is several kilometers long, right? It's a big thing. Somebody in the chat earlier mentioned an O'Neill cylinder. It's that kind of level of technology. Okay?
No.
Building generation ships right at the end. Okay, so 2097, the first one launched. From Sol. Okay, so from Earth orbit, it is it is that sort of jump. Now, yeah, actually,
I'm just trying to watch my stream for a second, but it's so far behind.
So we're 50 years from the first flight to the moon landing, and it's a similar sort of jump. So we go from World War III, utter devastation, to being able to build. Oh, there's a Guardian fighter. Being able to build a generation ship in 50 years. Okay, we have the resources because we mined the solar system.
Hey, I caught the Gatorade.
Properly,
Think I can try it again?
taken
Let's try it again.
asteroids out of the asteroid.
Oh! I'm gonna break something. Oh! Huh. Oh, baby!
And
Whoa,
goes
yeah!
off, okay, it goes off looking for
One of my, I have like my 2 phones, and one of them is like
where to go.
right behind me.
Else-
This, my iPhone is like
with
a whole minute.
so much.
No.
To build a generation with, right? That's a major undertaking for humanity. Now, the generation
Chewbacca.
by,
I think I'm gonna change that. I don't like the
structure that remained
the ones on the
from
end.
solar
It looks like Hugh Bark.
and they were incredibly expensive things. Now,
Hubok.
economy of, the solar system is
trying to think of what I could lose.
Is it worth building
Chewbacca. I could lose 1K, but that's not enough. I could lose the A. Chewbacca.
economies of space?
I used to just say big bone.
With the colonization of the solar system, capitalism demands growth, okay, and we need to go other places. Okay, we need to go other places.
He's the biggest boner.
Generation ships laws. Some of them are corporate entities. Yes, you're quite right. So they are sort of funded by the capitalist environment that exists once we have a unified government.
Capitalism. Communism.
Federation. Most corporations.
Guess who's getting a new microphone tomorrow? Woo! Tomorrow. Woo!
If you can
Guess who's getting a new microphone tomorrow? Woo! Tomorrow. Woo! 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 New microphone tomorrow. A new microphone tomorrow. A new microphone tomorrow.
So,
I got a motherfucking blue Yeti in the mail. Fucking blue Yeti in the mail. Got a blue Yeti in the mail. Got a blue Yeti in the motherfucking mail. Motherfucking mail. Motherfucking mail. Got a blue Yeti in the motherfucking mail. A blue Yeti in the motherfucking mail. A blue Yeti. Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti in the motherfucking mail.
You know, the resources from the solar system are
When I open the box, it's gonna go bum ba na 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 na.
of,
I got a blue Yeti in the motherfucking mail.
now the thing that
Slow her down there, partner.
to some sources,
Some
many sources tell us
sauces.
the first generation ship left in 2097. Okay, but the law also states that the first extrasolar images from other star systems by those interstellar probes that were sent out with the fusion tech didn't arrive back until the early 22nd century. In fact, you had to be 10 years in, so 2110.
I got a blue Yeti, blue Yeti,
C.
blue Yeti, blue Yeti. I'm gonna replace this fucking piece of shit, yeah.
2 decades to get there, and then
Cause I'm gonna replace this fucking piece of shit, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, ooh, yeah.
there's no super light communication.
Give me you, give me five, give me that which I desire. Ooh, yeah.
First close-up pictures of other planets
Wop, bop,
start getting reported back.
bop.
According to the law,
No, 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 no.
you had to kind of a little bit fast and loose with the law.
I paid $40 for this microphone, and to put that in context, it came with the boom, like, and the windscreen, and the the whole thing. One might even say the whole kit and caboodle. Actually, how do I sound versus the YouTube?
Habitable planets out there. There are habitable planets around other stars
Oh yeah, I'm loud in there.
that we can go to. We could settle there.
You know, I keep telling you guys to not let me sing, but
That is the impetus.
you guys don't care. You guys just want me to keep embarrassing myself. Whatever. You guys are supposed to be my friends.
Growth. A constant growth. More resources, more people, more jobs, more things. And if it's constrained by resources, it becomes overpopulated and you get to the problem.
Cause I got a blue Yeti, baby. A blue Yeti, baby. A blue Yeti, baby.
It did not want another war.
Brap, brap, bop.
So they had to expand. That was the impetus for the generation ships to go out there, go and settle other worlds.
I got a motherfucking blue Yeti in the mail. Blue Yeti in the mail. Blue Yeti in the mail.
New places to
I'm so excited about it, y'all. I'm so fucking excited. It's blue.
So, that is a formative moment.
Should I paint it red?
Now, what I want to do
I got a motherfucking blue Yeti in the mail.
So let's
Alongside the bears.
stay
Slow down. 4:59.
So, head
Oi,
down
Felicia, about to be out of
towards-
work. Come on home, love.
Now it's not going to look
I hope she comes right to the house.
too
Yeah, with a bit in the lorry in my flat. Yeah. 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 Fish and chips. Yeah. I don't do the loop of shame. I do the wiggle of shame. Wrong side. Today's cruise includes some delightful views. Our flight attendants are on hand with full details. We will be cruising. We will be cruising in system for a while. Please feel free to take advantage of our in-flight entertainment.
Frameshift drive is charging, so let's head down to the surface of Mars.
Let's head down to the surface of Mars. Gray. Wrong side. Wrong side of the base. Is he in the orbital line? No. Okay.
Game, I busted it. Right, oh, there we go.
There we go, in a bit of a lorry in my flat. Crikey.
Now, interesting things happen because this again, at this point in history, technological development is massive. Okay, technological development is still massive. The Federation, as it exists now, has massive resources available to it. The whole of the solar system, all of the people. It's full of energy. Oh my God, it's full of stars. It is. It has massive capability, massive R&D, massive, amounts of.
This is also one of my favorite things, that you can just like look around and open up a menu.
First century we are nothing like that now. Okay, they have the entire resources of the solar system at their disposal. Okay,
Eject.
that means that they've got massive R&D capability. Okay, and they are researching anything and everything to aid in this extravagant adventure across space. Okay?
Extravaganza.
Because they want to expand. They know the galaxy. They know the solar system isn't big enough for their ambition. Okay?
Hey, Brett, are you still here?
Further and further and further. They want to get out of the solar system, and that is a massive technological hurdle to overcome. The fusion drive is not enough. Okay.
Negative.
The generation ships are a grand endeavor. Okay, but they're not the end of the story. And they don't last very long. Okay, they don't last very long. They are.
What are you doing, Axel?
Narrow window of time from 2097.
What you up to?
Only about 200 years.
Are you playing something, or you just hanging out?
So, let's go down as close as we can to the surface. As you can still see, it's cratered, much like Mars is. Just the major features are still dropped down.
Little Axel, baby. Hey.
So,
I've been looking for these.
but
I need it from
generation
her.
ships, 70,000, which sounds enormous to me. It's probably too big a number, really.
Brap.
I'm not a big fan of retconning the law, but I think 70,000 is
For real.
I would vote to be retconned, okay? Because I think it's too big a number.
Well, bro,
It's
you ain't
the
getting
law.
faster than 25, honey.
And it's been reconfirmed since from the original Elite Manual that you just saw. So we settle Mars. Okay, we have a permanent Mars base by the end of the 21st century. We're strip mining the moon. We're filling the solar system. We're really trying to expand. The generation ships.
Brap.
We had the first image.
I love the sound they do.
Planets coming back, basically telling us the universe seems to be full of planets we can live on. And there's
Oh shit, where is it?
the generation ships.
Copy that.
Now,
Oscar
we're
Mike.
only part of the 27 I haven't seen the Fleet Carrier stream, so no spoilers for me. I need to go watch. I hope they were good. I haven't looked on Twitter or Facebook or anything yet to see if everyone went yay or everyone went so yeah. So
Whoopsies!
I won't be able to.
Oh my god. I just crashed my ship into the surface of a planet.
I just haven't got the headache.
Dude, it was violent. What's up? I said it was violent. What's up?
I've got 153 vehicles.
No, I'm good. I want my bear home in the house.
Yeah, I'm sure someone.
I could use some smokes, yeah.
So, but at this point in history, right?
Okay, grab a bite.
we know
I'm good.
that
I'll get something later.
Habitable, and we also know that
I'll see you in a little while.
so there's places to go, right? There's places to go. But
Nah,
R&D
just smokes.
is taking place at a
Smokes.
massive rate.
Alright, I love you, Debbie.
Now, two important things.
I love you, Debbie.
We step out to the surface of Mars.
Bye.
Okay, we discover something odd.
Lovey-dovey all the time. Ooh! Woo!
Some
Engines,
descriptions
shields,
have them as
FSD.
Some descriptions have them as fossil.
Axel, are you here?
Would I be very kind to turn my wing beacon on? Yes, I can do that. There we go. I can have whoever's in my wing can therefore join me. There we go.
Okay, so
Let me just do my friend
the
request.
shielded,
There we go.
that just means I can take more hits
Particular point, 'cause this is
before
the
it gets fucked
This
up.
one is another
I'm
one that
assuming.
prompts us to keep moving.
And
because
then
we
the
discover
boot sequence is gonna be,
evidence on the surface of
um,
Mars
is that how long it takes the 4, 3, 2, 1, or how long it takes that little blue circle to recharge and allows me to do it?
that was non-human,
Or is that how long it takes the fucking thing
or
to go before it gets the 4, 3, 2, 1?
strange presence, maybe some
Is it all of that?
system and left
Like
something
all of that is faster?
whatever
I'm
these
assuming.
things are, they are not. They're still not understood by the time of Elite Dangerous. We discover,
Or is it just that bar where it says frame shift drive charging? It's that one, right?
It's not been expanded upon.
It's the yellow bar that goes
Elite
out.
Dangerous law says is there something came through.
I'm assuming that's what that one is.
Now it doesn't seem to be a native Martian species.
Okay.
But
The bar.
something
Yep.
left
Okay.
it.
So we're going
We
for
discovered-
increased
we managed
range.
to discover
Right.
that Mars had
That's what we're doing.
something happened to it, and whatever these
Okay.
things are is not explained.
Dude, look at these numbers, bro. Look at these numbers.
And the location.
How do you think, man? What are you thinking, Axel?
Okay.
I'm excited. Dude, it's my first fucking.
Time of Elite Dangerous.
This is my first one, man. I'm
Don't
fucking
know
pumped.
Precisely what they are. Some of them are very small, and they are
I gotta reboot Twitch on my other one.
unknown. Origin remains unknown even today. Okay, in the universe of Elite Dangerous. So there is a secret that the Federation, some people speculate, is holding. Okay, maybe they don't want to alarm the general population, but it's a secret they've kept for over 1,000 years by the time of Elite Dangerous. So it's a big secret, right?
Oh, experimental effect is
So that
grayed out.
is, something
Apply a
that
modification to
we
unlock it.
are basically
Generate
the first time
modification.
humanity gets an indication
Okay, so my power draw goes up, my mass goes up, my integrity goes down.
was able to put a manufactured artifact.
This will improve the overall performance. However, if any attributes are listed in red, they will have negative effects. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Yes. Generating this modification will cost resources. The results will be automatically applied.
It can't be confirmed one way or the other, but it seems that this artifact
Whoa!
are not Thargoids.
Wait a minute. So did that just do nothing? Correct? Or,
Are they on
like,
Mars?
alright, so I have to get that bar all the way full to gain that 15%. Is that what I'm looking at right now? I'm not sure how this works.
Yeah. So
Yes, this is the travel ship. This is the ship that's going to be going and getting all my resources so that I can upgrade my Mark II.
Maybe they are. We really don't need. We really don't know. But hopefully, is my wing beacon on now?
Hang on. I don't want to go ahead. I want to talk to you
You
first.
should be able to find me the rest of my wing. Hopefully, I'll see if you can.
I just every time you use it,
yeah,
the
so,
range goes up a small amount.
there's a
Okay.
mystery,
Now
okay?
you asked, is this my travel ship?
Long time, right?
Like I said, this is the one I'm using for material gathering, right? So as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna head back
At that point in time,
to that place that you and I were hanging out in the Scarabs.
that information.
I'm gonna get some more of those.
Something else, okay? At this point, through the
That's why I'm
massive
upgrading
R&D
this ship
efforts
first and not my Mark II.
underway throughout the solar system, is that hyperspatial
It's kind of like an investment, right? Like
technology,
I'm
okay?
upgrading the ship I'm gonna use to get materials to make it faster
Travel
for the
or
next one.
ability
You know what
to
I'm saying.
appreciate or make the first
Right.
tentative exploration or investigation of hyperspace.
Oh, experimental effect.
This is the first time
Whoa! Look at all this.
humanity becomes aware that there's a potential way of crossing
Look at all this, dude.
with non
Max fuel per jump. Look at this. This is so cool.
this early in the elite lore. It's quite a weird thing. When I look at this, it seems
I don't
like
have enough for
this
anything,
is
so.
when hyperspace is discovered, right at the end of the 21st century, early 22nd century. Hyperspace is
Double braced.
okay.
Integrity.
It's quickly
Mass.
upgraded, okay, it's incredibly
Thermal
I imagine
load.
At this point, it's incredibly complicated and incredibly expensive. It's not accessible to.
Optimized mass. I never understood what that meant.
Incredibly
So you have your mass, which is like when you buy it, it's 10 tons, it's 2 tons. What is optimized mass? I don't understand what that is. Yeah, so here, strip down. That lowers my mass by 10%. But a mass manager, complex software upgrade, an internal sensor suite, able to optimize the frame shift operation. I just don't understand it. Analyzing and accounting for ship load increases optimized mass at the cost of. I just don't understand it. And then deep charge. This is gonna draw more power, but
non-humanoid, non-terrestrial,
reinforce the charging field, increase the amount of fuel injected, allowing larger jumps at the cost of power fuel.
So we get images
That's
back,
fucking
we get
cool.
telemetry back, we get atmospheric
Shit, I wish I had some alloys.
to make this determination.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But, you can imagine
So I'm
the
assuming. So the one I'm gonna do is deep charge. I'm gonna write that down
There's a planet in the
because
Taurus
next time I come back, I'm
system.
gonna want those. You know.
We get that information back from the probes.
So
have discovered-
experimental.
Hyperspace. We've discovered that we're not alone in the universe, and we discovered that nearby, only a few light years away. How far away is Tau Ceti? Somebody will tell us.
Yeah, not sure.
Not far
Not too
away is a
sure,
planet
but
that is
blue,
called-
good, red. Thank you, Axel. I understand.
Not far away is-
Okay, so we're looking for
is a
deep
planet.
charge on the FSG.
And
FSD.
That continues to prompt us to expand, right?
What am
We
I
can go out
doing?
there,
Why is it
There's stuff to discover.
Deep
There's other life forms. There are places. we can
charge?
see, Okay. So
It doesn't
is
look like there's
a-
levels to this either, which is
there's a
nice.
reason to go. There's
So
reason to go. And
atypical.
This has to happen kind of in concert around the generation ship. So the lore is a little bit inconsistent. Yeah, the
Atypical.
dates are a bit messed up, but maybe that's just history, right? We're not quite sure what the actual
Disrupted.
is. But
Wake.
we discover that there's places to go.
Echoes, not
We now have the
solutions.
capability to go there, and we have reasons to go. And there's one final
Galvanizing
reason.
alloys.
Okay, so back into
That's a weird word because
One final
you
reason
usually
to
like something
go
is
out.
galvanized. So saying that it's a galvanizing alloy, is it an alloy that's used as a parasitic to the galvanizing process? I didn't say that right. So if you use electrolysis, like say I wanted to coat something in copper, you would use a sacrificial piece of copper to coat whatever you want coated in copper. So maybe galvanizing alloys are the sacrificial alloys? I know it has nothing to do with the game. I'm just curious on what they mean by that. Because they're using it as a verb, right? To do? Like it's galvanizing something?
It's a perfectly decent dwarf planet. From the, I don't know, maybe is it? There's Venus, Earth, Moon, Jupiter.
Oh, that's why. Eccentric hyperspace trajectories.
Triton.
That's why you have an eraser, baby.
All of the other dwarf planets. Why isn't Ceres in the game? Whoa, that's a big omission. I had never noticed that. So the law makes it sound like the crash series into Master Pharaoh. Maybe. I don't think I've got any filters switched on. Planets and moons. So it should be there. No, there's no filters. I don't normally use the filters. That's weird. I don't think there's anything in the lore about Ceres being destroyed. I'll check, but I don't think there is. That's weird. Okay. In that case, we can't go there. We'll go to the nearest place. Okay, let's hang out in Columbus Space Station in orbit around Io. Okay, near Jupiter, because that's one of the big hubs of humanity in this period of time. Let's go to Columbus Space
Okay.
Station. We'll hang out there because that's going to be on our stop for today.
Blue good, red bad.
Next week, we're going to take our first frame shift jump, hyperspace jump. Okay.
Would you stop? Golly.
And see what happens next, right? I've got more friend requests coming in. No, I haven't. I've got
Okay.
getting invites. Better get you guys.
So now I'm level 2. That's what it says.
Captain Dre. Here we go. Let's go there. We can't go to the asteroid belt, which is actually where that little bit of the
Oh,
story
I can
is
get to
set.
level 2 now.
Okay.
So here's my question, Axel. Do I finish?
The,
Do I finish that before I move on?
escape vector.
Now I'm confused.
There we go.
Should I try to get that one all the way up?
So yeah, so head for
Is that
Columbus
worth it?
Space Station in orbit around
Does it
Io,
do anything?
in orbit
Like,
around Jupiter. You have to manually drop into the belt.
or should I just start doing level 2, you know?
But let's
Oh, they all cost 1, bro. They all cost 1 all the way down. Fuck yeah, Axel.
But I will check that. I'm interested to know if there's a reason that Ceres is no longer there. It's a perfectly valid place in
Oh.
Google.
Oh, it checked it off.
Have you
Okay.
I don't know. Do you need to do that?
Interesting. So I guess we'll just say that one's done.
Well, maybe
Okay.
I'll just try that. Let me just.
Now I'm level 3.
Oh, I got dropped down. And I can't do that because I'm in Super Cruise Assist. Oh, God. Alright, hang on a minute. Let me just see if I can. FSS. I've got all my key bindings are. I haven't used this for ages.
I just skipped. Yeah. It looks like skipping is the right thing to do, right? So watch. I'm going to hit level 3. Now I have, what, 10% left on that? So as soon as I do level 3, it's going to fill that one, I think.
Oh, no, I've got
Yeah, it filled it. Yeah.
asteroid belts. There we go. Asteroid. There is. Well,
Now I have level
we'll
4.
Go to clubs, I'll talk about it.
Now, are the
There is
experimental
missions, yeah,
effects,
so
do those
that's
change?
weird.
No, they
let me
don't.
go and get that back.
They don't change per level.
Let's stick with our plan and go to Columbus. Drop that Super Goose. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Sorry about this. It's far too complicated, this game. Right, there we go. Right. Head for Columbus. We'll Rendezvous in Columbus. That'll be the time to stop. This one, 30 new minutes. Right. So Super Cruise is on. Right. That's good. Now, so just to recap, we discover hyperspace. We discover alien life. We discover we're not alone in the universe. Okay, and we also have a little bit of an overcrowding problem again. Okay, we have a little bit of an overcrowding in the solar system.
Are they fucking with me, Axel?
So fast that we are running out of space again. Okay, we are running out of space again.
There we go. Yes! Yes! Dude!
As a result of that,
I did it! That's the first time I've ever done something like that. Yes, dude.
okay,
I have a fully kitted out frame shift drive right now. That is so fucking awesome, dude.
vying for
I'm so amped.
capitalism, right? It's still capitalism. And
This
when
modification has
resources
been
are
completed.
scarce or
Ah.
incredibly valuable,
Now, if I did this...
conflict starts to happen.
Oh, I can't even. It won't let me. Okay.
And
What else do
the
they have?
reason I wanted
They
to
have
do
shield
the
cell
Asteroid
banks.
Belt, actually,
Okay.
was according to the law, the first armed
4A
space
thrusters.
happens
Dirty drive tuning,
First
strengthening, clean drive
spacecraft
tuning.
actually fire on each other in space. Okay, so using drive,
So what does this do?
using kind of very expansive sort of weapon.
We can't do it anyway.
Okay, so I don't think there's going to be much in the way of laser at this point that's effective.
That would increase my mass,
Probably munitions. It's probably
but lower my
minigun.
thermal load.
You know,
Lower my
multi-gun type
thermal
stuff.
load.
Okay. Actual space conflict happened in the Elite universe for the first time. And
I can-
around
okay.
The beginning of the 22nd century. Okay, people start.
Kinetic resistant,
So the whole elite
low power,
spaceships fighting each other in space
reinforced,
thing comes from about that
thermal resistant.
And what that means is that we now have space forces, okay? So you have people then defending patches of space with craft, okay?
Dude, I'm so pumped right now.
But
For real.
spacecraft, okay?
What do we got?
Yeah,
So
missiles,
this would be thermal
torpedoes,
resistant.
probably kind of railgun
So you have
type
thermal
things,
kinetic.
mines maybe, all that
You have
sort of stuff.
low
Okay,
power.
becomes a military,
Interesting.
kind
That
of kinetic
lowers the
resistance.
integrity. I'd like to. Let's.
So in a very short space of time, you have high
I want
percentage,
the
you have
optimized mass,
weapons
right?
that
I
operate
want
in
it to
space.
help me jump further.
You have spacecraft designed to fight. Okay, and that's where that this military, build your spaceship, cover it with guns.
I don't
and
think they're
defend
gonna let me
yourself,
do it,
kind of
though.
Wild Westy sort of thing comes from. And so Elite has always had.
Oh,
space.
this will lower the
It's
mass.
always had trade. It's always had that anarchistic, almost kind of background to it. This very grim, very gritty universe where you don't trust anybody, right? You don't, you're suspicious of everybody's motives, and this is where it comes from. Really early in the history of Elite, is that it's
So that will lower the
it's-
power
it's a
draw of
violent
my
universe,
shields.
Okay? You fight for what you want to take. You take.
I
it
guess that
on
doesn't
by
matter.
force. Okay, that is the
I'm
way
a little
it
bummed
works.
out I can't do anything for my
Really early
thrusters.
on in the Federation, even before we get out of the solar system. Okay, mankind never really grows up.
Clean drive
Humanity
tuning.
never gets much better in the sense of finding better ways to solve its problems. Okay, it's fighting. It's squabbling over resources. It's we expand, we consume all the
Dirty
resources
drive
until we
tuning.
expand them,
Optimal
then we
multiplier.
squabble and fight over what remains until we find somewhere else to expand into, and we keep doing it. Okay?
So that does
humanity
thermal
is
load,
dangerous. It is not
integrity,
the,
optimal mass, power draw.
sanitized world.
Let's do this
Star
one.
Trek, okay, where we better ourselves and we have conferences. And, we banish money. and
Wow.
Everybody has free
Okay.
access to everything. That vision of the universe is not.
I can't do
really
it.
dangerous.
We'll just max it
The
out.
Elite universe is grim. It's
Oh, did my game just crash? No. Okay. That should check it off.
Orbit around
Awesome.
Columbus.
Okay, so my thrusters are a little bit better now.
Everybody rendezvous here for.
And then
okay?
the shield jennies.
And,
I don't think I have
It's
much.
grim. It's gritty. Okay, it's fight for your survival.
I guess
It is not a happy.
this will lower the mass.
Happy universe like the universe of Star Trek. We do not better ourselves. We are the same people in the 34th century as we are in the 20th century. We fight, we shoot each other up, and we
Damn.
do what we can.
It's all good though.
Sometimes we
We'll just
abide
max
by
this out.
rules,
Oh, I can't. Okay.
and
Dude.
sometimes we don't.
All right.
Humanity doesn't really
I'm so pumped right now.
out in space as we are on the Earth.
I'm so excited, Axel. Thank you so much for helping me through all this.
We do not really improve our society structures all that much. We are
Yeah, low power for sure. That's what I went with for sure.
Slightly depressing, actually, but I suspect.
Any other
quite
contacts here?
realistic, Okay.
Legal
That's
facilities.
the structure we have. So we go to war. We start fighting over resources.
What's she
in the
say?
Aztec
If
belt.
you have zero
We start
notoriety,
fighting, over resources in the
factors
solar
will allow you to
system.
pay bounties.
And
Mercenary
that takes us to about
facilities.
2120.
Combat mods, authority.
That's basically the way things work.
Okay. And what do they have for outfitting here? Do they have shield cell whatever's? Maybe I could get one and then just like store it
Point,
and then
we
use it for the mark.
we know we've
Mark
got
II?
to expand, otherwise we're going to kill ourselves. Okay, this is the Federation's sort of founding proposition. So with the new hyperspace technology, we go off looking. We send interstellar.
Oh, he's got
probes,
no
not
shop,
with the fusion drives anymore, but with
no
hyperspace.
stock. Okay.
And
Alright.
cataloging. Very
Dude, I fucking did it.
systems around us. We send hyperspace probes.
What do you think,
systems.
Axel? What do you think my max jump range is going to be right now?
Early
Do you want to take a guess?
and
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I'm gonna guess. I don't think it's gonna be anything like insane, right? My guess is gonna be 45. That's my guess.
all the nearby systems to Earth. And that shows us that the sphere of stars around the Earth, around the solar system, is
43.
eminently suited for us to go out and colonize and effectively expand into. So that's what we do. Okay.
Bro!
From the point at which we are, we start having overcrowding populations again in Sol, to the point we discover hyperspace technology, to the point where we discover there is other life out there, right? There's stuff to be seen, there's stuff to do, there's stuff to investigate, and there are other planets.
I was trying to ask you earlier, what does unladen mean? I know what it means. How do I get there? Does that mean if I take out every single optional thing? Is that what unladen means? Like, I just empty out the optional thing? Like, I don't even have cargo racks or a shield generator? I take out everything? Is that what that means?
Is where this first chapter
Wow, bro.
Elite Dangerous comes to an end. Okay. So we've gone from
Less
the
fuel
voyages of
or
the 15th
cargo.
and 17th centuries of Earth, where we chart the planet to the point where we almost wipe ourselves out in the in the First and Second, and then the Third World War.
So we're gonna go
almost
back and
everything went
get...
out of order. But that technological innovation.
What were we getting? Polonium?
Pushes us out
I think.
to the moon, to Mars, into orbit space, and also into the rest of the solar system. We colonize the solar system. We send probes out into the darkness. We discover hyperspace. We discover we're not alone. We
Okay.
discover.
Oh yeah, hyperspace? It's called witch space in this game. Witch.
To go beyond.
Fucking witch space. Okay.
For the first
Alright.
ever as a race.
Oh, what's this?
That is next week's.
Bareback bandits, dude.
So, I hope
A
you
decommissioned fleet carrier.
have a brief
No
tour.
longer provides docking.
Uh,
I wonder if we flew to it, if it would be
do
like
check
being
the
taken apart by
Elite
space
Dangerous
cranes.
website. If you type Drew Wager Law Tour Elite Dangerous, into Google, you'll find it, right? It's all indexed by now. So that will tell you where we're going and where to meet up. We will be meeting up. Where are we meeting up? Let me just.
Yep,
Published
that's
such
it.
a long time ago. I can't remember where it is. Let me just go and look it up.
Dude, I can plot the route now.
Where were we
Ah!
last week?
Axel.
Meeting in the. It'll probably be Tau Ceti, won't it?
It was C3A,
Hang on, I'll find it in a moment. There we go. Elite
if
Dangerous.
I'm not mistaken.
We will be, yes, we'll be in the Tau
Let's
Ceti
see.
system.
Hey, let's just
okay,
double
next week.
check.
So I need you to hyperspace to Tau Ceti.
Lightweight everything. Yeah.
Location in Tau Ceti to run.
Understood,
We will
brother.
continue
Understood.
the story from that crushed by spaceships here.
We'll go grab these raw materials.
We
Yeah,
will continue
polonium.
The Elite Dangerous Lore tour in the Tau Ceti
Avoid
system.
Bio 2 and 4. I'm not sure what that means. I understand what avoid means. I just don't understand what that means.
We're
C1A.
leaving Sol. We have moved beyond Sol and we are moving out into the galaxy. So,
C1A.
ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this evening. It's been great fun to put all this together and to chat to you on the stream. It's been really enjoyable. Thank you ever so much. For everybody
So last time
PG. I
we
hope
had...
Commanders
How
on-
many jumps did we have? We did 50 originally. I think we were somewhere in the vicinity of 80. We were in the vicinity of 80 jumps last time.
And I will be uploading this. For those of you who haven't been able to see this live, I have recorded it on my computer. I will be
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure.
Fantastic. Hope you will join us.
36, dude.
We are several weeks
What the fuck, Axel?
around the bubble. I think about 12 weeks ago. No, I can't remember. I have organised it. Right? I've written it all down. Right? But I can't keep
For real?
but do check out that. We were bouncing around the bubble for the most part. Now there is an extended
Yeah, I did that already.
as well. If you wish to join us, because the last piece of lore is going to come out
There we go.
slowly inside the Christmas system. We will then take an extended trip. For those of you who are
65, 70 light year. Hell yeah. Dude, 36 jumps. I'm blown away right now. Absolutely blown away.
wish to join a slightly longer expedition, which actually takes us out of the bubble into
So cool, man.
the way to the Zumaro, which
I am gonna be burning through fuel.
many years ago now, just bloody look at that. Sticky his nose in. Is it upside down? Is that a clip upside down or a cutter? I can't really tell. It's quite funny. Yeah, there's going to be extended lore tour all the way out there if you fancy a longer range exploration. But we'll be doing the history of
I'm so pumped.
the next few weeks. I will also hopefully have some special guests. I'm still trying to rely on those.
Got my fire
Some of the people
groups,
who were involved in the
modules.
live chats and Discord.
Dude, I'm so excited.
It'll be lots of fun.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I have an engineered frame shift drive. This is far and away the farthest I've ever been able to jump, ever. This is not a fuel star.
What's the
Navigation.
Let me go and dig that out for you.
T. Time to leave. Star class M. Please be
So yeah, if you need any more information, it is
something
here.
girl kiss me.
Too many windows open. There we go. That's where the
Ugh.
so more next week,
Sinus
we'll see
pressure.
What happens next? Okay, so the Federation has been formed.
Ugh, sinus pressure.
Next
Ugh.
week we find that the Federation expands, but of course things go wrong.
Ugh.
Come back next week, same time, same channel for next week's session. We will rendezvous in the Tau Ceti star system. So that's what. Thank you ever so much. You have a fantastic week. Enjoy putting the credits together for Fleet Carriers. I hope that's going to be worthwhile. I'm going to check out that stream in a bit and find out what that was all about. Stay safe, obviously, with the lockdown and the virus. And you guys look after yourself, all right? So thank you very much. Good night.
This guy's killing it with the lore. It's so interesting. Let's watch the next one. I'm about to jump 53 fucking light years, bro. Holy shit. Oh, is that it? I thought that was gonna be the intro to a fucking song.
And good evening, everybody. I think I've remembered to press the microphone button this evening.
I feel you, bro. Feel that
Never mind.
spiritually.
Well, so yes, we have the NHS clap in the UK, so some of you will know about it. I think I've seen it already in the chat. There we go. So we've done that. Given thanks for our NHS workers, and we are now on the stream. We're now on the stream. So welcome. Thank you very much all for turning up again. This is great to see so many of you. Because I imagine that quite a few of you are busy with fleet carriers, right? Doing some grinding. Not something I've tried actually. As you can see from my well, actually, I haven't got like about equipment to my name. So fleet carriers are very much out of my league, I'm afraid. Anyway, so thank you all for being here who are fans of the lore, right? Fans of the lore. So we're gonna continue our tour this evening and learn a little bit more about the backstory of Elite Dangerous because and good stuff is coming. Camera's backwards, right? There we go. Yeah, lovely. Anyway, lovely to see so many of you on the chat as well. So thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed last week. General feedback I got was it was okay, right? So I'm doing my best. And a few technical issues, but I've done my best. Now I have made a few changes. I have tried. Okay, after some feedback on Reddit, to fly Elite Dangerous with an Xbox controller, right? In order to
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
be confused with it. Doesn't work for me, okay? Sorry about that.
Oh, bummer. I
I
certainly can't play with a mouse,
I know
bro.
how things work with my hotel, so apologies if I'm a little
I need to get a new ship
flying the ship.
that's better than my Conda. What are you thinking, man?
And the second thing was to set my.
You know, like what ship do you have in mind?
So I have done that. Okay, I have done that. Right, so no further ado. We are at Gilmore Orbiter in the PG Drewegg group on.
I thought you had mentioned that the Conda was the best
that's
one
where I am.
for jumping.
And Gilmore Orbiter is, of course, around the habitable world in the Tau Ceti, or the Tor Ceti, depending how you pronounce it, star system. And good reasons for us being there. So the first things first is to rendezvous outside the station. Okay, so whether you're in solar, well, hence the name solar. If you're in
Let's
open,
look it up.
good luck to you. If you're in the private group, then rendezvous outside Gilmore Orbiter. If you're on Xbox and PS4, I'm afraid I can't be there in person because they don't have one of those platforms. But I know that you've been set up for details on the website for those kind of things. So again, thank you very much for turning up. Really, really good to see you all. So let's get this show on the road, right? We'll go off. So here I am, Gilmore Orbiter. I think I'm on pad 13, which hopefully won't be unlucky. I'm going to take off and rendezvous you guys outside. I can see somebody. Is that a P9? Yeah, looks like a P9. Hovering in the interim. Right, so let me get going, and we will start our tour from there. So
Really?
I'm flying my Cobra Mark III. Okay. So
We'll do some more research. Hang on.
Really, for this sort of thing, you know, it's an old school ship, and it's called the Robert Holdstock for reasons that if you don't know, I mean, those who do know the name Robert Holdstock will instantly know what that is, right? But for those of you who don't, you'll find out who Robert Holdstock was a little bit later on. Okay, not for this evening's stream. We'll find out a little bit more about that. So another Cobra there. Good to see another Cobra Mark III. Okay. What's my favourite Pink Floyd song? I had to think about that. Quite a few to choose.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I've got their album on LP actually downstairs.
Look at that, bro.
Play that song.
75.
Right, so a whole bunch of ships out here, so that's good news. I'm just going to rendezvous with this crowd of people here. It's lovely to see so many of you here. If you are in the private group and you've managed to get in the right instance, then fantastic. Good to see you all. So here I am in my Cobra.
Uh-oh, that looked like an anaconda.
My ship will stay still. Looks like it's working. Right?
I wish I had an auto
So,
scooper.
why are we
That'd
in
be
Tau Ceti?
that would
Why
be
are we
a
here?
pretty cool item,
The
huh?
reason we're in Tau Ceti is
An
Tau
auto
Ceti
scooper?
is the first system to be colonized outside of Seoul in the Elite Dangerous timeline, right? Okay, so we are here because of for that exact reason. That's where we start next. Okay, so this is the system map for Tau Ceti, right? And you can see here we have a habitable world. Now this was the important thing. In last week's Law Talk, we discovered that
This guy's got 84.
humanity had discovered that there were habitable worlds outside of the solar system. So this was a big deal, right? Because it meant that there were places.
Pissing contest.
Because of the
84.11.
Federation taking everything.
This is as good as it gets. One jump, full tank, non-boosting tissue with boosted
It
FSD.
was good nature, right? On my YouTube comments about the fact I was being I wasn't quite putting over.
Oh shit! I
capitalism.
forgot. I can.
Right. And because I was British, I wasn't talking about it correctly. So there was a bit of friendly.
I can do
banter
this.
about, different interpretations of capitalism, right? Command Center, can I be added to the private group? I will.
I can do an FSD injection, bro.
Groups in just a moment. Once I get back out of here. So, but essentially, the US took over everything, right? Everybody joined the US. That became the Federation.
Oh, and I don't have to jump back like you were saying.
And it was just a federation.
I can just explode.
That's what happened in the Elite Dangerous Law. And then capitalism takes over.
Capitalism.
As a driving force, but in Seoul. Lots and lots of corporations. And those
Oh, a new
corporations
engineer.
become extremely
Hey.
powerful, right? And they
Oh shit. Okay.
So yeah, so the Europe, Australia, everything, right? It's we lose. America takes over the world, and the entire solar system, in fact. So so there we go. Now the interesting thing here, right? So this is need to click on the Soul description. Oh, it's the top here. There we go. I don't mind scroll down like that.
Blimey.
There we go. That's. I just want Tau Ceti itself. That's. That's the actual. Maybe it's. Need to get the system out. Sorry about this. I should know better. Right, here, isn't it? Right. So Tau Ceti is. Look how many people I know here. Right. System description. Oh,
Whoops.
why can't I get that up? There we go. There it is. The summary, right? It's because it's being pushed off the screen, right? Everybody I know is here. This is excellent. So thank you very much for turning up. That's great. But the summary here: the first colony outside the Solar System, right? So this is the second place in the universe that humanity starts to live. First colony outside the Solar System where the first alien life was discovered. Okay, so this is a cool thing we'll get to as well. Unfortunately, the last remnants are now in zoo enclosures for tourists. So there's a bit of a story about why that happened. And
That's
crops
so
cover
interesting.
most of the surface. So we get to Tau Ceti, okay? We get to Tau Ceti. And Tau Ceti looks like this. It's a fairly small system, but there is an Earth-like world there. Okay. So that's where we end up. Right, let me just check that wing invite before I do some stuff. Because there's a massive ship hanging right in front of me. I think I'm on social.
Shield generator took the brunt of it.
No, I don't want that. Where's me? The only problem with this is that the full clicking room request. There we go. Right. That should sort that out. Let me.
Oh shit.
Try for my benefit. Okay.
Let's check on the next one. I want to take a look at the other engineers. Oh, this chair sucks, dude. I gotta get a new one.
Why is it gonna break the flow a bit, right?
Yeah.
So
Let's
please
take a look.
try and do that. I appreciate some of you may not
I know I
do
need
that.
meta alloys for the other one,
Try and get those in as
so that's something.
There's not much
And you said I buy those,
bad enough trying to find out.
so I'll have to go do that.
So yeah, so that the nice bit of social distancing.
I want to get all the engineers just like unlocked,
Anyway,
and then
so
go
Tau
from
Ceti,
there.
right? Okay, so let's establish where we are in the timeline. So this is the year 2140. So we're in the early year. We're still in the early bits of the 22nd.
Whoa. Okay.
Power to shields here, just in case. in the early years of the 22nd century, okay, 2140 is when manned expeditions are sent to Tau Ceti. That's when it starts, okay? And manned expeditions are sent to Tau Ceti. They're sent out by the corporations, okay? So the powerful.
Oh, it doesn't tell me
corporations in the Sol
how to
system
do any of it.
remember last week how we talked about the fact that corporations became so powerful?
Is that Mama? Oh yeah, Mama's home.
In the absence of any other.
Yep, there you are. Because I heard the clack, 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 clack. And whenever, so it's funny because whenever you get home,
There's a mass.
I know you're about to walk in because of how he walks in. So he walks in, and instead of just like running up to me or whatever, he like runs in and he does this, like to make sure that you're coming. You know what I mean? Like he'll run in and look back, and that's how I know that you're about to walk by or walking down the hallway. Yeah.
They are private vessels.
Talk to me.
They're going there for reasons of
Outside of work.
corporate.
Oh my God.
They're not going there under a government flag, i.e. they're not going
Yeah.
as the Federation. And this is a really, really important
Okay.
point. Okay, they're not going as the Federation. They're
What the
going
fuck?
with the corporate.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they're going.
I don't know you.
Yeah.
You stood there for a second, finally
It's a bit
walked away.
anarchic at this point.
I don't fucking know you.
Yeah.
What do you want?
I don't care who you are, what color you are.
Exactly.
Don't come up to my
So,
fucking
so
car.
it's,
Like,
it's a bit strange. So the corporations. are
Why do you
sending
think
ships.
this ran? No.
yeah. Do I look like a fucking Uber? Like,
seriously. And then
But the technology's
I got
improving all the time. Now, we
saw
talked a little bit about
and
how
the chick that
hyperspace
came
has
in the
become
window, like,
possible.
ran my. I
Uh,
couldn't understand a word she was fucking saying for a second.
you know, hyperspace is still
Excuse me,
difficult.
and she did it
It's
again, and I
bulky,
was
it's
just like-
complicated, it's not all that
Okay,
safe at this
right.
stage in the elite age of so hyperspace is
oh.
it's complex, difficult.
Use
Really?
your fucking words.
Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, it was just.
At the moment.
Yeah.
It was all fucked
Probably
up.
like, you in the car to bed, right? You in the car to
Right,
bed.
so they
Yeah.
arrive and they start establishing the colony. Taylor's colony.
Axel goes, yikes.
Right?
Hey, tracking number, Axel? How we looking on that?
So halfway through the 22nd century, the colony.
No, I know. I sent him the tracking number. I just want him to.
Here, as you can see, if we can look past the
No.
vast number of ships.
You didn't
that
feed
are
the dog?
that
He had
planet
cereal
there
with me.
Is the first planet inhabited
He don't ask.
the Earth in another star system. So it's quite a significant piece.
Chewie, are you
We're now
upset with
12
me?
light years away from the Earth, and we found another world.
Chewie, are you upset with me?
But
Yeah. Pour it out. Let's see if he eats it.
we also discovered life.
How many times? How many times do we get home from work and he doesn't even eat his breakfast?
Sapient life in the sense of humanity is conscious of its own existence.
You fucking high, kid.
Right, so you're talking higher order creatures, right? Creatures that can move around.
Chewie, are you mad at me? Come here.
All sorts of stuff. There are other things that live on.
At least I didn't leave him outside.
As we start. So that is a thing. Okay, so that's a major significant discovery. Has big.
He's a hungry bone. He's starving to death
If there's life
bone.
on this one, then maybe there's life
Yeah.
in the universe, right? We've on the planet virtually next door to us, 12 light years away, we have discovered complex life. Okay?
I didn't leave him outside for an hour.
Across the galaxy is the assumption that you can make.
Yeah,
So that's-
just like he is right the fuck now.
But this is a corporation going out. They're not going out Star Trek.
Oh, what's that? Is he not eating his breakfast?
Explore and bravely go where no one's gone before.
Yeah, he looking at it, isn't he?
Because they want to build something, right? They want to.
He's sniffing it.
Very large, yeah. They want to build something. They want to exploit. They want to take over.
And?
Now,
Oh,
about
Chewie,
the
are you
same
not-
time as this,
Shocking!
back in summer,
Oh, Mama was being so mean to me.
The dog needs to eat.
the other movies.
How would you feel if
He'll
you were
eat-
dependent on someone to feed you and they just didn't?
He'll eat when he wants to eat.
Eat when he wants to eat.
He'll eat when he wants to motherfucking eat, boy. Boy, boy. Boy, 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 boy. Hang on, you were so mad at me.
You see?
Yeah.
So that's what's going on. in the
I'm more upset at how mad at me you were over nothing.
Look at that.
And then corporations are expanding. Now we need to make a hyperspace
Chewie, give me that
station
tail.
else now because Tau Ceti was quickly.
We always fuck with him.
Second place.
He's our baby.
Okay, so I need you to set your hyperspace destination.
Yeah, that's literally our job, is to fuck with him.
Delta
Play with him, fuck with him. Oh.
This was the other distance.
No, he wants
28
butt.
years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. But
You gotta do his quality assurance on the butt scratches.
where's Sol?
It's in Windsor, which is about an hour from me. Oh, his package is an hour away.
Hey,
Yeah.
I might come tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you guys have mail on the weekends?
So set your hyperspace destination
Yeah.
there. It's about 19.
Oh yeah, we sent it via UPS. Yeah, so you might get it
Okay,
tomorrow.
you should be
Oh,
able
I'm
to-
excited, Axel.
If you can't, get there as soon as you can, and we'll run the
Yeah,
trains.
you're right now.
But that's
He
the
wants to
distance.
eat your hair.
You've got to go to Delta.
He has been eating my hair
Set your hyperspace
so
down.
much lately.
You're right now. Fine.
Some people already locking on target.
He's so big.
Charge up your hyperspace.
He's almost up to your head when you're on your knees. Like, that's ridiculous. That's a big fucking dog. He's not Denver big. He's not an English Mastiff, Great Dane, or an Irish Wolfhound, but he's big.
Nothing but a butt scratch.
He ain't nothing but a butt scratch. He's crying all the time. He ain't nothing but a hound dog. He's crying all the time.
I'll look it out.
I got to quarantine it. Oh yeah.
Right, I'm just remembering to go through my notes. So yes, we are.
He said he's not even gonna open the package. Cause he said it's got coronavirus all over it.
Appear to be from another form of.
We should have put a bottle of Lysol in there, kid.
Okay, so I'm gonna just charge up my frame shift. Here we go.
Oh, I should have put hand sanitizer in it. I'm such a jerk. Sorry, dude. I didn't think about that. He's crying all the time. He ain't nothing but a hound dog. He's crying all the time.
Onwards we go, right? Onwards we go. But no, we don't.
He ain't nothing but a butt scratch.
And
Scratching on his butt. He ain't nothing but a butt scratch. Yeah, scratching on his butt.
is it isn't Gargan,
He-
it's Carboy. It doesn't seem to bear any resemblance to either of those.
Scratching on my butt.
Man, here we go. Let's go to.
These itches will not heal. Scratching on my butt. Scratching. Scratching on my butt.
Places to visit this one. Last tour we didn't have.
Licking my own balls.
Anyway, right? Whereas
I lick my own balls. Licking my penis.
it means we can actually travel
I lick my own penis.
today.
Not that often though. It's super rare.
Nevertheless, we can go there. Right, so just get that into super.
He really is the cleanest dog I've ever known.
Yes. Hands off.
Like he gives himself baths like a cat.
There we go.
Yeah,
So-
I think we've given him 2 baths in his whole life.
Now the Delta phone system. is the
Yep.
system.
Yeah, one was a flea bath,
So
and then the other was, I think he just got muddy with Lola.
the nearby systems that have been identified as having potentially habitable planets.
Yeah, he don't like to be
It just
dirty.
turned out that in the elite lore, there
He's
are
like his parents.
Earth-like worlds not very far from Sol, which is
He like his parents.
to expand, which is exactly what we did. Okay, we
Yeah,
expanded.
Axel makes sure he doesn't want to get the American coronavirus.
Now we.
Yeah. Oh, please, just get it. You have free healthcare. I don't want to hear it. What?
You'll note here. It's an Earth-like.
1 second.
Suitable for water-based life, which is great.
These wounds, they will not heal. Scratching on my ass.
So, these Earth-like worlds are there. We're able to colonize them, and we start settling, we start breeding, we start taking over. Okay. Now,
My asshole will not heal.
began to set the tone for this early colonization. Right? It wasn't well regulated. In fact, it wasn't regulated at all. The corporations went off and did their own thing. Oh, it's a conflict zone.
All right. What's up, Mama?
Corporations did their own thing. Right, here we go. Right.
Oh, that was what I put all the knickknacks in,
The entrance.
like keychains and stuff.
No need to go in, so
Yeah,
Good to see you. Make sure
like completely random shit.
always good.
Like,
Classic choreo.
yeah, no, I know. Like, it really was. It's like a box of just random shit just to say thank you.
They made me open it because it's shipping.
It's not too
Can't
close.
really have
Are you for real?
specific. Yeah, but I didn't have to open the bag.
If you ever
Oh.
see flying about,
Could have been drugs in there. They wouldn't have been
Yeah, like I stuffed it full of heroin. He doesn't know it, but he's about to get a knock on the door from the, what are they, Mounties?
So, here we are at Delta Pavilions. Now, the world here is.
Be like, oh my god, thank you. You sent me a whole kilo.
So, that American called.
Go have some cigarettes.
Assuming that's named after President
He goes, wow, dude. What the fuck, bro?
century vibe still being a thing, right? So that's quite cool.
It's not heroin. It's
Here we sit
cocaine.
as well. Okay. Now, the colonists here,
Cocaine.
and this is the. No, we haven't got to 2296 yet. This is still the 20.
Ain't nobody want cocaine.
Here at 2180, about now, and what happens is we settle Delta Pavilions. We discover here too that
All the anthrax you could ever want. Hell yeah, bro.
indigenous life
Send it. Send it, kid.
The
And I think you're boner. Think you're boner. Just like bone. Oh. I remember when I lost my bone
pathogens to this planet
on the road.
the bacteriological infection
Food
okay.
gonna explode.
Don't know what potential they had. All we know is
Mama was pissed off.
and so we destroyed the ecosystem
I was in my underwear
of Delta.
down the road.
So this is something that
Yeah, he actually looked both ways when he got to the end of the road.
news of this is beginning to
Kinda shocking.
to solve. Okay, that the colonists are, exploiting the planets, and they are digging up the ground, and they are killing. Okay, they are destroying the native ecosystem. The same thing is also happening back on.
Yeah, he's not that stupid.
Is that we
He-
are
He's stupid.
taking over vast tracts of land. We are digging up, destroying native plants, building things, and we are killing off the native populations. Okay, so we are doing kind of what we did on Earth. Again,
I had heartburn so bad that I
it's a warning
puked.
bell back to,
Yeah.
the government back in Seoul,
It went away.
saying, this is
Future reference. Copy that.
sort of stuff. And so this is beginning to happen. This is the tension that's building towards the end of the 22nd century. We are
Class Sunday, 1 o'clock.
on other planets. Okay,
Don't fucking forget, kid.
Cobra March.
Yeah, we gotta go to the Christmas tree shops.
I'm not sure what it is.
Do they have fucking Christmas tree shops outside of fucking New England?
Off we go. This is the next.
I don't fucking know. I'm fucking asking.
Space jump, guys.
I just want to go get some wicker baskets and some picture frames.
Third place that was colonized.
Okay?
Hydrogen.
I'm not asking for the fucking world here. That's what I'm fucking looking for.
Oh, it requires a permit. Oops. Oh, we can't go there, didn't we? I hadn't realised that. I thought I checked that.
Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuckity, fuck, fucking fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuckity, fuck, 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 fuck. I said, fuck, I flew too close to the sun. My name is Icarus and my wings are melting. My wings are melting.
Never mind.
Why'd you let me do that, Axel? Why you let me do that? We're supposed to be friends. Why you let me do that? Oh my god.
Assume you have to
Oh my
make
god. Oh my god.
So, not to worry. That's fine. We'll hang around here because
You
this
make
is-
me
the story is basically
boner.
the story is basically the same. That we call
What?
can I
Yes.
take another ship? We could multi-crew. Yeah.
Cross,
Who's got that? it's a high Fed ranking. That would be I might check this really. Right, okay, well, I've had an invite from Skyway to come. Let's try that. Probably can't do that when I'm in the wing, right? So that might be fun.
Cause I flew too close to the sun and got fucked up. I got fucked up.
Let's be a bit, yeah.
Emergency drop too close to the sun. Binary system.
Altair is fine.
Felicia, you want to see this?
There we go. Right, let's go to Altair. Well, don't worry.
I
let's
don't
not
care.
Worry about because I'll have to wing drop and it will go. Yeah, it just cause chaos. Let's go to Altair. Sorry about the beta hydra. That's worth getting a permit for going.
I'll park the ship.
So Altair is our next destination. Okay, let's go to Altair and continue the story.
Yeah, on my way.
Right, so we need to get away from here. Let's get out of the mass lock. Off we go. We're heading for Altair.
Hang on, let's go a little further away.
Now, Altair is actually a really nice star from Earth. It's very visible. So, right, let's get some frameshift drive activated. Off we go. Hyperspace in which is always cool. In fact, I'm going to throttle back and I'm going to let you guys go. Right? Go on. So you go past me and I'll catch you on stream. That's right. Boom. There we go. Which always makes for a cool visual, okay? I always like
Wait, where do I want to go?
very close pass with a cutter there, whoever that was. Boom, boom, boom. I'll go backwards. Let's go forward. Right, engage. Engage the drives. Head to Altair. So Chief Petty Officer, okay, 5th rank, so it's not too... I should have that. What rank am I? I can't remember. Never mind. Anyway, Beta Hydra is something we'll do another time. It doesn't really matter too much, okay, because the story is the same, right? We go to Tau City, and we start making a colony, and we start exterminating the indigenous creatures, right?
What am I looking at?
We go to...
The two suns?
Yeah, how cool is
So
that?
sick. There's two suns in my script.
Look at.
Oh.
Delta Pavonis, that's
Isn't that sick?
We went to Delta
Yo, look at
Pavonis,
this,
we
a Winnebago.
start wiping
Ready?
out
You hear me?
all
Yeah,
the
look at
indigenous
Ah,
creatures.
nice.
Winnebago, and then check us out. This is my license plate.
So here, less hospitable, right? An Earth-like world there. Interesting enough, we don't put a space station in orbit, but
That whole thing?
let's go
Ridgeback.
to
Yeah, Ridgeback.
Let's go to Solo
Ah,
Orbiter.
It's my license plate.
Right.
And then this is my logo.
Let's rendezvous at Solo Orbiter.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, you got two sons.
Mhm.
How so?
In the script I'm writing.
Sci-fi?
Yeah, my scripts.
Oh.
On the other planet.
It means I can talk.
Really?
So we go to Tau City. We go to
That's fucking sad.
Delta Pavonis, we go to Beta Hydra, and we go to Altair, and we start colonizing. And on every single planet, okay, we are causing mayhem. We are causing mayhem. We wipe out the creatures on Beta Hydra. Delta Pavonis. Beta Hydra, I'm not quite sure. Tau Ceti, as you saw in the description, right? We
Good.
almost wipe out the indigenous life forms. In fact, the only ones that survive are a handful, and they're kept in special enclosures, right? Because we alter the atmosphere and we change things. And by the time of Elite Dangerous, 1,000 years later, those things are best kept in captivity, right? They're
Trying to get a good picture.
that's all that's left of them. Their planet is subsumed by humans, and we.
There
are
really should not be
effectively
that much fucking laundry,
there is
bro.
no governance. There is no control. There are no standards. The
It's
corporations
not if we finish it, dude.
take over the planet. And
No, we didn't. We never.
become their own government. Okay, they've effectively become their own government.
Winnebago!
And this doesn't go unnoticed. Okay, it doesn't go unnoticed by the authorities in Seoul, the Federation as it stands at that point in time. So they're getting increasingly alarmed by this behaviour that's happened over the last few decades. But they're busy, okay? They are busy in Seoul. The context for what's going on in Seoul at this point.
That's a good picture right there.
Hang around again in front of the. Ooh, that's a funny little glitch I saw there.
Oh no. How do I take a picture?
Federation welcomes you, Commander. It gives me a shiver. your screen room. There we go.
Oh, damn it. I can't get rid of the UI.
There we go. All sitting. Right. Okay, so
What if I just hit print screen?
yeah, so this doesn't go unnoticed, but the Federation at Sol has still got its own problems. Okay.
There we
The
go.
first terraforming attempt on
There we go.
Mars fails.
Nice.
They try and terraform Mars.
At their store? I doubt it.
It doesn't work. Something goes wrong. It's not it's, in the lore. It's not specific about what goes wrong, but it just fails. Okay, it's not successful for whatever reason. It doesn't take. It's too complicated. We can't.
I love me a good binary.
Whatever happens to be, we've still got radiation coming down from the sky.
I've been to a triple system before.
Terraforming attempt on Mars is a bad thing.
A trinary? Is that what it's called?
And that we sort of we have to go back to Earth.
I'm just flying around in my Winnebago!
Good. So that's a bit of an ecological disaster that happens in the solar system. At the same time, Earth is still not very habitable, right? It's still got
Dude, you remember my dream falling frat bros?
So we start what is called in the law an Earth environment.
Do you remember my dream called falling fat bros? Frat bros? Really? You want me to tell it to you again?
So
Okay.
Earth is preoccupied.
Bye then.
Okay, and it takes a long time for anybody
Let me know when you're ready.
to have time to react to anything else other than that's going on in the solar system. But eventually, news of what is going on out in space on these four systems. So we've got Tau Ceti, Beta Centauri, Delta Cronus, and Alpha. News of what is going on out there filters back to Sol. And the problem being is that they're not, they're not happy about this because this isn't how it's supposed to be going, guys. Because basically, you're going out there and you're making other stuff extinct. Right? You're doing exactly what we did on Earth before, just on other planets, right? You are wiping out the ecologies and the ecosystems.
Do you like Stardew Valley, Axel?
Exist out there. And so the Federation and Sol only at this point in time sends an ultimatum.
Dum 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 dum.
They just
Diddle dum 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 dum. Diddle dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Ba-da-la, da-da-la, da-da-la, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's how bad my singing is.
So
See if we got a package?
Understand that Tau Cetis, they are extinguishing life forms, but there's still some there, right? So the
All right.
Federation and Sol
Okay.
sends
All
an
right. Fine.
ultimatum
Whatever. Okay.
to Tau
Yeah.
Ceti.
Yeah. Acceptable. Whatever, bro. Okay. I don't like it either. Yeah. Whatever, dude. I hate it. I hate Stardew Valley. It's fucking lame, dude. I don't even like it. I don't even fucking like Stardew Valley,
They
dude.
will
Why
send
would
the
you even bring it up?
from Earth, from Sol to Tau Ceti if
Shit's fucking lame,
the
Kev.
extinctions continue.
Dum 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 dum. Diddle dum 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 dum. Diddle dum dum.
So the regime
Huh?
change, right? Okay. So Sol is now threatening Tau Ceti.
All right. I'll watch out for the ghost. No, because I was home all day.
So this is happening now at the turn.
Nut. It's a ghost.
So we're at the year 2200 right now. And in those first
Dum
couple
dum
of
dum dum dum.
years,
Diddle dum 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 da da dum 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 dum. Diddle dum dum. What's that? Go ahead.
on these four other systems,
What's a good game?
economically, but
Ba-da-la, da-da-la, da-da-la, da-da-da-da-da-da.
then
The Wind Waker? Yeah, that's a good game. It's my favorite Zelda. That's my favorite Zelda of all time.
they're trying to assert their
Darkus, shut the fuck up, Axel. Shut the fuck up. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having fun. I'm not getting frustrated. Alright?
things in check.
As soon as I hop into Darkest Dungeon, I'm gonna get a fucking aneurysm. I'm gonna take 2 years off my life. Immediately, I'm gonna get gray hairs. It's gonna be fucking Stone Shard all over again.
The issue of FTL in a
It's gonna be. I don't know if anyone saw. So I had to take it down from YouTube because it was like really embarrassing. Is how mad I was getting at Hotline Miami, bro. Ooh, ooh, bro. I haven't been that mad. It was, dude. However mad I would get at Stone Shard, times that by at least 2.
Making an assumption
You know what I mean?
here that
Because I was really mad at Stone Shard. I don't want to say like times 10.
So we're talking 23rd century. This is probably radio transmission. Okay, so it takes a few years to get there, and a few years to get back. There are several decades in between events at this point, which would make
Scooby Dooby Doo, Scooby Doo 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 Doo.
10 years to send the ultimatum back. So this is the sort of stuff that's going on, okay? But they do have hyperspace capable probes at this point, so maybe they send the message using a hyperspace probe. It's not clear.
Pain and suffering.
So there's a bit of ambiguity about that in there. Now the Tau Cetians do receive this ultimatum.
Scooby Dooby Doo. Doodle doo doo. Doo doo. Dum doodle doo doo. Doo 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 doo.
What do you got there?
Oh, you mean he's not eating his breakfast?
And so basically.
Oh, well, I doth declare.
In the position of, okay, what do we do now? They've refused.
Na 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 na.
They call their.
What's your favorite Zelda?
What are you going to do?
Axel.
What are you going? Are you really going to assemble a force of spacecraft and come and? So we have rebellion. Okay, Tau Ceti rebels against Sol's control and basically says, yeah, well, bring it. Then.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So this is what's happening at the beginning of the 23rd century. Okay, Tau Ceti is basically
What you got? Chili cheese fries. I'd like to try one.
At this point, the law is a little bit unclear, but there's
Yeah, I
some
know.
sort of
It's,
rebellion.
oh, what is it? A hot dog?
Okay.
Can I have a bite?
Really go back to
Like,
Tau
whoa,
Ceti.
what's on it?
Let's do that. So back to Tau Ceti.
Huh?
Back to Tau Ceti.
That's it?
Let's do some jumping.
No onions?
It'll be fun. I like jumping.
I don't know.
Is that Tau Ceti down there? Yeah. Right. So there's a few people still in Tau Ceti. What are you doing down there, guys? Let's go back to Tau Ceti. Didn't plot route.
Oh, you know what's awesome? I can't taste it.
Tau Ceti, everybody. So we're jumping around these early cities, right, in the Federation. It's right behind us.
I sure hope it tastes good.
Everyone head for Tau Ceti if we go. So 20 light years away. Off we go to Tau Ceti. All of you with your jumping
Ah, okay.
rocket ships
All right.
outrunning my little Cobra.
Respectful. I dig
Make
that.
up my mind, hey, we're touring.
That's my second favorite.
We can go round and round and round. That's the whole point.
Oh, that's debatable. I think my second favorite might be the remake of A Link to the Past,
There we go. Off to Tau Ceti. Hyperspace jumps. This
and then Ocarina of Time.
boom.
Well, shit, dude. I have like,
We are going
so like,
back to Tau Ceti because
Wind
this
Waker's my favorite, but then it really is a tie between Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask,
Now, there's some
and
sort of
Link's Awakening.
in
Or
the
not
administration
Awakening,
of Tau
Link to the
Ceti,
Past.
and
The
way
remake
it
of it though,
reads
where you can like go onto the walls and
is
stuff. That one,
um,
they nailed that one so well.
Let's go to Taylor Colony.
Majora's Mask is just amazing. It's got such dark undertones and dark themes, and the whole theory that it's based upon death and how
I'm not going to go through them. You can do that in your own good time.
how you deal with it, like the 7 stages of grief or whatever, and it's just
Exhibits on the tour.
oh,
I don't want to kind of spend all the time.
so well done.
So go back to Gilmore Orbiter.
Toot. Ocarina of Toot.
Heading in exactly the wrong direction. That's good. Head back to Gilmore Orbiter.
What about Halo? Do you play Halo? Do you have a favorite?
Again, we'll rendezvous there. But something happens, right? Something happens in the administration of Tau Ceti. There's some sort of rebellion. Okay, so I'm assuming that somebody in the government of Tau Ceti or a faction there basically
Alright,
said,
just
"No,
oh
we should
man,
do
I'm
what
sorry.
says."
It like blocked out what you said, so it's like hard to understand. Well, honestly, those Zelda games are just blank, anyways.
Tau Ceti. Yeah, we
Shit,
call the shots, right?
awful,
We're independent.
fucked,
And
garbage,
the second
cunty,
lot win, okay?
shitty.
So Tau Ceti puts down
It
the
ruined.
rebellion.
I hate that because it like ruins the
Or actually,
context.
the rebellion, maybe the rebellion is successful. It's not clear which way round it works, right? But
Lesai. Will you whip me something?
Basically, whoever the guys
Yes,
who have
Queen.
Independence. We're on our own, and we want to control our destiny. They win. Okay. And this is
When
where
did you go to
the
Sonic?
planet gets its
When did you go to Sonic?
I assume he's some guy.
Yeah, on your way home?
In the lore, who
Did you go on your way home?
the leader of this rebellion.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
that is where Taylor's colony.
It's Peter Jones.
Back at here at the beginning of the 23rd century. Okay, so that sort of sets the scene.
Oh no.
For the next.
no.
Tau Ceti is basically.
Okay, here's one. I'm missing my other one. Oh, here we go.
Basically saying, yeah, bring it, Connor.
I don't know. For story, I'd say the first one was good.
Yeah, the scene
But
is
MP,
now somebody asked.
I'd say
Apollo,
Reach.
Do we know what kind of spacecraft exists?
My favorite all around is 3.
before the Cobra
Multiplayer,
This is
story.
way before any
Story.
has any Elite lore, okay?
The story, my favorite story, I think, is going to be ODST.
And some of the ships.
And even gameplay, I think ODST is the most fun because it takes you out of the power armor or the Mjolnir. It takes you out of that. You know what I mean? And you're just a fucking ODST, dude. It's just I love that. The saxophone, the government issued saxophone. I just the ambience of it. New Mombasa, the storyline of the girl that is like trying to get home. It's like on the recordings that you find. It's so good and heartbreaking, and it's like the daughter of a scientist or something like that. It's so good. Ugh. Ooh, I picked up the BioShock collection is like $7 right now. It's for BioShock 1, BioShock 1 remastered, so both of those games. BioShock 2, BioShock 2 remastered, and then all the DLCs and BioShock Infinite with all the DLCs. $7, dude.
But it is in some of the earlier games, and we'll pop over and have a look at those.
So I might play I might do a quicker playthrough of BioShock 1
So
because that's my favorite.
what basically happens
Infinite is okay, but why in the fuck would you take an opportunity to make a third BioShock game and put it in the sky? That
to enforce its ultimate
blew my mind. There was absolutely no reason to do that. BioShock takes place in Rapture. Keep it in Rapture.
all of the other
Like,
colonies are now sort of looking on, saying, okay, so what is
I don't know.
going to do? What's Sol going to do, right? And they decide to send a force. Okay, so they send a war.
That's a tough one.
first ever
One.
fleet, space armada.
And I'll tell you why.
Okay? Primitive
For
ships,
one
armed
specific
with
reason,
weapons,
dude.
then exactly
Mass Effect 1 is the best Mass Effect,
but
okay?
primitive ships, they send them,
And it's such a small detail, Axel, right?
Tau Ceti to basically teach them
In Mass Effect 1,
So imagine
it's in my eyes, it's the only one that's like a genuine RPG, right?
You can't just hyperspace in.
So you start in Mass Effect 1 with a reticle the size of a fucking screen.
The Tau Cetians know this fleet is
And
coming.
as you level up and as you put points into your weapons, your reticle gets smaller.
Get to
And that right there was to this day, one of the most gratifying leveling I've ever done in a video game.
it's still real
And then they took it away in Mass Effect 2. They were like, oh, everyone has perfect aim. It's like, no, dude. No. But Mass Effect 1 is hands down my favorite. I've played it semi-recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, I think I've played it. So good, dude. What about you?
What's going down here? Okay, what's going to happen here?
That's not to say I didn't enjoy Mass Effect 2 and 3, and I did enjoy Andromeda. I probably put 15 hours into Andromeda. It was okay. I didn't beat it, but I enjoyed it. It was such a good-looking game.
To Tau Ceti to basically bring the colony under control. Now, Tau Ceti knows this is coming. Okay, Tau Ceti knows this is coming. So the corporation there decides to put up a fight. Okay, decides to put up a fight. So they build a fleet too, and they've got plenty of time, okay, because they know where the Sol fleet is, because they can check it out. And you know they have
As
time
far
to
as
build up-
story, I think Mass Effect 2 was my favorite,
and
as well as music, because it had the song called Suicide Mission,
2241
which is one of my favorite songs in video games.
is the first interstellar battle. Okay, the first proper war outside of the solar system between Tau Ceti and Sol. And they attack. Okay, they arrive in the Tau Ceti system and they engage. Right. The outcome of that war is a stalemate. The outcome of the war is a stalemate.
Oh,
Sol
shit.
does not win, and we should reenact.
Vietnam.
That's not a bad idea, actually. We could have a who's for Tau Ceti. Yeah, we have a
Made
war in
sense
space,
to
right?
me,
Okay, and Sol does not win, but
'cause
Tau Ceti
Ute,
doesn't win either. Okay,
The same
It is a
character, and
stalemate.
it makes sense to develop like that again.
And it's fought
Okay.
over the planet in the Tau Ceti star system, and Earth is
You're the
forced
same
to its
character,
hands, cannot enforce
and it
its
wouldn't
will.
make
But Tau Ceti
sense to
can't win
develop
either.
like
It
that
can't
again.
fend off the forces.
I don't understand that. I'm sorry,
There we
Axel.
go. So Commander Thatcher is absolutely right. So we need some Tau Ceti. So yeah. So these are this is the first interstellar war. Okay, and the result is stalemate. Okay, neither side.
Yeah, don't you like wake up from cryo sleep or something in Andromeda? They're like, we need a fucking commander or something like
Both
that.
The colony and Sol are
Yeah, the story in
adversely affected by this.
Andromeda was
Which I
very
think is
uninspired.
we're
Like,
gonna
I don't
attack
remember it
you
at all.
in a few years' time. So it's not tactically a very good position, right? So it's a rather
And whichever one you like finally see a Reaper, that was super cool.
Basically, Tau Ceti is the richest colony. It's
The
first
Reapers are
most
such an amazing enemy.
and, they
You
couldn't
know,
be pushed
if it takes 2 or 3 games to even witness them, like,
And
that's
the economic
awesome,
damage to
dude.
Tau Ceti and the economic damage
They're
to
very
Sol
reminiscent
is
of the Halo rings
major
to me,
cost.
as far as an enemy or like a construct kind of thing, you know?
And so
Where they just destroy
negotiations
everything. Like, I love that. That's so cool.
between Tau Ceti and Sol, and ultimately all the other 3 colonists, so Beta Hydri, Altair, and Delta Pamotus, basically say, look, okay, we will give you
Andromeda has its problems, like storyline and all that, but the gameplay is really
run your
good.
own affairs as a star system. If, and this is the big if you will enter into, there's effectively, an organizational bond with the Sol system. Okay, so what that basically is the formation of the Federation as we understand it in Elite Dangerous. The 5 founding words, the 5 founding worlds, sorry, not words. The 5 founding worlds of the Federation at this point, agreed by treaty, are Sol, Delta Pamotus, Beta Hydri, Altair, and of course, Tau Ceti. And that is really the origin of the Federation as it is understood today. So that is what is built upon to become the Federation as we see it in Elite Dangerous. By the 34th century, of course, it's dozens and dozens and dozens of words. Yeah, the 5 founding words. Sorry about that. But there are 5. That is the core of the Federation. Those 4 colonies and Sol become the founding worlds of the Federation itself. Now the Federation is now.
Are
not
those
just
gonna go
Sol.
to the same
So
spot?
Sol becomes Sol again, rather than the Federation. And the Federation is now that
Miss.
group of 5 star systems.
Let's get a little closer.
And that is all done and dusted in the year after the war. Okay, so they try not to have wars.
Whoa.
So that's how they kind of come together.
Did I
So
really
then
just
the
get all
colonies
that?
have different name for themselves other than the system name, since we learned last week that the Federation was Sol at the time. So no, so at this point they keep their names, their name objects within the systems as they want to, but they are members of the Federation as opposed to the Federation. Which
Right.
is what it was before. So Sol is still Sol, but Sol isn't the Federation anymore. It's a member of the Federation. So the Federation is now a multiple set of star systems, and it starts to become more and more.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so that's the base from which we expand. The corporations continue.
Yeah, okay, I thought
we now
so.
have a government structure, if you like, which spans multiple star systems, and that is the beginning of the Federation. Now, the 23rd century continues to move on. Okay?
21st century schizoid man. Bow, ba-da-da, da, down, bow, down, down, bow, la-da-da, da, da, ooh, bow, do, do.
Okay.
Bow, la-da-da, da, down, down, down,
So let's head
down.
for the Sol system for the next little chapter of that sort of stuff. So we have a federation, right? We have a federation, and now we need to head back and go back to the seat of the federation and see what's going on over there.
Okay, so it looks like it's already
Back to
scanned.
Sol. So this is where it all starts, of course. We
Whoa,
all know this system.
whoa,
Hopefully all of you got this one. Sorry about the back to hydrogen one there.
do, 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 do,
We'll head back to
do.
Sol and go to Mars because that's where the
Yo, slow down, bro.
stuff happens.
We are looking for. Biological one.
Starts heading for Mars. Because the chances of anything coming from Mars, right? Does he have the? I do have the permit for Mars. Yes, yeah, I do have the permit for Sol. I hadn't realised. I must have misclicked on something there. I thought I'd checked all the routes quite carefully to make sure that I had the right permits. But let's head back to Mars.
6.
So off we go. Get your ass to Mars. Yes.
Looking for biological one.
So we're now
Geological.
coming to the end of the 23rd century. Okay, we're getting to the end of the 23rd century,
Geological.
and let's go to Mars. What's the Mars Hive? There we go.
Geological. Geological.
It's the space station.
Oh,
there.
biological one. That's it.
Now at this point, there
Right,
becomes
yeah.
in the law there becomes
Let's
a
double check.
slow separation here between.
The thing about the guns, though, is that it
system and the government
took
of
you
Federation at high levels.
took you
Federation
all the
becomes a
first
sort of
game to
slightly
get
higher level model
good with the weapons. Yeah, so it wouldn't make
government
sense for the. Oh, gotcha,
Which is
gotcha,
why
gotcha, gotcha.
You start to see
Site name
individual,
biological one. Yeah. Okay.
societies building themselves within the star system. So you'll notice in the galaxy map here that if we look at
Bow, ba-da-da-da-da. Do, do, do.
Other people in the system, so where's the data I want? Right, so here, for example, you notice we started off with a federal government, right? But
Oh yeah.
what happens is that within that structure, okay, the overarching thing is federal, but as you can see, the allegiance remains with the Federation, right? But these other factions start to exist within the system, and they're kind of allowed because each area is allowed to kind of conduct its own affairs, with the Federation being the overarching control of all the star systems, which is why you start getting, different types of structure. You notice you can hear. So
Oh, for real?
Democracies in here. Some of them are.
That was lame. I was hoping to like keep the glide going a little longer.
Within the construct of the Federation as a whole, and that's a change.
2 minutes.
Now, what this is good is it began to bring a certain level of peace to the affairs of humanity, right? So nobody really wanted another war. Okay, we were slowly learning our lessons. We were slowly learning our lessons about the fact that, well, at least so it appeared, right? We were slowly learning our lessons that combat destruction was not necessarily the best way so you know, everyone basically says every time we go and fight, right, things go wrong and it costs us lots of money. You know, that's not a great way of doing business. So there is this attempt to maintain peace and have a sort of light touch government with a federation over the top and allowing each.
I didn't know that aborted the glide if you went like straight.
But there's an understanding.
That's a bummer.
That the Federation has a constitution which all of the planets agree to sign. Life. As you can see, even in the time of Elite Dangerous, if I just show you that, if we select Tau City,
I wish you could bookmark this.
is that it's the first colony where the first alien life was discovered. Unfortunately, the last remnants are now in zoo enclosures for tourists, but at least we saved them, right? They didn't go completely extinct. Okay. So they managed, at the end of that war, one of the things that benefited from the war was the indigenous life that wasn't made extinct, although its habitat was destroyed. So that's which was then resolved by the fact that the Federation came into existence. Okay. Now, this federal influence was spreading. Okay, federal influence is spreading around this area. Okay, so worlds in this area.
Whoops.
Like Epsilon Indi, Bandman Star, which is again an interesting one. Okay, again purple for that one, and various other places like EZ Aquarium and some of those systems around here. These are the Captain Star. All of these systems not too far away from Sol are now being colonized. Humanity is spreading fast, but it's spreading under a federal banner. Okay, Federation is the overarching government, and if you want to be a member of the Federation, you don't really have a choice. Okay, if you're going out there as a corporation, you have to be under the auspice of the Federation. That requires you to do certain things. Otherwise, the Federation will come down on you pretty hard. They prove that it can be done, and it's kind of a little bit like an alliance of sorts. Attack on one member is an attack on all members. So you kind of have to take a line. So a little bit overbearing from the government's perspective. So that's how that sort of stuff is working, and that's a little bit oppressive. Okay, it's a little bit oppressive. So the colonies, expanding in that kind of space around the solar system and out into the galaxy. Meanwhile, back on Earth, okay, the second attempt to terraform Mars is successful. They are able to get it to work this time. Whether it was technological or whatever went wrong the previous time, this time it's okay. This time it's working. And it's good. Okay? So we have Mars. We are able to set foot on Mars. And in the year, in the year 2290, somewhere around about right at the end of the 23rd century, just a Star Trek era, really. Right at the end of that era, humans are able to stand on the surface of Mars without
Oh, did I get it?
spacesuits. Okay, we have successfully terraformed Mars, and we're able to stand outside and explore the surface of Mars. Right? Okay. This is Mars High Space Station we're at the moment. For those of you not quite sure what we are, Mars High, in orbit around Mars. Surprisingly enough, in a high orbit, I would imagine. So that's what that looks like. So we are able to stand on the surface of Mars. Right? Now this is quite interesting because I don't know. It doesn't say in the law how Mars was terraformed. Okay, it just says it was. And so we don't really know how that was achieved because it was, terraforming a planet is a big deal, right? So Mars has not very much gravity, so that's a problem. It's about 0.3 of the Earth, right? That's one problem. Doesn't have.
Is Mars really only 0.3? Wow.
Today, and doesn't have a magnetic field. All sorts of other problems. There's no pressure on Mars, so liquid water doesn't exist. So you've got a whole host of problems to deal with in terms of terraforming, right? Now, attempt failed, so they started. Let me just go back.
Dude, have a good night, Axel.
So they
Thanks for
started
stopping by and helping.
2170, and it failed. And they completed it 100 years later in 2270.
Oh, no.
They started again, and they were able to finish that in 20 years according to the law. Now that to me seems a bit unlikely. So there are flaws in Elite Dangerous law. I mean, terraforming an entire planet in 20 years. I mean, maybe some weird technology has been invented, right? Maybe there's just a big lever. I can totally recall. I was just thinking that big lever you push and whoosh, lots of atmosphere comes out. But whatever, you've obviously got some quite clever technology at this point, right? So we managed to terraform Mars in 20 years, which is kind of like a bit sort of head scratching. You know, like, how do we manage that? But you know, we did. Okay, it's in the law, so it must be true, right? It's in the law. So we are able to stand on the surface of Mars. By the end of the 23rd century, we're able to stand on the surface of Mars, and we don't need spacesuits. We have another planet, and I think if you look at Mars, where's Mars? Anybody see Mars? There's too many ships. Where is Mars? Must be out there somewhere. Where is it? There's the sun. There's Tau Ceti. We've been there. It's Mars. We'll go and have a look at it. Let's go down near
What a
the surface of
catch.
Mars. Now, this probably won't work too well unless you're in a wing or something. We come back up. Why isn't it in order? System map. There we go. See, Mars is terrible.
Got it.
Let's go there. We'll drop into we'll just go for a tour of Mars. Just see what it looks like, because if we go onto the daylight side, you'll notice that Mars is so we'll head down towards the surface. Behind the station, okay, I'll just go. Thank you very much, Demetrius, that's great. See it. Which is quite funny. Right, so head down to low Mars orbit. We've been in Mars high, let's go to Mars low, right? Let's go and see what the surface of Mars. Let's go and admire. Let's go and have a look at some of the scenery.
For real?
Like, I've got a wing signal there. That's good.
Well, I'm not gonna waste my ammo on it. That's fucking annoying.
See some of. That's quite nice spot there. Yeah, look, so you can sort of see some of the volcanoes, but I'll drop here, and I'll put my wing beacon on so my wing can drop in. Hopefully that will give other people a chance to drop in to that space as well. So hopefully that's the wing beacon on. So we get a nice view of the surface of Mars, right? So Mars has become this nice place, right? Mars has become this nice place. Mars is now full of water. How the hell we got the water there? I don't know. I can only assume we crashed some comets into Mars or something. There's an awful lot of water that has arrived on
That was
Mars.
fucking sick.
Not very well done at the time, right?
That was so well done.
There we go. That's Mars. You know, the major geological activity, you know, shape of the planet, that there is now an ocean, right? And so Mars is no longer the red planet; it's this lovely blue planet. In fact, Mars becomes a nicer place than Earth, right? Mars becomes a nicer place than Earth. Mars ultimately becomes the kind of central government location for the solar system rather than Earth. Earth becomes a bit more of a historical planet, and Mars actually is where a lot of the administration occurs. So Mars is kind of, you know, the nice downtown bit of Earth. Okay? So you go to Mars to retire. It becomes a place where the posh people live, right? So Mars is nice, whereas Earth is a bit kind of, well, it's a bit, that's sort of not the nice part of it. Yeah. So Mars becomes the Des Res, right, rather than the Earth. And you can see some of the features. So I don't know my Martian geography very well. I have to say, I should know it a bit better. I was hoping I could see Olympus Mons and things like that, which should still be kind of poking up through the atmosphere. But you can see Mars is a nice place, right? It has, it's got green and it's still got its craters and so on and so forth. But it is a terraformed world. Is the first one, and Earth is sort of a bit spoiled, whereas Mars is fresh and new. Okay, so this is where people with money come. Okay, Frank Miner's got 20. He's got Olympus Mons. Excellent. Well, that's good news. I don't know which part of the planet he's on. Probably wings or something like that. It's hard to kind of look up. I might have a quick fly around and see if I can see it. But, it's worth having a look, right? Because some of the features of Mars are still there, which is quite cool, right? So if you know what Mars is like, Earth is so last century, right? That's exactly it. So Mars becomes a cool place, right? And it becomes a big deal. It becomes a big deal if you live on Mars. You've arrived, right? If you live on Earth, not quite so true. This is the turn of the 24th century. Okay, so Sol has consolidated itself. Earth is under control. Mars is now being terraformed. Colonies are starting to appear. The 4 main colonies have long been around now for almost a century, and other places are being colonized as well. Whatever it was that they did to Mars, right? Terraforming it in 20 years, humanity is able to do elsewhere. Okay, so even if the star system you've discovered doesn't have an Earth-like world in it, but it does have a place that's terraformable, so barren planets or planets with thin atmospheres, and Mars-like worlds in other systems, right? They become targets as well, because we have this terraforming tech, right? This terraforming tech which allows us to terraform inhospitable planets. So that becomes a big deal as well. And the Federation continues to grow. And the federal structure that sits over all this continues to mutate. It's still very forceful. It's still laying down the law. It's still very, I hesitate to use it. It's very United Statesy. Okay, it's quite freewheeling. It's quite free enterprise. It's quite, there's a lot of freedoms on one aspect. A lot of freedoms for you to mark your own travel, but it's still very structured in that sort of way. And there are people who don't like this. Okay, there are people who don't like this. There are people who are looking at this saying, if we could get beyond the influence of the Federation, maybe we could set up a different society, right? Maybe we could set up a different society. And there are people trying to, thinking along these sort of lines, right? People thinking along these sort of lines. And that becomes an important detail.
That was cool.
Demetrius says, found Olympus Mons, I think a bit further round. Right, let me see if I quite fancy seeing that, so do excuse me. I'm going to go see if I can. I've got a wingman navlog on it, so let's see if I can find it. So, if you are able to follow, he's hoping it is now, because he's going to be live on stream. So where is it? Far side of the planet. A moon with a rebel base. No, there we go. So we can see the polarized cap there. That's nice. So is this Olympus Mons over here? Olympus Mons, for those of you who don't know what it is, right, is the biggest volcano in the solar system. It's extinct. The reason it's the biggest one is it's about the same size as France, I think. So it's, it's pretty massive, right? Whoa. Okay. Well, there we go. Actually, no, we can look. There we go. We can see it. There we go. That. There are 3 other volcanoes there. That's right. That is correct. So that is Olympus Mons. So Olympus Mons in. That's pretty cool, actually. So I know that David Braben, for example, is a massive fan. I'm just going to tip my part button. So Olympus Mons is a huge volcano on Mars, right? It's dropping me in and out. Let me turn off the wing lock. That's a bit annoying. Try again. So is the federal government located on Olympus Mons? I don't think it's actually on Olympus Mons. It's certainly on Mars.
Yes.
Yes, Olympus Mons is this big one here. So I'm just going to crash it down. See how close we can get. So this is that. So there we go. That is Olympus Mons, right? There are some other volcanoes. Actually, I can't remember. Some of the astronomers on the stream will know. But that is Olympus Mons. That is a volcano the same size as France, basically. So that's how the caldera at the top is, massive. It's hundreds of miles across. It's enormous thing. And it actually on Mars today it pokes out outside of the atmosphere. So that's how tall it is. And the reason that such a volcano is extinct now, right? Because Mars has lost all its volcanic activity years ago.
That's how you fly. That's how you fly. That was fucking sick.
But the reason that it's so big is because Mars is thin and plate tectonics like the Earth. So whereas on Earth plates tend to move around, so a volcanic hotspot doesn't exist in the same plate relative to the surface of the Earth. On Mars, that stuff didn't move. So if you had a volcano that went off, it would tend to keep going off in the same plate. So you get this massive volcano after several million years of erupting. And it's I think 3 times as tall as Mount Everest from the ground, and it's so big that because of the curvature of the surface of Mars, you can't see the top from the bottom. It's over the horizon. That's how big it is. So actually, from ground level, it's not all that spectacular. It only looks good from space, because it's actually a gentle slope all the way up for most of it. Rather than trying to see it because it's such a big feature. The curvature of the planet is more important than the slope of the actual volcano.
That it? This might be it. Yeah.
But it's so big, it's unspectacular.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Quite hard to imagine. But interesting enough, in this time you can see that there's plenty of civilization there.
I'll give this one last try, real quick.
It's a place to live, right? So you can see lots of city lights and stuff in the shadows of Mars has become a cool place to live. Mars has become a cool place.
That's fucking
No,
stupid,
so
man.
the law doesn't really specify how they terraform Mars. It's a lovely question. I would love to know what the answer to that is, but there's nothing there, right? The only little throwaway line it gives is that other places were colonised in the same sort of fashion. So whatever the colonisation tech was, it was very effective and it worked quickly. You could colonise, terraform somewhere in a matter of decades, right? Having with the raw material. How the hell you do that, I have no idea. Because you've got a lot of atoms somewhere. Where do those raw materials come from? Is it some sort of processor on the ground which chucks stuff up into the atmosphere, or do you drop comets from space? Is it the Genesis torpedo from Star Trek? Who knows? Right? Whatever it is, it's pretty advanced tech. It's not something that's explained, unfortunately. Which of of course would be a fantastic weapon, right? You know, which is what Khan did in Star Trek, wasn't it? It was very much a case of, oh, terraform your planet back to something else. So we don't really know how it works. Okay, we don't really know how it works, but that's something that that's something that definitely became possible. So yeah, it was hand wavy, something like that. So you see that this is the thing. The lore of Elite Dangerous does have some oddities in it, right? So there's some places where it's really compressed. Where you kind of like, that all happened in like 3 years, and in other places there's big gaps, as we'll see. So who knows how they did it? Nukes to heat the core back up and get the magnetic field, because you've still got that problem, right? You know, if you put an atmosphere on Mars right now, it will evaporate out into space again, because you haven't got enough gravity, you haven't got the electromagnetic field, and all that sorts of stuff. So there's all sorts of problems. I don't know how they're solved.
Bio 6.
That is the problem. But we get Mars. Mars becomes a beautiful place to live. But the Federation is still seen as quite okay? Most places, where they're settled, they're not all that far away from Sol. And so Sol's influence, the overall Federation, is very... Join the Federation. That goes on. Now there are some people who don't like this, okay? And some corporations effectively set sail, going, right, we are going to travel off into the galaxy far enough away from the Federation, and we will be outside of their influence. We want to go so far away that the Federation can't influence us, can't affect us, can't rule our lives the way they do everybody else. So there are people who rebel effectively
Come on.
against the overall Federation control. And this sets up, and we'll get into it next week, this sets up the kind of overall kind of next stage of the development of the lore of Elite Dangerous, because one particular group sets off with the idea of creating a very different structure to the Federation. And we all know what happens. We'll go into the detail next week. But at this point in the history, at the end of the 23rd century, travel through space is sufficiently normalized that you don't need incredibly huge resources to do it. Spacecraft are capable of traveling between worlds, not quickly like they do in Elite Dangerous, but not impossibly difficult. And one particular such expedition heads off to a place that you may have heard of. Look at it on the galaxy map, just to give you a sense of distance. So
Biological
here we can
6.
see the Federation sort of exists in this period of space.
Biological
this part of
14.
space.
Biological 4.
This is the Federation.
Wait, it was
The world
6, wasn't it?
About 20 to 40 light years of Sol. Some ships really decide to go a long
15.
way beyond that, and one such place that they visit
Biological 2.
is a system called Achenar,
8.
which
Is that 6 or 8?
considerably
That's
far
8.
further away. Okay, Achenar.
Biological 3.
Oops, just clicked on Beagle Point.
Geo.
That's a bit too far.
Biological 1. 5.
Achenar is
9.
as you can see,
5.
is 139
6.
light years away. Now, in Elite Dangerous, that is nothing anymore. Okay, but if we
Ugh,
do,
stop, dude. Biological 6.
we can see the
Let's double
relative
check.
scale. Okay, we can see the core.
It said also try, right? Other options, Bio 6. Okay, awesome.
Of the Federation as it exists at this point in history. Okay, and we can see how far away Achenar is.
Man, did you steal my
Achenar is
lighter?
4 or 5 times as far away.
Never mind.
as the furthest colony ever settled at this period.
Bet! You gonna
And
whip this
so
up or what?
some intrepid explorers basically say we want to found another society, outside of federal influence, somewhere else in the galaxy, right? And they think we
Chewie,
go
you
as
so
far as
handsome.
we possibly can with the technology at this time, and trying to go this distance back then was pretty ambitious, right? Pretty ambitious. And so some people set off thinking, if we go over here, the feds will never bother us, right? The feds will never bother us. We go from there. over 100 light years, a serious piece of travel. Okay, we want to get way outside federal influence. Now you've got to bear in mind that doesn't seem like much today, right? But that was a massive undertaking for the technology at the time. Okay, so there's nothing in the year 3400, right? Nothing at all. But in 2300, this is a big deal. Okay, this is a big deal. So they basically
Friday.
setting up the colonies. And there were others going out to do similar things. This is a particularly famous one, as we'll discover. It is one of many colonists that are set up. Now they kind of go out, all of these corporation ships, with a view that, yeah, of course, we'll join the Federation. We'll be part of the Federation. You know, we'll go out there, we'll settle the system.
Chewie's staring at you. Look at him.
Influence will continue to expand throughout the galaxy. Only this one doesn't. Achenar refused.
Friday.
Okay? And that, of course, is the story, which we will discuss next week. But it's the first colony that actively, ever since the Tau Ceti thing, it's the first colony that basically says, no, we're not going to be a member of the Federation. We are not going to be a member of the Federation. They basically say no. And the Federation is left with the same dilemma as it had before, right? What do we do about this? We'll talk about that next week. Because as you know, nowadays, Achenar is the core of the Empire, which I actually find is actually perhaps one of the most exciting parts of the Elite Dangerous novel, because it's very, very different. Okay, very, very different from the Federation. So at this point, the seeds of what will become the Empire are sown. At the end of the 22nd, at the end of the 23rd century, one of the colonies basically says, no, we are not going to be part of the Federation, and a whole bunch of events.
Which way does it face?
So this is.
Does it face the back?
Story of
I
the
think it does.
begins. Okay. And
It does.
that is all sorts of mystery and weird and wacky intrigue, that's a fascinating story. And Basque, yes, we will definitely do some basking. And it's quite interesting actually. The Empire, and a little tidbit that I'll go into again next week. But when I deliberately wrote my book Elite Reclamation about the Empire, because I thought the Empire sounded much more cool than the Federation. And I was particularly interested because, for those of you who were watching my stream the Federation is kind of the United States on steroids in space, right? Okay, so that's kind of how the Federation works. Whereas the Empire, when I asked David Brin, what's the Empire like? Okay, give me some background on the Empire. And the information I got on the Empire was that the Empire in the Dangerous time is sort of a bit of a cross between the Roman Republic as it existed at the beginning of the Roman period and the height of the British Empire. So huzzah, right?
Huzzah!
So you kind of have, if the Federation is America in space, then the Empire is sort of Britain in space. And that's sort of the flavour that you kind of get out of these things. So you've kind of got these two extremes of things. So if you can imagine the British Empire in space, so lots of tea, right? Lots of tea. That's kind of what the Empire. But we'll get to the Empire next week, okay? Because that's a huge story in itself. So a few questions in the chat. So what about the ships we're using? Now it's not clear. This is the ambiguous part, because there's a whole business about the generation ship that went out, okay, early on from the year 2097, and the impression you get from the Elite Lore is that the generation ships didn't go out for very long, okay, because they were superseded by more superior technology in the form of early hyperspace tech, right? But it's not clear when it kicks in. The Elite Lore is very vague about when hyperspace became
How come I can't
commercially viable,
get this one?
and when it
There we go.
and when it wasn't, when does generation ship tech get superseded by some sort of more conventional drive system? It's vague, right? All we really know is that the first generation ship went off in 1997. There were supposedly 70,000 of these things sent off. Some of them were sent off with the intention of colonizing planets, which obviously was successful in some part. Many of them were sent off and it didn't work very well, and we know now in Elite Dangerous, and we'll go and visit some as part of this tour, that they had weird stories, right? Lots of things went wrong, and most of them weren't successful. There are also various generations of hyperspace technology, and we'll try and investigate some of those as well. So, all sorts of things that are a bit confusing there. We don't know. I mean, hyperspace was invented really early on in the Elite Law, really early on in the 22nd century, and yet it doesn't seem to have been used very much. Okay, and when we get to the Empire, we'll find out a little bit about stuff that happens there, and that piece of information indicates that hyperspace wasn't in general usage around about this time. So it's not entirely clear exactly what drive technologies are being used at this point in time. It's confusing, right? Hyperspace is evolving. Generation ships are still in use. Some ships can move around. It's not entirely clear. So some of that history, I mean, I suppose if we take it from a lore perspective, maybe we say history doesn't recall, right? So we're not entirely sure. But certainly generation ships were using non-FTL travel. But limited forms of hyperspace travel were around. We were sending hyperspace probes to the systems. So whether or not hyperspace was deemed too risky for manned spaceflight for a long time, and then slowly we managed to get the hang of it. Maybe it did weird things to you. Okay, if you went to hyperspace early on, you kind of came out all messed up or something, like a dodgy transporter. Who knows? It's not clear, but certainly hyperspace adoption was very, very slow. It was either really expensive, or it was really complicated, or it went wrong a lot, or it was energy inefficient. We're not sure exactly why it didn't work, but it was definitely problematic. So I'm not sure about the FTL on generation ships. Normally with FTL, you shouldn't need a generation ship, right? Because you get there fast enough that it doesn't need to be a generation ship in the first place. And even if you're on a generation ship, if you do the maths, right? And I'm just going to head back to Mars High so we can
That was sick.
come hang out again together, because you won't be able to get into an instance here down in Mars. So let's go back up to Mars High, which I can never find. Let's go back up. Actually, hang on. Let's go somewhere else. Where haven't we been? Let's go in Titan City. We haven't been there. Let's go to Titan City around Sol, just so that you've got a destination to go to, right? Let's see the sights of the Sol system. So let's go to Titan City around Saturn, and we'll just have a... Now, if you do the maths on the generation ship, and you take into account things like general relativity, if you accelerate to an appreciable fraction of the speed of light, you don't need to worry about a generation ship again, because time aboard the ship will effectively compress.
No.
Your journey time won't be too bad, right? Time outside, back on Earth, is a different matter, but time aboard the ship will be compressed if you can accelerate to an appreciable fraction of the speed of light. Now, whether a generation ship could do that, we're not entirely clear. But I don't think it makes a lot of sense for a generation ship to have faster than light travel, because you'll get there too quick to warrant building such a massive ship that can survive for generations, right? If you've got FTL travel, it's not going to take you a generation to get to your destination. Whereas if you're going many hundreds of light years at sublight speeds, then yes, it's going to take you a long time. So it's not entirely clear how all that works. So generation ships, well, see, yes and no. Generation ships are too far away for it not to be FTL. Well, not quite, because if you work it out, in the Elite Law, in the Elite Manual, and I can show you that, we've got a subject on there in generation ship. We'll delve into this a little bit, right? But some of those generation ships have been travelling for 1,000 years. So if you can only manage 1 light year a year, okay, so if you get close to the speed of light, the generation ship should be, after 1,200 years, can be up to 1,200 light years away, right? And that's where some of them are. If they are beyond that, then they've obviously gone faster than the speed of light, which... So I don't know, maybe somebody can investigate what is the farthest a generation ship has been found from Sol. Does anybody know, right? Does anybody know what the furthest away generation ship is in League Dangerous? So they could get near to it, near to light speed. I agree. So if you accelerate constantly, and then when you get to near light speed, you flip yourself over and then flip back again, then maybe there's some things. But the generation ship shouldn't be that far away. Now the Zuara is not a generation ship. Okay, it might look like one. Might have the same model. It's not a generation ship. Okay, it's a mega vessel. And the Zuara definitely did have hyperspace tech, so that was not a classic generation ship.
Where the hell did it go?
We only filed the failed generation ship. Well, I suppose the idea is that some of them were successful, right? And did colonise various planets. And then the ship maybe is cannibalised, right? Now, there is a mystery.
What's that?
Somebody mentioned in the chat earlier about what happened to the moons of Mars.
We'll try it.
Okay, and also actually what happened to Ceres? Because if we look in here, Ceres does not exist. And neither do the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. Okay, now they're only tiny little asteroid things, but they don't exist in the universe of Elite Dangerous. Now I had to look through the lore, and I found nothing that suggests that they were destroyed or used or something, right? So maybe they were mined and used as material, right? It doesn't say. Doom Guy blew them up. Maybe they were used as part of terraforming Mars. Could be, right? But it's not mentioned anywhere that I found, so I don't know what the answer there is, right? So that's a bit weird. They've just been now, and Ceres is quite a big. So Phobos and Doom. Was it Phobos in Doom? Is that where the Doom Gate was? Where the monsters came out? Was it Phobos? Deimos? I can't remember now. But Ceres is a big. It's the biggest asteroid, right? The biggest dwarf planet in the asteroid belt. So that is a bit conspicuous by its absence, right? That's a big thing to have used up. And a big thing to have moved out of an orbit, right? So, yes, but okay. So I vaguely remember playing Doom back in the 90s. So there's a beautiful shot of Saturn as we go past. Still,
Is it on the other side?
Planet in our solar system from that perspective. Very pretty. And we're heading for Titan City, which is
Yeah.
So we know we haven't got some, but oddly enough, lots of other planets have been modelled, right? So lots of other dwarf planets. This strikes me as odd because look at all the dwarf planets that have been modelled, all the way up to Persephone there, Saturn and Eris, and Pluto and Charon, right? They've all been done, but Ceres is bigger than all of those, and it isn't there. I know David Braben is a bit of a stickler for astronomical accuracy, so that's a surprising omission, I think. I wonder if it's actually, I suppose we could look up, what I might do, actually, just a quick aside, while I'm just looking at it, I'm just going to, once I get into this, we'll fire up the previous game, right? Just check to see what the system map looks like, because Ceres has been known, those dwarf planets far out in the reach of the solar system weren't known at the time of the previous game for me. I'm just going to check, because I'm curious about the previous game, and find out whether or not it's there at all. That might be a cool thing just to investigate. Persephone is the mythical planet. I believe it is. Yes, I believe it is. So here we are outside Titan City. A little bit around Titan. Which of course we have landed on with a real space probe. There we go. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to start up the alternative game. So because I'm curious as to what's happened to Ceres. So I have here DOSBox, right? Now, in order to get this to work, I need to do some old school tech stuff, right? So bear with me.
Ooh, I want to check this out.
So I have got the original Elite games on here, okay?
Oh, look at this, guys.
That's right.
Oh, here, check it out, y'all.
C drive.
Check this out.
Any of you born before, you know, born until the 90s will wonder what the heck I'm doing, right? So in order to play...
Oh, stop. I've done this.
Oh, that's interesting.
I was born just early enough to be able to do this, or to do it. Doom.exe. That was...
Hang on a minute.
It was the only game, and then immediately, like, after...
This is very old school stuff, right?
CD-ROM came in, but I had a few games on 3.5 floppy A.
It should be right. So, it's maybe just
Some text-based games on 3.5 floppy A and stuff like that.
go back now. CD document. There we go. That'll do it. Right, CD games. CD Frontier 2. So we're doing a little bit of delve into history. So we're going to fire up the
This guy's so cool. He actually wrote some of the books
previous game to Elite Dangerous.
for Elite Dangerous. So that's so cool that he does videos like this. That's too cool, man.
Given a shareware to people.
25,000 views. That's a shame, yeah.
It's not quite 10 print hello world. We're not in basic. This is DOS. This is 1990. This is from 1995. We're going to start the game. So this is what Elite Dangerous looked like
Wow.
back then.
Fair. Are you doing
A
that?
little bit. This is the first time we're going to have a look at a little bit of history because I'm just curious to do a little bit.
Look at this, y'all.
Yeah, amazing sound effects, right? And I'm not. Commander Sinclair is trying to entice me into some old DOS commands. So I'm not typing Deltree star. Anyway,
How
so
a
this
PC
is
should
a
be
previous
interfaced.
game, right? Called First Encounters. This is set in the year 3250, and I'm curious here because we start. Oh, I need to cut this ghastly music.
Oh my god. Baba Yaga.
Right. Now you may be thinking, what's this? What's this?
This is too cool, y'all.
So this is set on a planet called Hope, and we'll get to a bit more of the detail. But notice the date, okay? We're 1st of January 3250 right now. So this is 50 years before the start of Elite Dangerous. All I want to look at here is the galaxy map, okay, that existed in 1995. I'm curious to see if we can determine
Whoa.
Ceres existed in according to the lore. Okay, so I need to go and find the Earth. So there's Sol there.
The serious.
And I'm going to look up the system map for Sol. There we go. So, interestingly enough, it does. This is the system map from First Encounters in the year 3250. Ceres does exist. Okay? Ceres does exist. So, according to the actual lore of the game, I didn't know this before. This is a completely random thing that I've just looked up, right? So according to the lore of the game, Ceres existed in 3250, which is the date we're at in this game. It's a small barren sphere of rock. Nobody lives there, but it's in the system, right? And there are still Mars moons as well. Look, so that I guess asteroidal body Phobos and asteroidal body Deimos. So that sort of implies that they weren't used.
Look at a pillow from a chair.
Terraform, and they did exist 50 years ago in the time.
Hi, Auntie Chrissy.
But spookily, they don't exist now. So what happened? So we need to ask Frontier. What happened? What happened to Phobos, Deimos, and Ceres? We demand answers, right? Is it possible it's there but not mapped? I don't know. I mean, can somebody tell me? So I'll quit out of that. So anyway, that was a little taster of bring back Ceres. Yeah, exactly. They don't exist, right? They don't exist in they don't exist in Elite Dangerous. What's happened to Phobos, Deimos, and Ceres? We demand to know. So that's weird, isn't it? Okay, they're not there.
In it.
Is that just a technical reason, maybe? So something spooky's happened. Phobos, Deimos have disappeared, and so has Ceres. Now, Phobos and Deimos I can sort of understand, right? But Ceres is a big. Ceres is a big thing. These are the moons you're looking for. Right? We've lost 3 moons.
Well, we
I'm
can't
going to write a strongly worded letter. That's what we do in the we're upset about something. Okay? So, right, a strongly worded letter to Frontier asking where the hell they went. I need answers. They're not in the law, okay? So
Yeah, the big one too.
that's a curious omission. Now I think it's an odd omission, right? Because David Braben is very hot on his astronomy, right? He loves astronomy. He's an astronomy kind of buff, right? Yeah, if you watch his Twitter feed, he's always talking about astronomical stuff. So for him to not have Phobos, Deimos, and Ceres in the solar system strikes me as a very, very peculiar omission, right? Maybe there's a technical reason, but I can't really. I mean, you can, all you have to do for Phobos and Deimos is put a barren rock there, right? So odd, right?
So sweet.
Slightly odd. Whether it's kind of Raxler odd. I think that might be a bit stretched too far, but it's definitely peculiar, right? So there we go.
I love you so much. I hope you have a
Maybe
good
they're too small, but Ceres isn't too small. You can make that. You can make that explanation maybe for Phobos and Deimos, but Ceres is way smaller, way bigger rather than Charon. Way bigger than most of these discoveries
really sweet.
here. Okay, none of which are arguably as significant as Ceres. Ceres is big enough that you can almost see it from Earth without a telescope. Okay, not quite, but it's a biggish place, right?
I
It's not an
understand.
insignificant
I'll find
little
it.
rock. Ceres is massive. So yes, that's a good
Really?
Why can't we land on the moon in Elite Dangerous? That's a good question as well, right? Maybe it's like a tourist zone.
That's awesome.
Societal special
That's the day of.
No, we're not allowed to land on the moon.
Yeah, court.
So the moon is.
Yeah, you said the 16th.
That's odd.
Oh man, gotcha.
I think a lot of the asteroid belt and soul was dumped on in Mars during terraforming. Well, no, we
Nope.
just proved, Bitstorm, that Phobos and Deimos can't be because they exist in-game in 3250. We've just proved that. We've just literally fired up the previous Elite game to check. And Ceres, Phobos and Deimos do exist in the previous Elite First Encounters, which is set 50 years before Elite Dangerous. So we know they exist.
Oh yeah.
So something happened in the last 50 years in the Elite lore to remove Phobos, Deimos, and Ceres, which is right. So maybe it's a retcon, but it's a curious one, right? Very, very curious. So he dropped most of the Jovian moons. He thought they were small, weird. The Sirius is a strange one, so maybe it's something peculiar. Wouldn't that be ironic if the clue to missing the things was actually in Earth's asteroid belt after all this time? So yeah, they're supposed to be colonies on the moon, and they probably haven't built them. There's probably a technical reason why you can't land on the moon at this point in time, right? So that's probably the case. And the trailer did use JFK's speech. You're quite right. I used it actually because I thought it was a good place to start the tour, right? So it's weird why that isn't the case. So I think it's a bit strange. But yeah, there we go.
Y'all.
But yeah, Ceres is an odd omission. So we have let's go back and and yeah,
Excuse
Titan
me.
Is permit locked as well. So there's some oddities in the solar system that you can have. So do go and visit the Taurus beacons in this very system because you'll find out a little bit more about the background as well. Some good sights to see in those systems too. Now, all sorts of things going on there. So let's just summarise. Okay, so we started off with Tau Ceti.
Stop going to work in late.
Worlds around Sol system.
Stop going to work late.
Sort of gets a bit out of hand. Earth.
You goof.
To Tau Ceti. We go to war with Tau Ceti.
You goof.
That ends in a stalemate. Politicians get together and we have a political.
You need to be on time
which forms the
every day.
more and more colony ships.
Okay.
Start colonizing further and further places, and the Federation.
I'm aware.
Kind of first interstellar construct in space.
They don't understand who you are.
We begin to get the Earth under control, and we have a period of relative peace. So
It's a company. Bear.
looking at different star systems.
Okay, Oakley, neighborino.
Thereby hangs the tale for the next episode of the Lore Talk, right? So next week we shall be going to the Akanar system. And then
I'm farming.
why
I'm a farmer.
have an R in it.
Did you just call me an apartment?
As it does in
Felicia, come hither.
You'll notice now that it
I
does,
said, Felicia, come hither. You're busy doing what? You've done it. All right. Okay. Hockey. A hockey.
spelt with a single
A hockey.
in the world of Elite Dangerous. Okay. Now, everywhere else that I've been able to identify. So if I look it up on Wikipedia as an obvious one, it's called. I need to look up Wikipedia. Ashenar Wikipedia. There we go. It redirects, unsurprisingly, to Akanar with a slightly harder. Let me just close it down. And it's either Ashenar or Akanar. It's difficult to say how you pronounce these things. I'm not kind of sure. It's spelt with an extra R. Okay. So, for some strange reason, in Elite Dangerous they drop the R, right? Maybe it's too hard to say or pronounce or something. I don't know. But everywhere else, and Ashenar here actually is something completely different. So for some strange reason, you can't blame the Americans for that. They drop U's, but they don't drop R's normally. No, I have no explanation for this, but I did ask, right? Because I'm an astronomer, right? So back in the days when Elite Dangerous was just a Kickstarter and we were working on the initial round of books, I said and they said, well, the Empire is around the star Ashenar. And I thought, that's great. How do you, and why do you keep spelling Akanar wrong? And then there was actually on the writers' forum, there was a question, right? Where's the Empire?
Isn't that funny how my grandma says your name?
That's the same.
Every time
Are we
I call
going
my
to spell it
grandma on the
Akanar
phone.
with an R or Akanar without it?
As
Michael
Felicia.
Brooks came on the forum and said, "Is Akanar without the extra R?" And I basically said, "Why?" Because it's wrong. And Michael Brooks came back with the definitive.
Four in there, four in the bathroom.
Reason for this, and the definitive answer was because that's the way it's going to be. So Michael Brooks laid down the law. Okay, that was it. So it's Akanar without the R because Michael Brooks said so, right? And he was very good natured, but you know the way Michael Brooks was. He just said, "This is how it is," and that's how it was, right? So, I didn't actually. I should have checked. What is it? I'm assuming it's like that in the previous game. I'm sorry. I'm going to, out of curiosity, I'm just going to check that. Which means I've got to fire up this silly thing again. So apologies for that. Let me just go back. Let's go back to the DOS box quickly. I just want to check what it is. I'm assuming in the previous game it is also Akanar without the R, right? Let's just check. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's turn off that ghastly music. Sounds awful. Right, there we go. Shut up. I'm assuming it is galaxy map. There we go. So where is the Empire? Down south, this way. Yeah. So see, in the previous game, it was spelled without the R as well. There we go. So there's proof, right? Ashenar.
Oh, he's such a baby.
So I'm assuming it was probably. I quite like.
Oh,
yeah. Way of typing it all in there. It makes me feel cool.
Come on.
Like I know
Come
what
on.
I mean.
Come on. Come on.
So yeah, so I reckon actually we can double check. If I go to this is Elite Dangerous. Back to the second Elite game, which we can also do. I've got that on here. Frontier. One. Frontier. No, just Here, look, we actually start in Mars. So let's go to Mars. This is what Mars looks like. Look, from the surface, okay? So look how cool the second Elite game is. We've got planetary landing.
So much fun with this dog. Come here.
Right? It looks like it's a typo.
One of the games that we play
Which has been taken
is
through, and they've done it for continuity reasons.
I don't know. It's like when me and this dog play, it's like
So I
we
reckon
play
that's
super
a
rough.
continuity error that David Braben's kept.
That's just how he likes to play, you know. He's like a big dog and he's super strong. But he's super like gentle with his teeth. But that's how we play. And even with his teeth, when he plays with me, we get like super rough. So he'll like, I don't want to say he's biting me, but like, come here, come here, come on, come on,
Because we've already
come here,
established it in 32.
come here.
Where's that? There it is.
Like this stuff. I don't
In
know if you guys can see it.
Ceres, etc. is still.
But he's straight up like he bites
Well,
my
no, see,
hand.
DOS
You know what I mean?
characters, Akonai's only 7. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But it doesn't because you've got look. There's
At least you guys can
that's got
see it.
9. So that's not. You know.
I don't know if you can or not,
in DOS
but
was a file name.
he puts like my arm in his hand and his mouth and shit, and we play super rough. But one of the things we do is like I'll swipe at his paws and stuff like that.
Just from the file name.
And he's such a baby about it. Oh my god.
So it's not that.
Like we're having super fun.
They could have put Akonai with an extra R in it.
But as soon as it doesn't go in his favor or whatever, and he feels like he's a losing battle, all of a sudden out of the blue he'll go like he's like, oh. And then he'll jump right back into it and start biting you. He's such a baby. He's a little cheater, isn't that right? You cheat. You try to make us feel sorry for you. And even Bear, oh, what'd you do to him?
So, and there's
what'd you do to him?
These old games, okay? We'll take a further look at them because they are important.
Yeah. Beat it.
As we get into the later stages of Elite Dangerous, okay?
Chewbacca.
Have we been searching for the?
Sorry for like the pauses. You know what I mean? If you're here or you're watching it, I mean sometimes they're 12-hour streams. You know what I mean?
There's something going on, right? There's something going on. Missing arms.
What are we? Well, I know what we're doing, but
there we go.
I didn't want to check the inventory only because I want it to be a surprise when I fill up. But we'll check it out.
Just taking me back to the thing.
It's got to be getting there. Oh,
So,
we're super close.
To the end of another Elite Dangerous Lore tour.
I love this guy's chat. Oh, not his chat, because that's a different. It has a different connotation.
Blame Michael Brooks, okay, for the continuing continuity error.
That was a sick catch, y'all.
Thank you ever so much for joining me again for this episode 2 of the Lore Tour. So I hope you found it. The Federation has expanded out to a certain degree. We're now 20, 30 light years away from Sol in all directions.
Oh, what's he flying? Do y'all know what that's called?
With this new federal overview of the universe, and next
look at everyone flying with him, dude. That's so cool.
Stand up.
Y'all make sure to go follow, subscribe. Drew Wigger. Y'all make sure you go do that. He's super cool, super informative. I hope he doesn't mind. I'll send him a message as soon as I end here. I'm gonna send him an email And
I think-
just
I
make
think
sure it's
when we
cool
get
that I
in,
put these
we
in the
start to hear about
background.
The Empire in terms of its style and its things. And there's a beautiful.
Oh, that's such a pretty ship.
Right in front of me there, sort of basking away on the screen. So meet me next week in the Akanar system, and we will discuss the glorious history of the Empire and how it came to be. So I'm
Very
looking forward
cool.
to that one. Have yourself a fantastic bank holiday weekend. If you want to join me for a
What does that
I
mean?
will actually be streaming
Bank.
on Saturday as well. So
Bank
what I will be doing on
holiday.
Saturday is I'll be joining the virtual Elite Community Meet. So there's a whole bunch of streamers and a whole bunch
Drew
of streamers going on.
Wagar.
Right?
Let's see if it's in
on
his
Saturday. Throughout the day, so
thing.
it starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes right on to till late, basically.
Twitch stream.
It's going to be online shenanigans and all sorts of cool stuff, right? I'm going to be doing a stream at 1 o'clock UK time. And you'll be able to watch it afterwards, obviously. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an Iron Man mode in Elite, okay? But I'm not going to do it in this version of Elite, okay? I'm going to take you on an 8-bit memory. What I was planning to do at the real ECM was bring my classic ZX Spectrum computer along and show everybody what the original Elite looked like.
What? Oh, I can just
So
drag
what
it.
I'm going to do instead is I'm going to fire up Elite.
Oh. What?
In a browser, probably. I'll see if I can get my actual Spectrum to work and find a way of filming it on screen, but that's proving problematic so far. But what I'm going to do is show you this, okay? So let me just get this up and running. Full screen that, and actually pop that over here. So rather than the Elite that you know and love, I'm going to be playing this, okay? I'm going to be playing this. Now I'm going to try and do an Iron Man run through of Elite, okay, on the ZX Spectrum, which is the computer.
Yeah, look at this. This is the original game.
Trip down memory lane for me, okay? So I'm going to try and play Elite for an hour or so on Saturday from 1 p.m. and see how far I can get, okay, from a standing start. Now, in the original,
Very
game,
cool.
Cobra Mark III with 3 missiles on board, a pulse laser, and that was it. Okay, and 100 credits. So that's your starting position. So I'm going to go from there. So
So cool.
see me struggle to get off from a standing start on the ZX
Right.
Spectrum of Elite. A bit of a nostalgia treat for those of you who haven't seen the original game in any length. This is what Elite Dangerous starts from. This original
Yeah,
game.
I think it's called Vector Graphics.
PC microcomputer. I'm going to play it on Spectrum because it's the one I had as a kid, right? So I didn't have a
Super cool.
So I'm going to do my best to take you on a tour of Elite from a standing start and see how far I get. Okay.
That is super cool. Oh my god, I hope he does it in
And
this
good
stream.
evening, Commanders, and welcome
Does
to
he?
episode 3 of the Elite Dangerous Lore Tour. So I hope you're looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this one, right? I'm a big fan of the Empire.
Yeah.
So
I'll be very impact.
this is my. I've been looking forward to this. This is going to be good because. Yeah, forget the Federation, right? Yeah, the Empire, my friends, the Empire. This is where it's at. This is where we get our comebacks on these.
Same, dude. Like, I've always loved the Empire.
Little
Little secret crush on El Sandoval.
So so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So
Let's hear it, bro. Hell yeah.
yes, I was going to. Try
Don't
to
forget,
sort
someone
of
remind me.
that.
I gotta send him an email.
So
I
I'm
want to
gonna-
make sure this is okay
figured
that
my
I put
normal
this in the
attire,
stream.
I did think of trying to get both
I
times, but
can almost
Try
guarantee
to
he's
do something.
super fucking cool with it,
Got all the
but
content, that's
he
the
seems like such a good dude.
So yes, so here we are. It is basking time. We need to find out the origins of the glorious Empire of Akanar. So onwards we go. Right, so I am parked in now. I do apologise for misleading you a little bit, and I'm allowed to be mercurial, right? And muck about a tiny bit. So we are actually in Seoul.
Oh, whoops! I hit the gas on the brake.
Start point, because that's actually where the story of the Empire starts, right? So I'm actually in the Seoul system. So if you want to join me there, private group Drew Wager.
The
Please
this
make your way to
Afterglow,
Earth.
super
Seoul System 1,
sensitive,
currently
like
Dr. Lee Queen
wild.
Yao, I think that's how you pronounce it. Space station. I looked up Lee Queen Yao in both the lore and in general terms to try and find out who they were. Dangerous Law, Li Qingyao is the inventor of hyperdrive. Okay, which I have.
Whoa.
So that's a thing in the Elite Dangerous Law. We're going to talk about hyperdrive.
That's sick.
In the tour in a few weeks' time. But in real life, Li Qingyao was also a person, a lady who lived over 1,000 years ago in China and was a poet. Now, I don't know if they're connected or whether they were inspired by each other in law or whoever designed the original space station, because this space station did exist in the early games, Elite 2 and Elite 3. So we'll all be doing a little bit of a tour of that as well. So anyway, before I get going, welcome to everybody. Thank you very much for joining me on the stream tonight. Really, really always appreciate your company. I've just got back in from giving the NHS in the UK their Thursday evening round of applause.
NHS. What does that sound so familiar? Well, I know it's the high school I went to.
That's all good.
But
Yeah,
NHS.
so that's kind of thing now, right? We're doing that every week, which is
National Health Society, maybe, or something?
So,
I know he's in
we
London,
stand out in our
so...
driveway, give them a round of applause and see the neighbours once a week. And go back in again. So yes, we give a clap every Thursday. We heard a few people with air horns actually, so people are now noises that they can make, right? which is cool. So there we go. So that's what it's all about. Right, let's crack on with the show.
I hate that you have to scan
So
it.
here I am. This
Or
is
you have
me.
to...
I'm still flying my Cobra. Now, I did debate, shall I fly an Imperial ship today? And I did have an Imperial ship.
Where's my...
But, you know, I'm just a humble tour guide.
Oh no, y'all. Oh no.
I'm not an Imperial. In my persona in this game, my commander here at the moment is...
Oh no, y'all. Oh, wait a minute.
So,
Such a dummy.
Just a bystander, right? Just a bystander.
I just started panicking, dude.
Anyway, Li Qingyao, I think that's how you pronounce it. Somebody will tell me I'm wrong.
My cargo scoop is open.
Starbase in.
How come I can't pick it?
in the Sol system.
Yay!
So if I'm going to launch my ship, if you want to meet me outside the space station, that's where we'll start. Now I'm going to segue into some of the other stuff before we leave and depart, because the story starts here. But I want to give you a little bit of meta as well around the arrival of the Empire in the games and various other bits and pieces as well. So that's where we will start today. And it looks like someone's just been blown up. I hope that wasn't a commander. I hope that was an NPC. There's debris now all over the inside of the space station. This is all good stuff. Right. Right. So onwards we go. Launch. Volume there so I can hear what I'm doing. Right. So let's get the ship up in the air. I can see a few people there, which is great. So let's make sure we keep green on the right as we go. So anyway, this is where the story of the Empire starts. Actually, here at Earth, which is slightly ironic. Which Imperial ship do you have in the garage? I have on this account. I've only got an Imperial. What's the little one? Clipper. No. Yes. It is a Clipper, isn't it? The little one. I get confused now. So that's the one I've got. On some of my other accounts, I've got the Imperial Courier. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Clipper. Clipper's the little one, isn't it? Courier. Yeah, the Imperial Courier, the little one. I've got that one on this account because I haven't done the rank grind on this account for the Empire, right? But I will have. I have gotten some on my other accounts as well. So there we go. So that's kind of good stuff. So and who's this in front of me here? So there we go. Commander Russian Man, 1996. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you very much for turning up in my instance. That's really, really cool. Right, so quick segue though. Okay. Where does this whole Federation Empire thing happen in the meta, right? So let's just go back outside. I'm going to switch to my trusty DOS box for a moment while we assemble our ranks, right? Because and I've got my batch file sorted, right? I've got my batch file.
Yeah, I'm gonna log off.
It's all fixed.
I got such a headache.
You haven't seen this before. Why not?
My stomach is a nightmare right now.
This is Frontier. This is
that came out of nowhere.
Elite Dangerous is the fourth one.
Okay.
Not surprising.
Sorry, y'all.
This is the second one. This is Frontier Elite 2. This
Oh,
was
I think I have to
in
turn around.
1993, and it's the first time that David Braben kind of had sole control over the way the Elite universe was kind of operating. And so this is the first time we come across the Empire, right? And we've got a lovely Imperial ship in the background. We see the Imperial Courier as it was back in the day.
Oh, that was cool.
And I'm just going to start something. It doesn't matter where I start. I'll show you the system map. Okay, so
Ooh.
this is the year 3200 we're in here.
Oof.
And
Oh, is he checking out the second game right now?
Away from where we are in Elite Dangerous, right? There's Seoul there.
Yes, y'all check
Which
this out.
As you can see, historic federal capital. That's where Federation.
Check
is
that out, yo. I'm gonna
if
send
we
him an
go
email.
Down, which doesn't make sense in the galaxy, but you know what I mean. We end up in
What a headache.
Imperial Systems. Okay, so and there's Akanar, and if we look up Akanar, which is where we're going to be going in Elite Dangerous today, we can see it's the Imperial capital, seat of the Emperor. Okay, and we can look in there for a little bit more detail. Imperial capital is on Akanar 6D, which is correct. Known as capital by the locals. 6C is still known as the conversion, though it was terraformed in 2696, which we haven't got to in the Elite timeline yet. Another one was terraformed in 2850 to accommodate the population explosion which followed. Anyone without the quirky accent of Imperial citizens is shunned, especially if they're from a Federation world. Okay, so
Interesting.
we can see, you know, in this game, this is where the rivalry between the Empire and the Federation was put together. And there was a little bit of a timeline associated with this game, but it wasn't fully fleshed out at this point in time. There hadn't been that much lore injected into the game at this point. So it's quite lightweight in the second Elite game, but you can already see that those political rivalries are there. And what you'll notice here, and yet somebody asked, is the map 3D? It's sort of 3D, okay? So if bear in mind this is 1993. This is quite impressive, really, because we can navigate the map still in sort of 3 dimensions, and I can rotate it round using my mouse, kind of. Okay, it kind of works the other way around. The Elite Dangerous map, and then you can kind of target things like that, and then look around. I think you can zoom in and zoom out if I remember rightly. I can't remember how to do it though. Is it +1? No, it's not that. So I think there's a way of zooming in and out, but I don't recall what the keybinds are for it now, and you can't reset it. But anyway, you can do that, and you can see actually we've got a UR here, which you can just about read. That's where we start off. Okay, so that's in the construction of the games. That is where the Empire first appeared. But there wasn't much in the way of story or lore at this point. All you have in here is an ability to rank up. So if we look at your ship here, you can see we start off with an eagle with a really ungainly undercarriage. But what you can see on this screen is that we have a federal rank, none, imperial title, outsider, and our elite rating, as you might know. We can earn medals and permits, and we have legal statuses which are different in the different areas. So you can actually be a fugitive in one part of space, and okay in another one, which actually is slightly cleverer than what we have with Elite Dangerous in some way. In order to get your ranking, very much the same as Elite Dangerous. In the bulletin board, you would have missions, and some of them would be marked. And because we're in a federal area at the moment, you're going to get federal missions, right? So there we go. Federal military. We want you for Adventures Unlimited. You click on there, and because we're like a low rank, right? I love that comment. Leviathan AD, ungainly undercarriage. Finally, a ship I have something in common with. That's brilliant. We're a lowly rank at the moment, so all we do is we get some documents we've got to deliver, right, and we get paid a certain amount. But that gives us a little bit of rep, and so on, so on, so forth, right? And yeah, and these are the very early kind of photo images. They're a bit weird, and that's how the Empire was introduced into the game, right? So there were effectively 2 superpowers, and you could play them off against each other. Now, in these early games, though, some ways slightly better constructed from a kind of immersion perspective, because if you ranked up with the military in the Federation area, then the Empire would distrust you. Okay, so you couldn't rank up with both very easily. It was really, really hard to do. Okay? You could rank up with one easily, you could rank up with the other one easily, but you couldn't rank up with both easily because, you know, kind of sensibly really, if you were a high-ranking Federation officer, then the Imperial military were, yeah, reasonably suspicious of you. Which kind of makes sense, right? So, you know, that's kind of where it came from. So this here is where it enters the gaming environment in this second game, Frontier Elite 2. So that just gives you a little bit of context for what's going on. Right, so that's enough of that. And let's switch back to, close my DOS box down, I don't need that now. Let's go back to Elite Dangerous, there we go. So we are here in Seoul. And this is where the story of the Empire starts, okay? This is where the story of the Empire starts. It actually starts with some people who are federal citizens, right? Okay, they are born and bred in the Federation.
Okay.
And
am I back at the ship?
are good
Yeah. I
Federation
think
citizens
we're
for the
gonna
most
blow
part,
up the ship.
okay?
I think that was the
But they're
game
living in an
plan.
era
I think.
where federal control is
But,
extreme. So remember we got to the end of last week's episode where the
because he
Federation
said
had
that stuff
extended its
doesn't
hold
disappear.
over multiple different stars.
Let's just make sure.
And that,
Let's make sure.
As the decades went on in the 23rd century, that control gets quite draconian. Okay, it gets quite draconian. It gets oppressive, right? It gets overbearing, lots of regulation, and you know, you will live your life this way, and this is the right way to live your life. You know, a lot of interference in what you can and what you can't do, and it became oppressive. Okay, in the sense that there's a right way and a wrong way to live your life, and the federal way is the right way, and nothing else counts. Okay, so that's the sort of environment that starts to come up, and some people are not getting happy with this. Okay, some people are not happy with
Whatever you was carrying.
and a lady enters the story at this point.
Is now lost mostly.
Okay, a lady called Marlin Duval.
One of the few
and she is
things
quite a
that bug me about
historic and mysterious
inconsistency.
figure, right? Quite a historic and mysterious figure.
Oh my God! Yeah, I put the soap in and everything.
Grown rich on the back of.
Sorry, it totally slipped my mind. That's so weird.
She had influence, but she was getting very disaffected by the rigidity.
No way to recover
of
them.
governments
However, on your death,
and
your
this
parent
whole sort of
manages
social
to gather
conformity,
300
right? So
units
you
of
have to live
materials
this
and
way.
shove them in
You
their
have
back
to live
pocket.
that
Yeah,
way,
whatever,
so on and
dude.
so forth. And so she was wealthy enough.
What happens
to
to
be
my
able to fund
data
her
and
own
materials?
expedition. Her aim was to get as far away from Earth as
Data and materials aren't lost.
Okay. In the spacecraft of the day,
Runs with
they're
scissors.
limited by the dangerous standards. They are, you know, they are short range. They take a long time to get.
Flies
anywhere,
without
primitive,
rebuy.
all the kind of weapons that we have. You know, and she wanted to get as
Oh,
far
that's
away from Earth as possible.
really
She
cool.
wanted to
I
get
almost.
way beyond
That's funny. I almost had that
the
exact one.
federal systems that were within sort of 10, 15 light years. Now,
So let's say you were gathering some stuff in an SRV and you got stuck and had to self-construct.
Right,
Yes.
unexplored
But if
space,
you got
nothing,
stuck, you could
nobody knew what was
reload
out there,
in the
okay? Nobody had been that way
base
before.
game
Nobody
without
got that far.
horizons and recover to orbit. Oh, that's really cool.
And, you know, they were,
I would love a more recent
far
one.
away as possible, beyond easy range of any of the technology that existed at the time. Okay, so they really wanted to go.
Whoa, that's such a cool background.
And so she formed this expedition. She headed out into deep space, heading.
It's in your
You know,
personal
accounts vary a
storage in
little
your
bit here as to whether or not she
escape
was
pod,
going
so it
specific to
stays
somewhere,
with you ship to ship.
or where she would, you know, whether she was aiming for a particular destination. But the records show she was aiming just to get away from Earth. Okay, she was aiming to get away.
All right, guys,
from
I'm
the
gonna
Federation.
give it a
She
shot.
wanted a different type of society.
It's gonna cost me 11 million, but
And
I
she
mean,
wanted,
I think my time is worth
far
that.
less oppressive, believe it or not,
Honestly and truthfully.
okay, than the Federation had become at that point in time. So she went. She organised this expedition, right? And she headed off into what was then uncharted space. So we're gonna follow in her footsteps, okay? So I'm gonna plot a route to Akinar from Earth, which is a trip that she would have made. This is about 1,000 years ago in the Elite Dangerous timeline, right? So that's the trip we're gonna make, and kind of go from there. In the footsteps of Marlin Duval, 1,000 years before. And Right, so we can see a lot of people about, which is great. People down in Akinar. So we discussed last week why Akinar hasn't got its arm, and you can blame Michael Brooks for that. Okay, it's entirely. It's not actually.
I just self-destructed.
But
Did you call me?
there we go.
No.
There's
Did you want
Akinar.
some time?
And I got the permit for this. Hopefully you guys have got the permits as well. So it's 139 light years. In my ship, that's going to be a. Well, it's not going to be too many jumps. How many jumps is that? It's going to be 4 jumps. It's a trivial distance today, right? But back then, this was uncharted space, right? This took a long time to get there. It took a long time to get there. So just before we go, a couple of questions there. So what would be the origin of imperial slavery? We will get there. We will very much get there. Okay. What where does this empire come from? Because Marlene Duval didn't want an empire, right? That wasn't her intention. She was an entrepreneur. She was an explorer. She was wanting to get away from the oppressive nature of the Federation. That's what her ambitions were. The empire is the story we'll get to, right? And slavery and so on and so forth. So we will get there. Rest assured. But that's not where we are right now. As for the Alliance, yes, there's a Lawtor episode about the Alliance coming up. You may have noticed in the game that I just showed you, there was no sign of the Alliance at all. The Alliance is actually very relatively recent.
What about my engineering?
Dangerous law only happened in the last sort of 100 years. So, and we will get to.
Oh, thank God.
Where are we meeting in Akinar? We will meet at the main starbase there. So over Capitol, which is the main planet. So let me just show you that in the system map. We are going to be heading to Akinar. We are going to be heading here to Dawes Hub.
Raw
Capitol
materials
is the
trader,
main,
right?
Cornerstone of the Empire, which is where the Emperor lives, or at least where the
How many
Emperor
jumps?
has
5?
residence. And also, we know the Emperor,
Okay.
Emperor, as she likes to be called, and there's reasons for that.
Yeah, I'm
there
just not
as
feeling
well.
so hot. I'm gonna go, y'all. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Emperor Arissa. I mean, you normally expect her to be Empress, right? She is Emperor Arissa, and there's good reasons for that, which we will find out. We are going to actually meet in orbit here at Dawes Hub. That's going to be our target. For the moment. Are we landing on Akinar 3? No, we are not landing on Akinar 3. I know all about Akinar 3. For those...
Y'all have an amazing night. Y'all take care.